Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. We are back again. Now, this is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans, Tourism Investments, and this is my good brother, Kala Genesis of the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism with a vision towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother, Kala Genesis. Are you ready for tonight?
Greetings, Bomani. Yes, I am. You know I am.
Yeah, that's the topic right there. The Pan-Africanist Exploitation and Hustle Movement. The Afrikstan Analysis. Family, you're live with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba, and we're ready to set it off. So yes, my good brother Kala Genesis, another one of your ingenious topic. Hopefully people embrace what you're talking about, but I don't. It doesn't usually go that way.
Yeah. We expect that. The usual suspects. Anyway, the reason why I chose this topic tonight is because the movement. People have no shame. The movement has morphed into con men, hustlers, grifters, and all types of people who are exploiting the ideology of Pan-Africanism, right, for personal and selfish and egotistical goals, and this is what we're talking about. Going to talk about tonight, right? I've just given all these people enough time, enough rope to hang themselves, right? When you refuse to join the Black African Infrastructure Organization, right? Join our many chapters, network, and everything, and build brick and mortar organization grassroots in your local area and connect by internet and work towards building a nation in Africa and everything. And I know you're not real. You're not serious. You're not real. You're not trying to do anything productive other than make a name for yourself and just grift and use this as a place of drama, melodrama, and a bunch of nonsense and everything. And that's what women do, okay? Men can't afford to be emotional, fickle. Men have to live for a purpose. If you don't have a real purpose on this life and everything, and men have to learn how to delay gratification. Those soldiers going out to war and everything know they're not going to see the victory of the accomplishment of their battle. There's an old saying that a man who plants a tree knowing that he's not going to benefit from its shade is a man that's on a path of good character and enlightenment. But you people don't want to do that. You don't want to plant trees. You don't want to plant sow seeds. You don't want to cultivate seeds. You don't want to let somebody else benefit from the harvest, right? Well, you do what you're supposed to do. You look at the insect kingdom. They a lot of insects gather food and everything like that, and they'll be dead before their offspring gets that food and lives on there. But they keep doing it over and over again because that's what they're driven to do. So what we have is a movement, not just a Pan-African movement, civil rights, everything is what I can get out of it right now. How can I boost myself up? How can I boost my ego up? How can I seem like I'm important and everything? And if I can't get to that level when the movement be damned, I'll tear it down. I'll disperse people. I'll lie on people. I'll try to discredit and everything like that because you in your heart of heart don't really believe in this. And this is what we're going to talk about tonight. It's like vanity. Everybody's so vain. Look at me. Look at how many subscribers I got. Look how many clicks and views I got. Look how many likes I got. The white man knew what he was doing when he gave you this YouTube. He could take it away from you just like that. He's still in control of your bread and butter. So tell me, how is that a win? You worrying about damn YouTube views and clicks and likes and everything as a barometer or a measurement or a benchmark of your success in this movement. Not by building with your brothers and sisters, not by having offline strategies and tactics and everything like all intelligent people do. That's what we were doing 6 years ago. But all you people got so used to YouTube, people coming in, sitting around, yapping about nothing for hours and accomplishing anything when not, you know, and you think, and your ego so uplifted and everything, you think you're doing something. You're not doing a goddamn thing. I have more respect for the thug and the drug dealer on the street. At least they ain't wasting people's time. So that's what I want to start with. Bomani, you want to go into your promotions and everything?
Yes, good brother, Color Genesis. Family, you're sitting it off. So family, so come on in and show us some love, and so we get our people connected. So
like, share, subscribe. If you can't afford a $5 super chat, how pathetic you are and whatnot, you know, to contribute to the stream. You know, you don't go in somebody's house and eat and don't bring something, right? When you go to somebody's house, well, it's impolite if you go to somebody's house and they're handing out gifts and you're not bringing gifts, or they're cooking food and you don't have nothing. Hey, yeah, we made some potato salad. We put it on potato salad. You know, we bought some sodas. But I can resent the people, and I'm going to talk about that tonight, who come to your house and eat and get knowledge and everything like that and don't contribute. If you can't afford $5, you could click the like button. You could click the share button. You could tell somebody, hey, look, we got some guys over here that's really doing this stuff and really saying stuff and everything. It's not the same old, and support Brother Bomani and I. If you can't do that. You know, so like I said, I'm looking for integrity in this movement from now on. No more talk. If you don't got a career, you don't got anything to look. I don't really have nothing going on. I squandered my life, but I really believe hey, look, I'll accept you. You know, I'll accept you hot and I'll accept you cold, but I won't accept lukewarm people. You know, if you're lukewarm, I will spew you out of my mouth. You make me sick.
There you go, Kala. You got comments coming in already, man. You got a bunch of them.
We aren't saying we want donations, you know. We're saying if you're gonna sit here and eat or for us and everything like that, show some love. Show some respect. If you can't contribute, when I like the video, share it. It ain't all about just giving money. We don't need your money. It's a principle of the thing. It shows me that people are serious about when I'm taking my time, my Saturday night, and doing all this stuff like that, bringing you all this knowledge and everything like that, that you appreciate what we're doing. We're not out here trying to hustle nobody. Bomani and I are doing the real work.
Yes, Kala, break it down. You look excited, man. Yes, Kala. You're not playing with them tonight, man.
No, I'm not.
Yes, family, that is the Kala Genesis. And here we go, brother. These are some of the energy.
Don't blame the women because we're smarter than you. Oh, 4 righteous black folks. Way, you know, don't blame this on women, Colin. We haven't seen you build anything in America. I have a business in America, you know. What do you want me to do? I have a thriving business in it. So is Bomani, you know.
There we go. They started off already. Whoa.
Yapper, we're seeing that about you, clown. Now I'm a clown for righteous. Come on.
Let me know when you're ready for me to block him.
Yeah, no blocking tonight. No.
Where's this wisdom at?
No.
So, Carl, basically, you're talking and there's no information coming out. So you're spitting no wisdom.
Stick around. You listen to our shows, you'll get wisdom. Last week we broke down about the financial.
Nice saying Jesus.
What? Yeah, you ain't Jesus. I'm not saying I'm Jesus. You know.
And here's another one.
So skip the comments. Might really respond on my response video coming. Yeah, go ahead. You know, if you guys want to do a response video, go right ahead. You know, go right ahead.
Is this guy retarded? First of all,
that's a female.
Well, I don't give a damn who they are. So I posted your thing up. First of all, I don't need to even post your comments. I was just letting Carla know that the trash already coming up in the chat already. these sick, demented people who have nothing better to do than post negative energy and things like that.
And also to For Righteous thing, we're going to talk to her point. She's always talking about Pan-Africanism is a scam. We're going to go over that tonight.
It showed us
instead of her attacking us, and she should sit back and say, "Let me see where he's coming from first." I'm only 10 minutes into the show.
Yeah, people like this are not very smart, and they're basically the scumbag of the black world. So I don't spend too much of my time trying to prove anything to idiots like that has low intelligence. Once you have this low IQ and you just literally just have this not even basic intelligence, there's no need to conversate with you, because if someone is professionally presenting information and you just can't get anything, you're just not intelligent. Maybe that's why you stay up at night trolling people and have nothing better to do. So this poor black, whoever you are, you're just another loser. And it won't be long before I'll block you, brother. I don't care about these people, brother. I'm looking for people in a movement that can build and connect with me. People like this. It's okay if you want to critique certain things, but be honorable in your critique. They're not critiquing. They're just trolls. These are the rejects of this country. These are the losers of this country that get upset when other people from somewhere else come and just outdo them because they wasted their life in America, didn't take advantage of any opportunities and things like that. So
exactly, we're gonna talk about that tonight too.
Out there like that, I don't have no time to waste with you, and I'm not here to argue or debate with you. And you're the people that I just block all the time. Kala talk about no blocking. I don't have no time for those things. So you play games, you play stupid. I'm looking for intelligent people. I'm not on here wasting my time talking and presenting and connect. I'm looking to connect with people. That's what we're built in a movement over a period of time. Let me see what Not Meezy has to say.
Oh, please. Well, it's not going to be that type of show tonight,
Well, the thing is, if she used to come on and want to talk, then we can have a conversation. But if she used to come on and talk with a little raggedy, ratchet ass mouth and all, and with dirty language and stuff like that, I don't have time for people like that. People, literally.
Yeah,
in my life, I don't deal with degenerates, and I'm not going to deal with them on YouTube. We do serious business. We're real business people. So you people who literally just feel like you have nothing to contribute and things like that. So. And we're going to address this later on. If Navigate any of them people try to come on, you're not accepted on this show. And if you're going to come on, you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is, and not because we need any money from you, because we're looking for serious people that's about business and things like that. We don't have time to waste life and waste time. Life is too short. I just came back from the African continent. As earlier this month I was in South Africa, and then I was in Tanzania, and you continue to see the same thing, and that's why I push the energy that we push here all the time, because you literally see a world where us as Black people in African diaspora, if we're allowed to do what we need to do in Africa and connect with our people as we need to, we'll be able to make certain moves.
Yeah.
Because one thing about us as a people, we're the only true people that have any love for the Black people in Africa and willing to come there and work and grow and build with. Everyone else is just there to exploit, take advantage, and dominate you. That is it. So if there's any hope for the light of Africa, then our people have to embrace us and have to embrace Pan-Africanism and have to embrace being a part of the future and embrace contributing to what we're talking about. And if you're not, we don't have time for you. So that's one of the things that we're dealing with, family, in order for us to build what we need to build. Because that's a future and vision we have. And then for those who feel like we need to build whatever in America, the last I remember, a lot of people that I hear talk about America, we always talk about these folks that we hashtag them. It's always a hashtag FBA and also ADOS, and then Afrikstan. So those are some of the movements, and the energy we're pushing is what our good brother Kala Genesis is going to explain about Afrikstan. So family, let me just get into a short detail of our upcoming schedule of Africa tours and investment, and then we're going to talk about journey to Liberia, and we're getting closer. So we're here working hard on these things. So you're not going to see us on YouTube all throughout the week. We've even cut down to one day, and this is it right here, Saturday. Yeah. So they want to give the haters one day to this Runday Mountain, things like that, and we're getting ready for it. So yes, my good brother Collagenesis, let me switch over here and let me just go to our schedule. All right, so family, that's our website, Africa for the Africans.org. And once you get on our website, you will see the big banner, Africa for the Africans. Then below you'll see a slideshow of some of the most unique pictures, group pictures of this us as a people, just enjoying different connections on the African continent. So what you see is our, the fruits of our labor, our hard work, organizing, planning, building, networking, building Black cooperative economics, and building the energy to keep a movement going. Left, if you want to have some nice tropical music, that's the MP3 player mix. Then you scroll on down, and then you'll see a list of the main menu, and then you're going to see a list of all of our schedule in the center of the page. So if you're someone that's open to traveling to the African continent and you just need clarity and you're looking for schedules, the schedules are well put together. Once you click on any of the schedule link for any of the tours, it opens up and you have access to a full itinerary, day-to-day tour overview, preparation detail, visa, if visa is required for the country that you're going to based on your passport. And then all of the need to know. And now what we have is our conference call. So we always have a pre-orientation ready. So we go to the full limits of getting you ready for the journey and help you with all the things that you need to be helped with. So throughout the week, and those are the things that we're doing to get things planned, ready, move, and set off. So when people look at this, the business that we do, sometimes people don't give the proper respect. This is not this touring and partying around. You have to look at the planning that goes in and the organizing that goes into what you see as the end result. Sometimes people don't look at the work that you put in, but that's what we do, family. We're serious about the business that we're building, and that's why we stand out beyond anyone else that you see to do this business. And there's videos and pictures for all of our ventures in the past. That way you can see, what we're about, and you can see the movement, feel the energy, and you can, see if it connects with you. All right, so we're gonna set off this year in Liberia and Morocco, and that is March 29th to April 9th. So we are almost there as we're getting it ready to go. And we're gonna play one of the videos that Kala sent me, and throughout the period of time, we've been showing different highlights of different places that we're looking to go to, looking to connect with, and looking to enjoy an experience. And then, as the time go by, we're playing more of our videos, once we build that experience, but looking to share with the rest of the world this our incredible reconnection to Liberia, and looking to share this the beauty of this another African country, also Morocco. So that is a well put journey, and we have tropical resorts, a few of them, business conference, and we have this a whole lot of networking and this whole lot of exploring. And my good brother Color Genesis will be there, so I got all the high-tech equipment. So with us, shoot the video, my good brother present, and we deliver an incredible story. So that's looking forward to sharing that and open more people's minds up to Liberia. So beyond that, this is a nice, beautiful journey that we can compare to any other journey that's out there, as far as people that's connecting to any kind of roots, culture, or just enjoying this, the historical and cultural journey to a country. So, family, that's what we have all set up for all of our journeys. They're all roots and cultures journeys. And then from Liberia, we're gonna head to Ghana for our 24th Journey of a Lifetime, and that is July 11th to the 23rd. And then from there, we're going to proceed to Egypt for our Nile Valley Journey of a Lifetime, November 21st to December 2nd. And then we're back in South Africa for our third South African Roots and Culture Journey. That's December 24th to January 4th. So that's our schedule for this year: 4 journeys, 5 countries, same as last year, 4 journeys, 5 countries. And in 2025, schedule is this, the world's a little shorter for now until we possibly add another schedule, because the goal is minimum 2, max 4. So that's what we're working at, because this is a lot of time and energy to put together, and we have other things also we're working on. So yes, you may think it's easy for us to do like 5-10 different journeys. Not, not that simple, and that's why you don't see people with those kind of schedules, because that's more work than you can imagine. So the beginning of the year, and this is just right now we have Senegal and Gambia, April 1st to 11, 2025. So if anyone that's interested, reach out and let me know you're interested. If we don't get a lot of interest and the energy is vibing in Liberia, we're gonna switch over to that journey, because it's what it is. From here on out, we're just going based on the energy of people and the interest. Yes. All right, and from there we're going to go to journey to our 25th journey of a lifetime to Ghana. That is May 24th to June 5th. So that is we're back in the springtime schedule. So for those who are looking to travel to Ghana in the summertime, this is the only summertime schedule that we have. Beyond that, these schedules are being adjusted. So it's one of those things where we're putting together a nice program and just want to create and offer the best dates and flexibility, but we are limited on certain things. Unless we have ridiculous amount of people that want to go there, and we can make some more adjustments. And then we're looking to close out the year in November 21st to December 1st, Brazil Roots and Culture, Journey of a Lifetime. So family, that is our unique schedule for 2024 and 2025. And as you scroll down, you have access to a wealth of information and clarity, details for the next upcoming conference calls, and also all of the links in reference to our business, social links, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and so on. And then this is the 33 group tour photos from 2006 to 2023. So these are our last few journeys. That's us right there. And all of these showcase Africa for the Africans tour t-shirt. These are the colors and the vibrant energy that we push out. So that's our black t-shirt with green and red for South Africa and Tanzania. White t-shirt with blue, black, red, and green. And then Ghana, green with black and red. And then Senegal, red with black, green, and gold. So family, as you scroll down now, you see more of our group energy, and this is what we do. So what you see is the end result of hard work that we put together, and some of these are group photos that have different members of my family in it, and then my son Bomani Dakari is always with us. As you see throughout the period of time, he's just getting taller and taller. He's actually the only one that's grown in the photos. So family, that's our experience, that's our connection. And then you look to the main menu to the left, and you'll see our Africa tour books. So these are sample tour books for all of these journeys, digital books that you can download and share. And it's also part of our preparation guide. So the website is a wealth of information, and that's why we like to, that's why we deal with real people, intelligent people, business people, sharp people, because it's a little bit more is expected of you to read, to be clear, to be able to do certain things and things like that. So someone like myself, my goal and my energy is always to connect to the best of us and nothing else. And while we are here on YouTube, if you want to see any of the highlights of our previous journeys, they're all there, and I'm adding more to the Tanzania and to the South Africa video playlist. So family, that's what we're doing. That's what we're building strong. So one thing about us, the best thing to do is if you're interested in anything that we do, is to take your time, process the information on our website, read through the details, and if it's for you, my number is available. My number is scrolling down at the bottom, and my number is on the website, and it's all over the place. So then reach out and connect, and let's be respectful as a people. Now, if you have no interest in things that we do, don't waste our time. I don't mind calling. I don't mind anyone calling so we can talk and connect. That's always good. But if you're not serious about what we're doing, don't drag us along. Don't waste our time. Be respectful in these situations, because we have too many people. They just waste time. I mean, giving Kala giving Kala their email address, and then he gives it to me, and then I send them information, follow up with them, nothing from them. So it's like, what's the purpose? Don't give me your phone number or your email address, because that's what we do. We communicate because you're reaching out, because this is what we do as a people. So let's be real as a people. And then right now, while we're here on YouTube and we're doing our incredible presentation, show some love so we can build and connect, and so we can know that you're serious and you're down with us and you got our back. So on a note of that, let's get back to our regular scheduled program with our good brother Kala Genesis, and let me bring the topic back up so we can just reintroduce it and reset it off. That way it is all good. So family, tonight's topic, the Pan-Africanist Exploitation and Hustle Movement, and this is the Afrikstan analysis. So let me know when you're ready, brother Kala. And while we're waiting for Kala, that's it, family. That's the situation you're dealing with. Some of us are about that life, that business. Some of us are dedicated to this movement, and some of us want to connect with other people and make things happen and change the dynamics for our people. And some, it's all about their ego and all about them, and all about them being a prince of Pan-Africanism versus organizing as kings, so we can build together as a people. So for those who didn't understand what when we talk about kings of Pan-Africanism, you're talking about brothers working together. When you talk about prince of Pan-Africanism, you're talking about that's some suicide's solo mission. You know what I mean? So that's why we want people who can think, because that's why so that's why we need sharp people that understand certain things, and not take things the wrong way. But that's another situation, because these folks are always in their feelings. Every little thing you say, you hurt their feeling. That's why, Kala, you gotta be. Well, me, I never encourage you to go easy. I'd be like, yo, Kala, step on their necks in this, and this down.
Yeah, because like I said, and it's not just about Pan-Africanism. It's about Black activism in general. I just see too many people making a career out of doing nothing, just talking, running their mouth and everything like that. Nothing gets done. There was recently a situation in Roxbury, Boston, right, where Walgreens was shut down, right? Shutting down, right? It gave the residents of that area saying, we're going to be out by the end of the month. I think sometime in February, right? Well, the preacher led the community out there, right? And they're protesting, say, you ain't, hell no, you're not going. So you're telling a business, right, who made a business decision, right, that they're leaving because evidently theft, whatever it is, that they basically have to stay to service you, right? Whatever happened to Black power? What happened to building our own pharmacies? Whatever happened to all that? So in other words, you hate corporate America. Black people talk about how they hate corporate America. I hate capitalism. I hate corporation. Then when the Walgreens and Walmart, the epitome of capitalism, right, says, something, we're not making money in your community, you guys win. And I heard even the mayor of Chicago say that it's okay to steal because I'm going to find that video, right? Because people are poor and blah, blah, blah. We're not going to arrest them. So the company say, we're going to pull out. Now, these are the same people who try to convince us that they're really serious about building the Black community in America. You can't even attract businesses to your community where people can have basic things like pharmacy and basic jobs and everything. You rather sit there and cover for the criminals element in your community and everything, run your property values down, everything like that, under this idea that you were trying to delineate from somebody, and you're trying to what do they call it? We're trying to have a foundation in America, right? We're gonna try to uphold. You ain't trying to do anything but just basically Negro stalling tactics and Negro babble. Let's talk about that tonight. Negro babble and Negro stalling tactic, right? And it's like and what happens is the bar is so low, right, that it attracts the worst element of Pan-African movement. It's like, if these guys ain't doing nothing right, I can come into the Pan-African movement and do nothing too. So Negroes ain't doing nothing in America. You ain't building nothing. You ain't creating nothing. You ain't protecting nothing, right? And then you go to Pan-African movement, right? You ain't doing nothing there. You know, because nobody calls it out. I always say black people in America are serious about not being serious. That's the problem. And like I said, the people using different movements to boost their ego and boost their pride and stuff like this, and nothing ever gets done. And so, like I said, our little feeble attempt, what we're trying to do, right? We're actually showing progress. We're actually showing results, you know. And people want to dare attack us because with limited resources, nobody's sending us millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know. We're doing this, you know, out of our own pocket, out of our own, within our own means, and we're getting results done. That's why I got no sympathy for people who had money in their hands, can travel from city to city,
and do lectures,
should have
right?
organization, should have everything like that, and nothing's ever being accomplished. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. And that's what we're talking about tonight, you know. The Pan-Africanist hustle, you know, it's always been like that in Black America. I'm starting to wonder, what did we really ever have real leaders in our community? You know, I'm starting to wonder.
With the exception of a few people, those are questionable. But yeah, it's always a movement, bro. This has always been a movement where it's a very small percentage of those who are about that life and that business, and then there's others that you just wonder about. And even that's why I got this future topic up here. So this is our current topic, family: the Pan-Africanist Exploitation and Hustle Movement. And this is has the Pan-African movement become a loser's paradise? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're a loser. Come on, join the Pan-African movement, man. If you're a loser, you didn't make it in America, you couldn't get your education, you couldn't get your degree and whatnot. You know, join the Pan-African movement, man. Yeah, we accept losers and whatnot. You know, no credentials, no nothing. You know, just come on in, man. We accept everybody. You know, that's why I said I'm kicking some people to the curb tonight. You know, you guys show us something. You guys show that you're building. You guys show that you're about that life. You know, you guys show that you love your people and you love what we're doing and you're willing to sacrifice.
Absolutely, and then more important, work together effectively, because that's one of the things is you have some people who call themselves these titles and these names, but do you ever see them working and connecting and networking, dealing with people? And that's what I'm telling people, brother, that they're gonna see the end result of our work as far as us working together to build that energy in Liberia and with all the people that we're working with, as so. And the best thing for us to do, honestly, I tell people is we're only a few months away, so we're gonna show you more than anything else.
Yeah, we're gonna show you. We'll demonstrate.
Yeah.
We're gonna demonstrate what we're talking. People are gonna be literally blown away by what we accomplished in Liberia. They're gonna literally be blown away. Like, what the heck is going on? And then they got nothing to say. They'll try to move the goalposts again.
What you're gonna say now? What you gonna say now?
What you're gonna say? What you gonna do when we come for you? What bad boys? What you gonna do? What you
that's
gonna
future
do?
topic, though, man. That's future topic. So also that's part of what we're talking about today. But yeah, that's what I'm always wondering, brother. As our beloved movement turned into a loser's paradise, where where it literally attracts the scumbags of the Black society. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the reject.
You're a reject in society, so you became a Pan-Africanist. What kind of loser stuff that is?
Yeah,
How was think about someone like our brother Polite, and I was in jail for 5 years, and I studied a lot of books, and it changed my life around, and I became a Pan-Africanist. And that's the kind of situation that you end up just getting people that say that they're part of this movement. It's like, no, I don't have an issue with people serving time in jail or people going through bad parts of their life, and then like Malcolm X is like the perfect example of a respectable man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You go through certain things in your life, and then you elevate yourself as a man, and you become a leader in your community and things like that. But these people just look at it like, well, all the little scamming stuff I was doing with checks, that's not going to work anymore. So I got to come up with something else. So let me be a Pan-Africanist. I mean,
yeah, let me do the same hustle. Let me do the same thing I did in the streets. The same street shit, they got the same mentality in the streets as they bring to this movement. How can I make a quick buck? How can I hustle? How can I get some ass? How can I, every all the stuff that goes on, and then there's no shame and whatnot,
And I've never been a big papa in my life, but how can I be a big papa now?
Yeah, we're gonna be making some babies. We got to do the work. We'll make some babies. We'll make some babies and whatnot. Ain't taking care of the 2 kids he had. We're gonna make some babies. We're gonna make some babies and whatnot.
These guys are
African
characters, man.
And Umar, we're gonna play. I'm gonna find that video. We'll play Umar Johnson's father is pleading to the public, so stop supporting my son. Y'all not helping.
I gotta literally see that video to believe that.
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah. It's on Mike's Hard Lemonade TV.
It's always one of those sad reality. When a father dethroned his son.
Yeah, but his father really looking out for him. It's like, his son's. He said, he just doing this, and
so you're a better man when you're a Jermaine Shoemaker and something like that.
Say, go back to being Jermaine Shoemaker, get a job with the city or something like that. It's he put his own Johnson cape on.
Homie got a psychology degree, man, and it's black folks. There's a lot of mental ill folks, so you get on one of the government programs, and you get your customers.
If he could turn that school into a mental health clinic, right? He got some awesome, man. He could do something, man.
Brother,
I would shake his hand, right? If he turned that school into the Frederick Douglass, Brian Carey, Jermaine Dupee mental health.
Funny. You want to do it to that Tariq video.
yo, mental health clinic, right? I would say, so Umar, you got something there, man. You got something there, man, because Lord knows our community's mental health. Like making those out here crazy,
Guess who's on here? Bam!
Oh no, Jankro.
So he's gonna come leave him alone.
I'll tell you about the Jamaican guy that came in my office the other day, man. He sounded like Jankro and whatnot. He didn't know I was the owner, right? One of my agents was helping him, and I walked in with this. I had this actually shirt on, right? This hoodie on, and he was like, "Who are you?" I said, "Dude, I'm running this place." I was on my day off. I just stopped by to make sure everything was all right, man. He just looked at me like, yo. He said, after he said, "Sorry, man, I didn't know who you were," and everything like that, man. Jamaican sounded just like Jankro, had same voice and everything. I'm about to say, is your name Jankro? Oh man, I will say, are you Jankro? Yeah. He said, "Oh man, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know who you were and whatnot." He said, you came in there with regular clothes on, and the guy got suit and tie on. I said, "Yeah, this is my day off. I just happened to be in the neighborhood. I dropped in the office and dropped some stuff off, and I'm helping Al, one of my new agents. So we help him get your policy straight and everything, and everything like that. Say, yeah, man, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know who you were, But it's all good though. It's all love, So I say, I understand, man. Main thing, we take care of our clients, man. We take care of our clients.
There you go, man. About business.
I have a real business, a brick and mortar business. I do things. When I built a business over the last 16 years, I'm not just somebody sitting online, collecting super chats and running my mouth and stuff. When you can match me up like that, then you can talk to me on my level. And I'm sorry I have to say it like that, but it is what it is. I'm sick of getting on panels thinking they're on our level and stuff. That's not being arrogant. Sometimes Negroes need to hear that. You can't put a website up, show me what you do in your life and everything like that. Show me where you accomplished something over years and whatnot. You can't show me what you accomplished in your life and everything like that. But Bomani blows me away when he helps me in my business. I see what he does. He helps me out in my business because he's the computer guy. Everything, and I'm helping him build this tourism business in Liberia.
Absolutely,
that's all working together. And we don't always get along. Bomani and I don't always get along. But when you're real about this, whatnot, we come to the table. Okay, we get heated. We apologize.
We don't always agree on everything.
We don't always agree on everything.
No one agree with everyone on everything. It's just.
Well, have you ever seen two people that call themselves Pan-Africans work together like this in this capacity? No, it's that everybody to themselves and everything like that, and and everybody else is just a yes man on their panel and stuff like this. Everybody's just a yes man, and nothing. They can't show you anything. They can't show you documentation. They can't show anything that they're doing that worthy of them talking about during this movement that's real. And that's why nobody respects this movement anymore. What video is this?
Yes, that's your coup d'etat video.
Oh yeah.
So whenever you're ready, we can play some of the videos. I got them.
Yeah, let's play this video. I want to talk about this video. I want to talk about this video. And this is going to be another warning to all you people that are going to the continent, right? And you're going to start rabble rousing, right? It's like you go to the continent, right? You got all that, fight the power and stuff like this. You still got governments there. You still got government with constitutions and military and police and courts. And you have people that governments that are responsible for the safety and the day-to-day life of the average person. So when you go over here and talk about Adu's a traitor and also what's the other guy?
That's one of my best advice for you literally to never do. If you haven't issued any of the countries that we go to, or any countries that you go into in Africa, that's one of the things that don't get caught, because you go places, you have spies around you, and then next thing you know, you're being recorded saying something, and next thing you know, you're being hauled off, and it can't happen.
Get hauled off.
You know what I mean? And you see things happen all the time in countries like Dubai, not countries like Dubai, cities and districts like Dubai and UAE, and other in other Arab nations, and their laws of how they do things is strict. So some of the things where it's no big deal, what you do here, and you get away with it, it's no big deal, and that's a life sentence right there. So
remember that Brittany Griner or whatever her name is? What was it?
I think the Russian media call her the pot smoking lesbian.
Yeah, she was in a hard prison.
That's how you title someone. That's also an unfortunate situation. But that's also a reality of when you're out the country. It's like sometimes I have people here complain about. I don't ever justify some of the dumb stuff that the law enforcement do, and the way they go. Sometimes some of them go overboard with certain situations. But that is nothing compared to some of these other countries you go to, and you literally just. And some places you go, they literally just shake you down, and
they got machine guns. Police carrying machine guns. What do you think? If you get out of pocket, they'll shoot you, and they'll say, "Yeah, like this," and that's it. There's nobody gonna come. Your embassy is not gonna come and say this. We told him to stop. We told him this. He got irate, got in our face and whatnot, and it escalated to this, and he's dead.
Or even you get caught somewhere where where you're literally getting shaken down, where where you're put in a situation where next you got to cope with all kind of ridiculous amount of money to be free.
Yeah,
because people can set you up like that. So none of this stuff is ever simple and easy, family. That's why I'm always telling people, if you're looking for consultation, looking to connect, people like myself is available, and I don't mind talking and socializing and having a conversation with. Because most of us, when we're trying to even go to Africa, most of us are going there solo. We're not going there with any game plans to work with any people or anybody have our backs. And trust me, family, you're going to be a targeted individual to where people will literally prey on you. And, and this is 20 years of experience just traveling and just connecting with people in Africa. And I have lots of people who live in many, many different countries in Africa. So, whether I go visit them, whether I pastoral, whether I go there, people give you their feedback on what's really going on. Like I said, my good brother Collagenesis, an audio that I would not play on here because I don't want people thinking that I've just crossed the line. And first thing I'll say is like that's not me talking, and I may feel some way similar to what the person's saying, but we're not gonna share it. But the thing of it is, when people keep on having these bad experiences in all of these countries, it's hard for people not to speak the truth about what's really going on and how they feel. And sometimes that truth and that realness is not something that the public of people are going to like. But it's like you're worried about that versus what has happened to the victim. So we become in a situation where we just blame victims. Well, and sometimes we can be critical also, but that's what you're dealing with. You're gonna they're gonna blame the victim. And say, well, you should have known, you shouldn't have done this, and you should learn the culture, you should learn the language. If you will, if you know the language, they would have done this to you. And it's like it just becomes too much. You're spending your money, looking to invest, you're looking to contribute, and then you got to do all these other extra things. That's why the Asian nations and Arab nations that create what they create, they're gonna get some of the best of our people. But anyway, family, this brings us back to the video. Because I didn't even know it was this serious. Now, remember when you told me about the conference being canceled?
Yeah.
Was it really?
The bottom line is Ghana's not playing. Ghana's not playing. Y'all always think, oh yeah, Pan-African and this, that, and the other thing. You keep listening to Dr. Arikana and Juju Malema and all these other people, and you live in these countries and whatnot, talking about Rudo's a traitor and whatnot. Okay, you think they're not watching you? You on camera talking and running your mouth and whatnot, talking all this nonsense and everything like that. We need to do, it's like I said, the movement is turning into a freaking circus. Nobody's going over there building anything, right? You got all these so-called Pan-Africans in Ghana, right? Can't build anything, How many freaking cultural centers and bookstores are we gonna have? How many vegan spots we're gonna have? That ain't moving the needle forward. You're not bringing investments in. You're not bringing banks in. You're not bringing infrastructure in. You're not bringing anything to the table but your mouth, and these people, these countries right here, man, if they got to do deals with India, they got to deal with the British still. If they got to deal with the IMF, that's what they have to do. They see things from a different point of view than you in your Pan-Africanist elementary zeal and whatnot, It's not that easy. We have not made that transition to where the Pan-African movement, right, can bring home the bread and butter. We're not there yet, and this is why like we said, we're cleaning house. So therefore, when we do, we're in a strong position, right, both here and around Africa. We're not, this will be a legitimate alternative to the global banking system, the Rothschilds, the IMF, and all these other people like that. We could do something, but it's not going to be doing anything if we're acting foolish like we are. You're going to get in Africa and still complain about racism, white supremacy. Okay, what do you bring? What do you bring into the continent? What are you building? Are you using your connections in America at least to try to alter that? You're using your political power in America. Black America has a political power. They're going to decide the next election. Is there anything on the table? The Pan-African movement, has the Pan-African movement ever said, something? 1 through 20, this is what we want to see as far as the foreign policy in Africa. Not one thing. You got Pan-Africanists going back and forth about, I'm riding for Biden or they're MAGA, They're MAGA Pan-Africanists, right? Talking about Trump. And we're going to play some of that tonight, I don't give a damn who gets offended, right? And then we got people talking about Biden and Obama. You call yourself a Pan-Africanist. Tonight, fire.
There you go. So this is in reference to what you just mentioned a little while ago about Trump.
Where's Situate America, Trump, Texas elections or not? Look, as far as Texas, look, the national Jane Crow. Let me tell you something right this, right? This is what Black people don't seem to understand, right? Plato wrote a book that was, Black people say the Greeks learned everything from the Egyptians. Egyptians were black. Kemet, right? Okay, one of the things that came out of that was this idea of the city-state or the republic. Okay? Athens was surrounded by walls. A republic, a state means a state. That means this is a state of being, a state of place, right? Every nation state has borders. That's what defines a nation state. So the Chinese built the Great Wall of China, 13,000 square miles, to define itself as a nation state. a nation. You know, there was many different cities, even in West Africa, that had walled cities and everything. Benin had a walled city. That's a city state. Then you have nation states that are a collection of city states. Now, the United States, if it's going to be a republic, right, it has every right to basically say, this is our borders. You can't just come across the border uninvited. And we have, over the last 4 years, we have 10 million people that flooded across the borders. Now, I personally like this. Just if it was any country in the world like Israel, right? Israel defines itself as a state. So therefore, those are the borders. Boom, boom, boom. Now, if you want the Palestinians to have a state, let's talk about that, right? I believe in borders. Sad they don't criticize the government. Who don't criticize the government?
No, this is earlier when when I was talking about telling people when you go places, you don't be worrying about what's going on with the government as far as making certain comments and doing certain presentations, because you never know who may be spying around. Sometimes you have a taxi driver.
That's just reality.
Yeah, you have someone as simple as a taxi driver. You driving them, he's driving you around, and then you're talking all greasy and crazy. Next, he collecting the money, the reward money. For people who talk grimy against the government.
Yeah, next thing you know, they're knocking on your hotel door, you dropping your phones and whatnot. Next thing you know, they seizing your passport. You all hemmed up then all that black power stuff. You run into the U.S. Embassy. Let me call
at this point, you don't have a choice, but even then, you may not be able to. They may not be able to help you because it's what it is.
Sometimes the embassy said, "This what you said about America." They'll throw you under the bus too.
Because you see the situation right here. I don't even know the story, but I'll listen to the video. So whatever situation happened, it must have been real serious. So
it was very serious. Watch this video.
So more than likely, there's a spy around, and they heard the situation and they reported it.
I'll be wondering, how did they be busting people like that?
That's what I'm telling folks, man. You got spies everywhere.
How did you find that out? Watch this video.
That's what I'm saying to you. It's like when people are around running their mouth, people are listening to you and people are responding back. And these things are popular situations. In America, you may not be in that detriment of a situation. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure they get plenty of, in their fake free speech policy, they get plenty of people saying crazy stuff about Biden. I can't even imagine the amount of stuff that they send to us, to the White House, the nasty mails and things like that. But and they'll just, okay, this person's an idiot and so on. But in certain countries, people take it serious. I mean, I was in the Gambia and they was telling me stories about, there was a special military unit. They used to go around, and whoever the snitches told on, they would go and get them. But nevertheless, family, enjoy your vacation, your holiday. Have a great time. Have plenty of Mai Tais and strawberry daiquiris and mojitos.
And keep your mouth shut.
Enjoy beautiful music and enjoy great food. And if you're a single man, enjoy a great date. And if you're single lady, enjoy your great date. And come back home to your family fine and in good health and wellness, and focus on what you're doing. And if you're there for business and investment, make sure you have credible people that you're working with, that you have a long track record. And even in that case, you hire somebody else to monitor that person. And that's what we're dealing with, family. We're dealing with a situation where where there's many people that we're gonna encounter that we cannot trust them. And you're gonna have, if you wanna see how things work in the different countries, reach out to an expert, because until you, family, we know what we're talking about. We didn't survive this long and still being dominant in this movement, from this not being serious. So, brother, let me see who else. See if anybody have any decent comments. So, family, please show some love. Show some super chat love. Posted the link, and put the comment in, and then we'll post the comment and read the comments. That's what we're talking about. Other than that, just looking for one or two comments. But if you're really serious about us discussing what you're talking about, add some cash to it. All right, so Carla, on that note, man, let me just play this video and we can talk about it.
a landmark verdict, a Ghanaian court delivered a sentence on Wednesday that has reverberations across the nation's political landscape. 6 individuals, including 3 soldiers, were condemned to death by hanging for their purported roles in a plot that unfolded 3 years ago, allegedly aimed at overthrowing the government of Ghana. Before we dive into our topic today, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to our channels and ringing the bell to be notified about all our exciting future videos. Following their conviction on counts of conspiracy to commit high treason and committing high treason, 6 individuals, including 3 soldiers, faced a decisive outcome in the High Court. The verdict, delivered on Wednesday, sentenced these 6 Ghanaians to death by hanging for their alleged participation in a plot dating back 3 years to overthrow the government. The arrest of these individuals during weapon testing at an old shooting range in Accra and subsequent intelligence gathered through telephone taps revealed their connection to a blacksmith shop, where the weapons used in the purported plot were ordered and manufactured, as detailed in court documents. The 6 individuals, which include 3 soldiers, namely Donia Kafui, also known as Ezer, a blacksmith, and Bright Allen Deborah Ofosu, a fleet manager, have been convicted on charges of conspiracy to commit treason and treason. Additionally, Johannes Zitby, a civilian employee of the Ghana Armed Forces, was found guilty of conspiracy to commit high treason. Despite pleading not guilty during the trial, the court rendered the verdict based on their alleged involvement in these serious charges. However, a high court acquitted Police Chief Benjamin Agorjo, Army Officer Colonel Samuel Kodzo Gameli, and another junior military officer, Corporal Saidu Abubakar. The legal action stemmed from a 2019 incident when 10 individuals were apprehended during a police operation at the Citadel Hospital, implicating them in an alleged scheme to undermine the stability of the country. The prosecution's case included testimony from 13 witnesses, including members of the Ghana Armed Forces. In 2019, Ghana's government announced the prevention of a coup attempt that led to the arrest of 3 suspects, Frederick Yao Macpalm, Azor Kafui, and Bright Allen Deborah Ofosu. However, skepticism emerged among analysts and citizens regarding the severity of the incident. The Minister of Information, Kojo Apong Nkrumah, released a statement asserting that the government had thwarted an intricate plot aimed at the presidency, intending to destabilize the country. The announcement came after 15 months of surveillance on the main suspects and their associates. Nkrumah also detailed the weapons discovered, including 6 pistols, 3 smoke grenades, 22 improvised explosive devices, a long knife, 7 mobile phones, a modem, a voice recorder, and 2 iPads, among other items. Among those apprehended in 2019, the Ministry of Information revealed that a local weapons manufacturer and a medical doctor were included. The suspects were alleged to have established an organization named Take Action Ghana, intending to recruit and train young individuals to radicalize them against the government. On November 4, 2019, the Bureau of National Investigations arrested and detained Assistant Commissioner of Police Dr. Benjamin Agorjo about the alleged coup plot, for which several individuals were charged. He was reported to have connections to the purported coup plot aimed at destabilizing Ghana, with some individuals who were also facing treason charges in court at the time. He was accused of assisting the alleged mastermind of the coup plot, Dr. Frederick Yao Macpalm, and 8 other suspects, including military officers, all of whom faced charges of treason. Dr. Agorjo, along with another high-ranking police official, Commissioner of Police Mr. Nathan Kofi Bochi, were interrogated in connection with the case. During ACP Dr. Agorjo's interrogation, his lawyer, Mr. Martin Kabu, informed the media that the focus was primarily on his client's participation in a WhatsApp platform created by the 9 other accused individuals. On this platform, ACP Dr. Agorjo allegedly made statements suggesting that the prevailing conditions in Ghana were conducive to an Arab Spring-like uprising. Mr. Pebu mentioned that his client was confronted with messages where he purportedly advised group members planning a demonstration to obtain a police permit, and another message stating that Ghana has conditions similar to the Arab Spring. The prosecution, led by Ghana's Attorney General Godfred Yebodame, praised the trial's outcome. It is a significant judgment because the Constitution of Ghana, as the fundamental law of the country, which has sustained the stability of the nation, frowns seriously upon any attempt to overthrow a government, and that is why that offense, treason, is punishable by death, Dame explained to the media. This marks the first treason trial in Ghana since 1963, when the first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, was overthrown. The country's last execution under the death penalty occurred in 1992, coinciding with the return to constitutional rule. The recent verdict comes amid increased security concerns in the country, which has enjoyed stable democracy since 1992, while the broader region has witnessed a series of coups in recent years. So, what do you think of our video? What are your opinions on the sentencing of 6 individuals to death for their involvement in the Ghana coup plot? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And as always, subscribe to the New Africa channel for more exciting future videos.
Hello, Genesis, brother man, what is going on? Volatile West Africa. So that is a lot of information, and the fact that these guys on WhatsApp and these
I was about to beat me to it, right?
All these literally
WhatsApp.
All of these technical devices, evidence all day long. Your phone, your computers, all that stuff. You planning any of those things? You put any of that stuff on there? These guys are the Minister of Information, so they're gonna recruit snitches. They're gonna recruit spies. They're gonna put things in place. So, so if you're traveling and connecting in any of these countries that we go into, keep away from people like that. That's not your job. That's not our diplomatic connection in Africa to get involved with what's going on with certain governments and things like that. It's just the wrong move as a people. And sad stuff, man. But based on all the things, I mean, think about all the countries around Ghana and all the things that's going on. So,
that was 3 years ago. I think that was happening because of COVID, right? The situation had gotten so bad over there because of COVID.
Yes, I do remember that. That was 3 years ago. Yeah, 2021.
That was the aftermath of the COVID and stuff like that. And people were like, oh yeah, we're gonna overthrow and all stuff like this. But you start talking.
I mean, that was a rough time for all governments and things. But I'm telling you, just like you saw the situation in Sierra Leone, people have these plans, and the first thing the government is going to do, and like I'm sure in Sierra Leone, once they snatch them up, they just get rid of them individual, and they'll torture you so much you're snitching on people.
Yeah.
And they say they interrogated them. I can imagine what they did. And these are some of these high-ranking people also.
Yeah. Can you imagine being integrity over there? What they do to you?
Yes.
Waterboarding over here. But imagine what they do to you over there.
All of these human rights and things like that is out the window when it comes to Africa, and you snitching and you literally just trying to overthrow governments and you try to create civil unrest. So that's it right there. So our region of West Africa. So the one thing I can say is, none of these things you've heard from Liberia in the last few years. So we have to look at stability and, as bad as it's been.
Well, I just hope in Liberia they don't go soft, because it could happen over there too. People get emboldened and whatnot. They don't like the outcome, and next thing you know, they start plotting and everything like that. But it can happen any place. If people feel emboldened. That's why I say, don't get involved in politics in the country.
WhatsApp group where one person is in there. Snitch for the whole group, and he's like encouraging you to talk about the crazy stuff, and next you're getting reported. These folks can't be serious, bro.
you got a WhatsApp group talking about overthrowing the government, and that's insane, man. The fun never ends, man.
Yes, fun never ends. Let's see if we have some good energy in the chat. they saw what happened in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Exactly. So Intel, so the good thing is, they had their eyes out, because some countries just you just think you're the man. Or I'm the man in the country, and everybody loves it. There's no government in the world that everybody loves.
Yeah, and also, and remember, some of those countries, that was the military who did that, right? These were just individuals trying to, cause stuff like that, in those other countries, the military just said, we're just taking over. That's it, There's nothing that really a civilian government could do. These were civilians basically trying to do a coup. That's almost like impossible. I heard the current president's father involved with the Nkrumah's coup. Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, a lot of people was involved in that situation, and I think they're all shamed of that situation because they had a great momentum, and it's not like the people who overthrew the country made the country any better or did anything better for the people. But
the thing is, though, okay, everybody's like, don't like this guy Adu, but he's a friggin' president. He's a president. He's a head of state.
Sometimes you just have to work with whoever is in office, it's the same thing as we're dealing with whatever the situation is.
If they don't like him, then what they could do is the next election, you vote him out. It's simple.
It's supposed to be that simple, but people tend to to bring it on themselves.
So that's what my advice to you is. All these people. That's probably a message that's going to send to all those people over there running their mouth and talking all this nonsense and everything. I tell people, so you go to the continent, keep your mouth shut. I'm over there, I don't say nothing. I don't get involved.
We have bigger focus and things to work on.
Yeah, I don't understand why West Africans can't provide the basic, because there's no money. Don't you think they want everybody to have all the basic stuff and whatnot? There is no money. Let me finish reading the comment. I know you hate when I do that. For people over there, men need to get up and build. That's easier said than done. You have to have a centralized plan thing, You can't just say, okay, let's just start building. If it was that easy, they would have done it, You still got people still suffering from the legacy of colonialism and, and debt and all the stuff like this. And so it's not easy, It's not easy. People thought this colonialism thing was a joke and everything. The West still takes most of the wealth out of Africa, in the terms of credit, giving credit back and everything like that. I like Senegal. A couple of years ago, you know what they did? They got rid of one of their chambers of their parliament, Congress, to save money. They said, "Why do we need two chambers? Just have one chamber." So that cut down on cut down on a lot of costs and everything. I think African countries are trying to model their countries after Western countries. They should look to Asia as a better model for development. Expand vertically. Centralized planned communities and everything. We don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You want to basically live off the grid and expand outside. Instead of people coming together, live in pretty densely populated areas where development is cheaper. Can you put that last comment back up? Bomani, I want to read that. Was that the one?
Yes.
The bigger somebody had my name in the comment, So there was a comment before that. It says your comment. Yeah, Kawa. Genesis, what is your think of South African businesses? That's another problem, right? But like I said,
you try to read the comment. We're not watching and listening.
Where's your take on South Africa's business Israel? She needs to worry about the boards in the country before anything. Yeah, and not only that, South Africa is a country. It's not a nation. It's a country. So you have all these different nations there, different languages and stuff like that. The boards are there. They're going to be there. There's nothing they can do about it. Wars have consequences. When the Boers defeated Zulus in Blood River and everything, that solidified the fact that they're going to be there forever. Wars have consequences. Blood on the soil. So how do they build a multi racial society, and live in peace. Now, South Africa, as far as Israel is concerned, I think South Africa is trying to parallel its struggle with the Hamas with the what they went through with the apartheid. It's not the same thing. But the thing is, though, there's a lot. Hamas is worth billions of dollars. So we don't know if Hamas is actually paying Julius Malema off and whatnot, because everywhere he goes, right, when given a platform to talk about Pan-Africanism, right, what does he do? He starts talking about what's going on in Israel. He has not addressed what's going on in Cameroon, the slaughter that's going on in Cameroon. He has not talked about what's going on in Central African Republic. He has not talked about the carnage and exploitation in Equatorial Guinea. He has not talked about any of those places, right? But he's basically fixated on the Gaza. Now, the Hamas started a war with Israel. Israel's going to finish that war, And if, like I said, if you can't beat somebody, you don't pick a fight, you can't win. So I'm saying to myself, Black people have a golden opportunity to say, this is not our fight, what do we do? At the same time, he supports Russia in Ukraine. So how can you basically say Israel's picking on the Palestinians, but yet you support the Russians going into Ukraine? It's
what the Russians are doing is that's confusing, right there. How can you support one side and then support the opposite side that's doing the same? So aren't the Ukrainians being oppressed by a bigger power?
Yeah,
I mean, that's the same thing he's talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also China is silent.
But on this side, he chose the opposite side.
Yeah, so and also China is threatening Taiwan. Complete silence. You would think African countries like Taiwan is a good country and everything like that. China's making moves. They're gonna try to invade Taiwan while Biden's in office. No one's saying anything about China and its provocation with Taiwan. Taiwan's like, leave us the fuck alone. We don't want to be part of your communist government or not. They consider Taiwan a rebellious province,
Rebellious province.
Taiwan's like, we wish we could take Taiwan and relocate it in the Atlantic somewhere to get away from China, But Julius Malema's not saying anything about that. So that's what I said. We have to be careful about all these people that we put up there. Juju Malema, this guy's a freaking clown. Please. Stop it, folks.
Call you too critical about everyone. So, but
I have to be, man.
Your words. Tell them who you are again. You got to reintroduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm the culture critic and geopolitical pundit. Don't even call me a Pan-Africanist, right? I'm a culture critic and geopolitical pundit. Now some of my cultural critique favors Pan-Africanism, right? I'm pro African American culture, history, and everything like that. I think we should preserve who we are as an identity and everything. I'm also a Pan-African. I think that works in many ways too. I also believe Black people have a right to be a part of America, integrated as America, a pluralistic American society too. That's what I mean by culture critic. I'll criticize everything. I'll give credit for what credit is due. And I'm a geopolitical pundit. I study geopolitics.
The things you're saying about Umar Johnson and Julius Malema and Dr. Arikana is not hating. It's just you doing critique.
I'm a culture critic, I'm a culture critic. If you're out there in the culture, my job is to critique you. I'm the culture critic. That's what I do. I talk about the current state of Black music, Black art, and Black entertainment. Like that, I'm a culture critic. That's what I do. That's my claim to fame. I'm a culture critic. And I'm a geopolitical pundit, right? Because I was the first Black person on Blog Talk Radio 16 years ago that talked about geopolitics, and everybody's an expert on Africa now, talk about Africa. I was the only one when we did my shows and whatnot, halfway, an hour into my show, I started talking about what's going on in the continent. Everybody like, why are we talking about Africa? We're in America, right? Because I'm a geopolitical pundit, right? I'll tell you, this is what's going on with Nigeria. This is what's going on in Kenya. This is going on this and that. And gradually people started coming back to the show, doing their own homework. Oh yeah, you said this about this. And and the conversation about what's going on in Kenya and all these countries at the time, how it relates to what we're going through in America. You know, I was called a geopolitical pundit. I talked about what was going on in Europe, what's going on in every place. You know, geopolitics. You know, I didn't just basically limit myself. So back then, everything was Obama, 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 Obama. You know, Democrats, Republicans, Democrats, Republicans, Obama, Obama. Okay, I talk about that, right? But I veer off and talk about what's going on in Zimbabwe. You know, what's going on with the ANC. You know, I'll talk about what's going on in Angola, what's going on in Mozambique. You know, what's going on in Nigeria. You know, I educated a lot of people on what's going on in the history of Nigeria. You know, I talked about Liberia. You know, I talked about all these countries and everything, getting people familiar out, making it normal to talk about things outside of what the mainstream media. The mainstream media, right, as far as Black people are concerned, don't talk about Africa. They don't talk about anything outside of the 50 states of America. You know, so I said I want to do a show where when we come to the show, we're not just pigeonholed to the 50 states and Chicago, New York, LA, and everything. That's not our limit. We also are part of the Black world. I want to talk about what's going on in the Caribbean, what's going on in Central and South America. That's what's called being a geopolitical pundit. You know, and then people just start calling me a Pan-Africanist. Hey, I'm a Pan-Africanist, you know. But I'm a culture critic, a geopolitical pundit, right? Who leans towards African nationalism and Pan-Africanism. You know? So that's what I am.
Break it down, Kyla. Open up these getting some lessons from what you're talking about. 5-point wait, why you on my what the hell?
Who's 5 points?
That means in his wild comments, man. Us. I'm not sure what he means. That means you gotta clarify yourself, brother. We're not sure what you're talking about.
So I like I said, the bottom line, I see the world. I don't see just, you know, in the United States, because what goes on in the world affects all of us, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the I'm not sure if I'm sure you called you.
Okay, you say Ty Brown, this clown, talking about what is culture, right? Culture is not something you even think about. Culture is something that you automatically do.
It's a way. It's a way of life. A way of your movements.
For example, right, Ty Brown. I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? You probably live in a crime-infested area, right? Gun shooting every day, and everybody's homeless and everything, but you won't do anything about it, right? Because the culture says that we cannot snitch on a brother because that's wrong, right? The police are bad in our community and whatnot, you know, and we gotta let Ray and Pookie, you know, run rampant shock in the community and whatnot. That's part of the culture, you know. We accept certain things as part of the culture. Culture is something that you really can't control. Why do we do it? We don't know. Why do we do certain things?
About the good stuff in our culture, brother. Why you always lead with the negative?
Well, I do talk about the good stuff in our culture.
Well, talk about it now. Then you always talk about that.
But Knack easy, right?
That's what he does. He breaks it down. That's the college genesis.
And not only that, right? I talked about earlier. And let me ask you a question, Mr. Knack Measy. And I'm not trying to sound greasy or nothing like that, but Knack, you know I love you. But the bottom line is this: Walgreens and Walmart are shutting down in Black communities all across America. What is your solution for that?
Well, what does that have to do with Black people?
Oh, come on. I said in the Black communities, they're shutting down in Chicago.
The Black community.
Oh, yeah, the Black community, they're shutting down. They ain't shutting down the white communities, right? They're shutting down the Black community. Black people complaining, we ain't gonna have no groceries, we ain't gonna have no jobs. But yet everybody, no one says anything when we turn our back to crime and everything in the Black community. That's part of our culture. We don't know how to speak about crime right now, but we'll speak about police brutality. That's a part of our culture.
So Black Americans don't speak out on crime?
No.
So they don't have Mothers Against Gun Violence?
Like, that doesn't mean anything. I'm talking about
Wait,
black men.
wait. You said that we don't speak out against
No,
crime.
we don't. No, we don't.
Wait, but I'm literally telling you, Mothers Against Gun Violence. There's also numerous groups that speak out against crime in the community and hold out people accountable and say that stop the violence, the stuff that gotta stop. But you talk about stop snitching.
We've been saying stop the violence, all that. Has it done anything? Have you seen Philadelphia lately?
Well, have you seen Northern Nigeria lately?
I don't live in Northern Nigeria.
Do you live in Northern Philadelphia?
No, I'm saying that. Hold on. You said that, okay, there's no. What you're saying is there's no problem in our communities.
I never said that.
There's
you
serious
said that. No, wait, hold on, brother. See, now you're gonna start cooking yourself. You said that black people don't speak out against crime.
No, we don't.
And wait, hold on. And you're saying it again. And I gave you an organization called Mothers Against
you can have an organization. Anybody can have an organization. That don't mean it's going to be effective.
No, wait. Now you're changing the goalpost to its effectiveness. You said we don't speak out.
If it's not effective,
you said we don't speak out.
You said we don't speak out. It doesn't do anything.
So now, will you correct yourself and say that we do speak out, but it's not effective? Let me put
it like this.
Wait. Will you say that we do speak out, but it's not effective?
No, I'm gonna say how we act on the crime in our community is that you can speak out all you want.
You stated that we don't speak out, and that's wrong.
Hold on. If you say we speak out about crime, you say we speak about crime, and then black people are talking about we need to defund the police and we need to do all stuff like this. And crime is
it's not only black people that say that, though.
Oh yeah, you know why?
Most of those
black people don't even have control of their own mind because it's white liberals.
You're not going to bully me,
That's nonsense.
No, you're not going to bully me. I'm going to hold you on the square that you said that we don't speak out against crime. You said we don't, and that's not true. That's not true.
Oh, I mean, he's not saying that there's no representation. I mean, you do have black organizations, but
they get no shine.
Fundamentals of the certain things being effective.
Again, dear brother Bomani wants to save this bumbling fool because he always gets himself.
Why? See, when you got a result to insults, you already lost. You know,
no. Because see, when you avoid the truth,
without insulting,
when you avoid the truth, and you talk over people, then this is what you get.
You're lying.
You're literally lying.
Let me answer this question.
Let me see what our brother Jankra, what's your opinion on this as far as the crime and violence in our society, in our communities? And do we Kyla, run it back one more time.
Okay, the thing is this. Although we talk about crime, black people talk about crime every day in the barbershop, everything like that. But the thing that moves black America, how we vote, how we pick our politicians, the culture we listen to and everything like that, says another story. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, that's not what you said. So if you're fixing your statement,
that's where
anybody who knows me, you're cutting me off. I listen to you. I listen to you. Now you won't listen to me.
Go ahead.
You said black people don't speak out against crime, and then you stood 10 toes down on it 3 or 4 times. Now you're amending what you said. Hold on. Now you're amending what you said. As long as we can get the amendment on the record. Now you're changing it to now we speak out, but it's not effective. Now that's a better conversation.
Okay, let me put it to you like this.
You see how that works? You see how that works?
Let me put it to you like this, right? We talk about crime. No sane black person likes crime in the community, right? But same thing, speaking out about the crime, right? And then actually basically having an agenda that says this, because we don't have any power over the context of our reality. We don't control who lives in our neighborhoods. We don't control the courts. When, as a matter of fact, I looked at a story years ago, right? How crime started in South Central Los Angeles, right? And the guy said this is a peaceful neighborhood and everything. Black people were happy, right? And what happened was this: it was summer of 1984, right? I'm not trying to be long-winded. I'm gonna just make my point and be quiet. It's summer '84, right? These guys had went into a house, right? and they had killed somebody, right? Gutted the people, killed somebody, right? So anyway, the people said, okay, we're gonna wait, and they expected the police to be arrested and everything. Then weeks went by, and there were no arrests made. And so people were like, what's going on here? Then next thing you know, people start arming themselves, right? And next thing you know, gangs start. You look at as any people start the Bloods and the Crips, they'll tell you we just started to protect ourselves. People they will hear about drive-by shootings at night, whatnot, and the police don't make any arrests, and the same people on the streets and everything, and it basically escalated to that point. Don't mean the people didn't care about crime. It's just that we didn't have the context of the reality to do that, because we don't control the police. If we were serious about our crime in our community right now, we control the police, we control the courts, we control the prosecution. We're like this. Look at the prosecution in Fulton County, Georgia, right? She's more interested in prosecuting Trump, and Fulton County, Georgia is a freaking war zone right now. That's what I'm talking about. Fulton County, Georgia is a war zone. Now they're just now getting tough with that YGK, whatever like that, the Young Thug and everything like that. It's a little too late. Bankhead, Atlanta, and whatnot. All these areas are war zones because we have black people that are police chiefs, prosecutors, also like that, right? And they're completely ineffective because they think that if they go after the black criminals and whatnot, you're basically siding with racism, white supremacy. That's a mentality in our culture, and that's the truth.
No, that's one part of a ideology in our culture. It's multifaceted, but you come and you try to blanketly say that black people don't speak out on crime. I proved that was wrong. Wait, hold on. I proved that was wrong. Totally wrong. There are black people that speak out about crime. And now you go to the black people in the justice system and the police. You have to be part of the problem.
That crime is a problem.
And now this fucking guy wants to cut me off again. Why are you doing this? When you speak, I let you finish. So a part of the problem is your lack of discipline, Carla. So you have something to say, go on, because I don't want you to keep cutting me off all day.
No, I mean, go ahead and finish. I was going to say, can we agree that crime is a problem in the community?
Absolutely. Wait. Crime is definitely a part of our community, and it's overrepresented. Now, that when I say overrepresented, there's, in my opinion, there's too much crime in many of our communities. Now, that's something that we can agree on. So once we agree on a statement that's closer to fact, and we can back it up with statistics, rather than making a statement to try to paint Black Americans as a group that don't care about crime in their community, it's a better starting point.
Okay, well, I don't think if I came across like that, I'm trying to paint other. I'm Black in America. I surely don't agree with crime. Everybody I talk to don't agree with crime. So I know I didn't mean it. I didn't mean that. Well, you took it that way, but I didn't mean it like that.
No, you stood on it 3 times, brother.
I said we do not care enough about crime. Let me put it like this: we don't care about enough about crime.
You just inserted enough.
Because I would think that if we agree that crime's a problem, let's build on that, right? But you want to nitpick about every little.
No, it's not nitpicking, brother, because words matter. You said black people don't care about crime.
Let me put it like this.
You said black people don't care enough
about crime. We don't care enough about crime to make it number one. You know something?
Now it's being amended. Now that's a good play. That's a good starting point. Amend your comment, and I gave you the out to amend your comment when I first came up here.
And let me ask you a question. A couple of years ago, they asked Black America, "What's the number one thing concerning you in the community in Black America?" Right? It wasn't economics. It wasn't jobs. It wasn't anything. They said crime and violence is the number one thing, right? But that was a poll, right? That poll didn't go viral. That poll is not talked about on YouTube and social media and the Black media, right? They basically everything is police brutality, racism, white supremacy, race soldiers, Karens, and all this kind of stuff like that. Black people want to talk about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whatnot, and they don't want to tell us the same thing. And then I said the question, right? Walmart is closing down in major black cities, which is going to hurt a lot of black people. Walgreens, older people are not going to be able to get their medication, right? Because they made a corporate decision. Now, black people, on the other hand, say we hate capitalism, right? We hate big pharma. We hate all stuff like this. Okay, you hate
so
big
black
pharma.
people hate capitalism.
Jankro, what do you think about capitalism?
No, wait. Don't reach out for a life raft. Don't reach out for a life raft.
I would say
I want you to stand on that. Black people don't like capitalism. So you make these blanket statements that make no sense. But let's see what Janko had to say.
Yeah, Janko, welcome
capitalism, yes, my brother, greetings. Rome was freezing me out, but capitalism can work. It can work. It's runaway capitalism is the problem. It's unbridled capitalism, what I'm saying, is the problem. But capitalism as an economic model can work if it's capped, However, on the issue of crime, you see, crime, they say crime doesn't pay, but that's a lie. Crime does pay in the black community. The police get paid, the court officer get paid, the lawyer get paid, the judge. I mean, it's an entire industry that's built on crime. So if crime was to go away today, a lot of people would be on the cheese line. So crime is a necessity in the black community. And then the system create the conditions that cause crime. And then what they do, they point to you and say, see how they're acting? See, they are criminals, when it's the system itself that create the conditions that cause crime. Now, I live in Memphis, Tennessee, okay? A community that's predominantly 70% black. Over 700 million black folks live in Memphis, okay? Yet still, we only control 0.02% of the economy, okay? Less than, 1%, less than a whole, you're not even dealing with a whole number. So those conditions are going to cause crime. You see? And then what they do, when they send these young men to jail, the system bail them out. And then they come back and repeat. A lot of these are repeat offenders. You see? So the system release the criminal back into the community, and then we don't have an internal corrective force to deal with these knuckleheads. So I'm saying, so they run amok in our community. So yes, what I'm saying, they create the conditions that cause crime and then label us and say, you see, they are criminals. They don't know how to act. They don't know this. So it's an entire industry. It's a system that's built. We have a DNA here in Memphis that just keep releasing these people back out in the street. Some of them have some of them commit crime while they're on bail. See, the bail's bondsman, he make money. The lawyers make money. The prosecutor make money. So it's all a vicious cycle. And then, we are out of our minds that help to compound the problem because we are filled with self-hatred, so, it's just a cycle that keep repeating itself. And we're not going to solve our problem here. We're not going to solve our problem in this environment here.
Well, tell us where we're going to solve it at, because I wanted to add to that, and before you continue, what you're talking about is what Amos Wilson just breaks down, especially when he's talking about the criminal system and he's talking about corporate economics. He's talking about problems and solution. I mean, I still just feel like he's one of the greatest, greatest minds of our times, and just very underappreciated. The book Blueprint for Black Power. which is a real good case study for the things that we're talking about.
Yes, you are correct. You are definitely correct. You know, it's a vicious cycle. We have to, and if you try to correct it, the system will come down on you. You see? So we have to remove, Marcus Garvey said he has a little section in his book called The Aptitude of the Negro to Disobey Orders Coming from Himself. And what he said you have to remove these people and put them in an environment of their own where they will be forced. You see, he didn't say you're going to talk to them nice. He said you're going to have to force our people to do the right thing, because this system here rewards bad behavior. You get rewarded for being bad. You do wrong. I got something for you. I pat you on here. Yeah, you good job. Go there and kill some more. See, they reward bad behavior. So we're not gonna correct our problem in this society. 500 years is long enough to know. If there was, I keep saying it.
This way you can tell us how we're gonna solve these problems, and then I just want to hear from Not Measy on your response.
You got to be in a different environment, and I mean, we have a myriad of problems. We have problems here, we have problems on the continent, you know what I'm saying, but I think our best effort should be on the continent with the larger mass majority of the population, you know what I'm saying? And then
can you elaborate more?
America. Huh? Repeat.
No, I'm trying to get you to elaborate more, and then we're going to see, get a feedback from Not Measy in reference to that. As far as the problems that we have and how do we solve it? Do we solve it by doing what Kala talk about and myself talk about, building an Afrikstan or building communities, towns, in other places, or do we solve it by working with the system here? So just trying to get some response.
I doubt we're gonna do it in this system. I doubt we're gonna do it in this system, because we have made so many efforts to do it in this system. We have made a lot of efforts to do it in the system, and what happened? They destroy it. We had Wall Street, Black Wall Street. We had thriving towns. What they did, they came in and destroyed it. You see, they said, look, you ain't gonna build no black empire here. You see, they're not gonna let the enslaved to come and build nothing here. No, we got to get out of this environment and go into our own environment where we can have some control over our people. Because here, you can't regulate these people, man. They go to the man. You try to regulate them, they go to the man. Some of us can't even regulate our own house.
Brother, appreciate the feedback. Janko, before you continue, that way we just we keep it short. Not Measy, you heard his response as we talk about problems and solutions. Now, what do you feel about that? My brother's saying that we're gonna have to do it in Africa.
That we're gonna have to do it in Africa?
Yes, I think that was his main point. And
I think his point was a lot deeper than that. And before I could even get to where he was and get to the solution, we had to get to the root of the issue. But before we got to the root of the issue, I had to get to the blanket statement, which was incorrect, that Black people don't speak out on crime. Too many organizations, too many narratives out there, too many discussions and studies on the condition and how do we stop criminality in the Black community. So that's what I had to deal with first. So now to deal with Brother Janko's point, I think I'm coming from more of an accountability standpoint, which probably falls more in line with Kala's thinking, and also recognizing the source of a lot of these problems, which is, yes, there's a prison industrial complex. We've seen judges get locked up because they were sending young black men to jail for profit. You know, there's other social ills that are responsible in the community. You know, but at the same time, we do have people in the community that are working against that, like the Black Church, like the Masjid, like community groups in the community. So I don't blame it all on the system, because at a certain point we have to take responsibility for the ills that we as black men primarily allowed to take place in our community. So yeah, the white man started it. Black men have to finish it with the support of our black women. So so that's where I agree and have a different spin on what Jankro said. You have to recognize the cause of the issue and not just blame it blanketly on black people with a statement that we don't care or speak about crime, which really is a statement testing or questioning our morality, as if we are a people who just embrace crime. That's not the case. Now, to the Africa standpoint, before we get to Africa, because when the brother Jankro started speaking, I noticed he didn't get cut off, right? And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that he has an accent and that he comes from Jamaica. But no one ever wants to talk about the problems in Jamaica. No one ever wants to talk about the problems in the Caribbean that are similar to the problems in Black America. Gun violence in Jamaica is rampant. But y'all don't talk about that. Y'all want to, Kala specifically, wants to always lay it at the doorsteps of Black America. And he's a Black American with a Jamaican host who never talk about Jamaica. So what it is, it's shots being taken at Black Americans from people who fled their country in Jamaica to live amongst Black Americans. And then say that we can't do it. We tried it. We had Black Wall Street. No, Jamaicans didn't have Black Wall Street. Black Americans had Black Wall Street. Jamaicans had a great in Marcus Garvey, but they didn't listen to Marcus Garvey, so he came to America. So if you're going to talk that, oh, well, we can't do it here, say that in the context of Jamaica. And what did you do? You fled Jamaica to come to America, to a place where now you're saying is not good, and now you got to go to Africa. When are you going to stop and fight and fix instead of flee? Because you're going to understand that when you go to the continent, there are also issues that we don't deal with in America. There's gun violence on the continent as well. Robberies, what they AKA banditry, is rampant in Nigeria. Pooping on the beach is rampant in some of these West African countries. They're dying a lot younger than we are in America. So when you look at the grass is greener always over there, and you don't appreciate the grass that you're standing on, but then claim that you're a proud Black American, I call cap.
Well, not me appreciate your feedback. Unfortunately, Junko is not on here, but our show primarily deals with us in the Americas, which includes all of this area, but the primary part of America is here in beautiful North America. And yeah, I wish the brother was here to give you his feedback also. But unfortunately, that's how it is sometimes. You move from one place to the next. I'm good in America, but my expansion is absolutely to get a piece of the future in Africa. And some people may look at things as fleeing and things like that. I believe you get set up and you make your situations work. I think we have done a lot here in America to make certain things work, but I do see the need to where we do need to bring on some more energies and connect with people. So I'm always saying, man, for those who just love the energy in America, let's work together to make some things happen for Black people in America. And for those who are with me on international grounds on trying to painfully make that work in Africa, join me. So I speak on two fronts. So I'm always open to connecting with brothers like yourself here, because my family is here, and this has been a blessing and a beautiful energy. And But yeah, I really want the Junker. I really would love for you to come back on so you could address the one point that I can't address with Namizi, because that's your opinion, my brother. So Namizi, how about once you get back on, you address him with that one. But
yeah, we can do that. I think the brother might. I look. I agreed with much of his points. But I don't try to, hijack other people's movements with the
right.
we. I'm not French. So what the Maroons did in Jamaica, I don't have nothing to do with that. They did that. What my people did in America, he had nothing to do with that. We did that. So you have to be very careful when you're in somebody else's house, how you speak about their ancestors and how you speak about the descendants of those ancestors in Jamaica when you try to juxtapose it to Africa. Has he done business in Africa? Has he lived in Africa?
More likely he hasn't made it to Africa, which we have a lot of aspiring Pan-Africanists that want to go to Africa. And I've been trying to get a lot of them there little by little to join the fight and the work. But I've never heard
a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed Pan-African who thinks Africa is the answer, doesn't appreciate what's happening in America, but comes from Jamaica. These are the ones that we have issues with. If I went to Jamaica, like I have family in Curacao, thanks to my beautiful wife, right? I don't go to Curacao criticizing people from Curacao. Where can we work? Where can we work? Imagine if I moved to her country talking crap about the people there. For that, I should just stay in America. If you don't like America, take your ass back to whatever country you came from. And if you're a Black American and you don't like America and you don't see anything positive in being a Black American and you always start with the negative, we don't do that. You make untrue blanket statements about our people to push a narrative that is similar to a white supremacist narrative and talking points, Kala. Then you should pack up and go to Africa. Go to Africa. Leave. Right. Just leave. You think that Black Americans are morally corrupt. We don't care about crime, so leave them. Go to Africa.
Not me. The same thing Kala said about what he said about the things that goes on. I mean, it's a similar situation basically everywhere else. We're talking about when you look at all of the Black countries. One thing that we do have is this crime is a serious situation. I was in South Africa earlier this month, and it gets a little wild down there. So you have to really so you compare the crime there to, for example, Jamaica, then you compare that to here on the East Coast or whatever, and it's similar situations as us as a people. Unfortunate sometimes, since all of us live in America, we use America as the example. But yeah, crime is a serious issue in Jamaica, and things that the gangsters may let you get away with here, they won't let you get away in Jamaica. You end up you end up 6 feet deep for certain simple things of basic disrespect.
Like what? Like what?
It's a and then without getting into details.
Of course, you don't want to get into details about your own country.
But I'm explaining to you that the crime is serious. It's serious. I mean, wherever we are as a people. Especially when you look a certain place, but at the same time too, we as a people literally have to, we're not. I think on the point that Kala was saying, you see the situation going on in your town, in your community, but everyone is scared of the gangsters. They're scared of the certain people. So a lot of times people, may not be quick to this report because by the time you're reporting something, next thing you're reporting the information to a snitch. Next thing your house is on fire and you're getting shot up. So
right.
These are the serious things that we have, just in general. And you mentioned northern Nigeria. I've never been to Nigeria, but it's probably somewhere where that I don't plan on going to no time soon, because when you come from a certain environment like that, you know what you're going to. And that's so, and then plus most Nigerians that I've talked to have warned me about certain situations. So we do have crime as a serious situation of and I just mentioned three different parts of the world, here in America, here in Jamaica, and here in Nigeria. But what do we do? Sometimes the people that we're dependent on, whether it's our government or whether it's law enforcement, sometimes they're playing a dual part in the situation, and it's a little tricky. So yes, I'm with you. Fleeing is never the solution, because you flee from one struggle with then you go to another. Like example, if we all decide just to get up and move to Africa, then we have a whole world of problems on ourselves. And that's why me and my good brother are here, and we're trying to figure things out so we can make successful moves on the continent and build these relationships. So yeah, we do talk about problems, but ultimately the goal is to find the solutions to where we can just really just get this thing worked out, because none of us want to see our generation raise up to where we have to deal with the worst of the worst. And again, I was just came back from South Africa, and as rich and beautiful as that country is, they have a serious issue with homelessness and crime.
Now, okay, I want to respond directly to you, Bomani. And when you speak, brother, this is what I'm saying. You don't make blanket statements. You understand that what affects the Black community in America affects the Black community in Africa, in the Caribbean, and on the continent. All those places that I name have a portion of the population that speak out against crime. One thing that you mentioned is the fear that some people have by maybe going to the police, who may be anti-Black or paint everyone in that community as a criminal, and also reprisals from the same criminals.
Yes, brother.
So that fear has to be mentioned in the statement. When, okay, maybe some people don't speak because they're afraid of getting their house shot up.
Yeah,
and
brother.
if they can't catch their house, maybe they'll get their grandparents' house, like young Brazy from Alabama. His grandparents were burnt in their sleep because they couldn't get him. That's why some people are afraid to speak out, but there's not a Black country or community where people in that community don't speak out against crime. And to say that they don't is not true. It's a statement left unchecked will leave the cloud of immorality and being a people of not caring about crime and social issues above the Black community's head.
Can I get in here for a second? See,
absolutely, Kala. But I just want to place this comment up real quick so you and not music can see. Nigeria is not that bad like people think it is, and so I'm explaining to people, like when you talk about South Africa, Nigeria, Jamaica, those represent popular Black nations, and they have serious crime issues. Just like we talk about the communities that are predominantly Black. So it's a combination of where we have to look at. We have a high percentage of impoverished people living together, and that just going to breed crime. And but yeah, nevertheless, go ahead, Kala.
That's a problem. Here's the thing, issue I have, right? Other people basically understand one thing. When you say you're part of a civilization, right, a culture, and you say this is your country and everything like that, right? That means that you control the context of your reality, right? White people had no problem, right? When they thought Black people stole a watermelon, stringing them up, right, and burning the whole entire community to the ground to make their point. They had no point of if a judge or jailer got in the way of them or not, they'll drag the judge, the jailer, sheriff out the street and burn them alive too. That shows you that they're serious about the context of their reality. They're not going to sit there like victims and say, I'm scared. They're going to take action into their own hands, right? I asked a question. How is it that it's only like a small percentage of Black people that's committing all this stuff like this, but the majority of us are handcuffed by a system, right? You know why? Because the white people know the system backs them, what they do, whether it's against us, whether it's against, you see that what's going on in Texas right now. They're daring the Biden administration to come down there and do something about that border control. We're gonna take matters in our own hands, and we're gonna seal this border off. That's what I mean by having power. we black people in America, right, have no power. And we cannot sit here and say that. If we had the power of our reality, we controlled our destiny in America, or that, there probably wouldn't even be no Pan-African repatriation movement, right? But we understand that as long as we're in America, right, the white man, like Janko was saying, is going to make sure that 10% of our community is wrecking havoc. Is going to keep us all in. That's how they control us. They're not going to let us basically sit there and say, you know something, we're going to sit there and gather our guns up, right? Like the New Era Detroit. New Era Detroit is, those are real brothers out there. They patrol the community with guns, arms, everything like that. And they take it to the thugs and everything like that. And they make sure the community is safe. And the police get in the way, guess what? They're going to shoot it out with the police. That's what you do when you're serious about protecting and having a community. You know, there people talk when they listen to the people, say, we're going to go out there and do something. We don't have that in Black America, right? Because we're sitting there saying, oh, I talk about crime, I talk about this like that. And the thugs and everybody, they don't care. They know you're scared. They only care about the law enforcement and everything like that. If the fact of the matter, if they fear the white man more than they fear us, you got a problem. Any civilization, right? You go to any civilization that was built and everything like that. If you fear the guy outside more than you fear your people inside, you got a problem. The fact that the thug element, the criminal element don't fear us, have no fear of us, no respect for us, we have a serious problem. So talking is not enough. We have to do. We have to demonstrate. And that's why Black America is falling apart right now. The criminal element and everything like that, they make records and everything, debate, misogynize our women, telling us all the wrong stuff and everything. They have no fear of reprisals. They put the filth on the radio and all stuff like this. They have no fear whatsoever. No respect, no fear whatsoever. And the worst thing is they have no love for us. You know, I used to listen to Teddy Pendergrass, right? Teddy Pendergrass said one thing that touched me years ago. He said, look, he goes, I don't show a lot of videos of us sipping champagne and stuff like that. Same thing Muhammad Ali said the same thing. He goes, I know my people are suffering. The man had paid me. Why am I going to show up all this wealth in front of my people and whatnot when my people are suffering?
A good analysis, Khaled. I want to make sure I get Not Measy in here because I'm sure he has a response to you. But I want to appreciate the 3CP. Appreciate the super chat, love. You're not gonna solve. You're not gonna solve the problem by sending people to Africa. Africans trying to go to the West. That's always a great analysis, and I always want to put it in the context of. It's kind of like I travel around the world. One of the most prominent people I see is Indians, whether they're there in Jamaica dominating it, or they're in South Africa, or they're in Tanzania. One thing I see what they do is they make sure that wherever they go, they build a level of economics to where they're connecting back to their home nation, India, and some of them are working more in the world of corporate economics, and some are enterprising, and some, but they have that energy going, and that's the kind of energy I love to see us as a people. We're people that's beginning to get around to the world more and more, and we have to take advantage of the opportunities in the rest of the world to get business flowing. So I'm always telling the people that are pro about Black America, let's do it. Let's build something for us as a people, and let's get into the world of trade and the world of trade and investments with other Black nations. So people like myself, that's my goal. That's why since I've been here in America, I haven't stopped. I've been traveling to Africa for the last 20 years and been to many different countries, and just want to put the energy out there to make us more of a global network as a people. And I know many of us won't be able to travel outside the country, and some of us are not even interested, which is fine. But while you're here, tell us the game plan. I'm always telling people that, I've shared my game plan with everyone as far as us connecting international and us doing business, and same as Kala. So for those who are really about us, organizing in America, show the leadership, and never know. Me and Kala, I'm sure me and Kala is going to be the biggest supporter. But the thing of it is, I don't really see that movement, a momentum, and this conscious movement, Black Power movement, Pan-African movement. It's been it's been slowly dying in this country. So I don't know if I don't know, but just looking for answers from everyone and solutions. So not me, Z. Let me well, I got John before I get on. Let me know your response, because I'm sure you want to respond to some of the things Kala said.
I rather want to respond. I agree with a lot of what you said, brother. So I never come at people who are actually doing work. So salute to you and much success in your endeavors. But I do want to point out again the difference in tone with you and your co-host Kala. You tend to speak more inclusively. You speak life. You ask the questions. You ask for the work. Well, what if you want to stay here? What's the solution? What's your plan? That's a great starting point. A horrible starting point is to say that Black people don't care. Black people don't do anything. Because he said, Black people, the Black community, don't do anything. 5 seconds after he named a group called New Era that are literally doing what he said we don't do. You see, this is the hypocrisy. And I don't think it's conscious hypocrisy. I think that he doesn't think his sentence is true before he says them. And so when you talk about having, I guess, cleaning house, making sure that Pan-Africanism gets the respect that you guys think it deserves, part of the housekeeping has to be letting people speak who know what they're talking about. People who have emotional control, people who think about.
So you saying I don't know what I'm talking about?
Now, I'm not saying you personally at this point.
You just said I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me show you. I know what I'm talking about.
Let me finish. I said emotional control, and when I said that, then you cut me off.
Hey, but you hold on. You said you made an ad hominem attack.
You cut me off.
You made an ad hominem attack, and I'm just defending myself.
You're proving it right now. You're proving it right now.
No, I'm just making an ad hominem attack. Hold on. If you're attacking, look, bro.
The fact that
you're attacking my character, right? You can disagree with me all you want.
I'm attacking the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. Character. You don't know what you're talking about.
You're saying I'm being disingenuous, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I'll stand on it.
I said New Era Detroit one night as an example of that, but they don't get no support among the Black community.
And then you said that black people in America don't stand up to the bullies, and New Era literally stands up to the bullies.
They stand up or not, but not on the level that if they had the real support of the community, there'd be chapters all over the community. We have it like that, but it doesn't do that.
That's a different statement.
Because the narrative in Black America. Hold up, the narrative of Black America. The narrative of Black America. Well, I didn't know you was gonna make an ad hominem attack.
No, it's not ad hominem, brother. You just literally don't speak correctly.
Okay, let me tell you what I was going with.
He's saying that you have no control and you don't let people speak, and you want to get up to
what you're doing is
it's not an ad hominem. It's not an ad hominem. It's not an ad hominem, Kala.
You're trying to tone police
argue with me when I had the mic. Shows that you have no emotional control.
No, you don't.
And your talking points are
you said it this way. You said this way. When I said what you mean, man.
Your talking points are cookie cutter white supremacist talking points. You can contradict yourself within seconds. You said Black Americans don't care about crime. I showed you. Then you even yourself mentioned a group that's out on the streets in Detroit, New Era Detroit. And then you said Black Americans don't do that.
No, you're twisting what I'm saying.
No, see,
I said we don't care. We don't care enough about crime to do something about it. You can care about
they're doing something about it. So what you should have said is that there should be more.
That's not Black America.
There should be more. And then I would say if there should be more, then what are you doing?
Let me ask you a question, right?
What are you doing?
How many shows on YouTube that you guys listen to day and night and everything talk about this issue? None.
No, see, I don't have to talk about it, Kala, because I literally do.
It doesn't exist.
Hold on, Kala. I literally do what New Era does. You see?
How you do
so
that?
You're talking to a real one here. Wait, you're talking to a real one here. So I would ask you,
you're not here.
What are you doing? Oh, but I am there, Kala.
You're not here.
But I am there.
You're not in the States.
No, but I am in the States. My group is not in the States.
You know what I'm saying? All the time. All I hear guys talking about is
Suriname,
all I hear you guys
and I
talk
have
about
a
is
chapter in Pennsylvania. I am there.
you guys' biggest
But
threat
I am
is
there
black
because
immigrants
I'm
coming
the
over here
leader
to
of the
America.
group. I'm the leader of the group, Allah. I'm the
All you
boss.
guys do, all I
And
hear
you're an
you and everybody
employee.
else do
You're an
is talk
employee.
about roasting black
You're an
immigrants.
employee. Ain't nobody
like
roasting, bro. So you're gonna yell at me. I'm gonna continue to yell at you. But we can just let each other speak and then see who's actually doing stuff. I don't normally show what I do, but I did it last week on this show, right? I think you saw it. Now, if I ask you to show me what you do, I'll get a big fat 0. You see, so what I'm saying is, when the thing that the new era thing hit me is because I do exactly what they do. And I wouldn't hope and pray that no one would say that my group would have a shootout with the police if the police got out of line. That's not the energy that New Era has to have attached to their name. You see what I'm saying? So that's spoken from a person who's never stood on the front lines. I stood on the front.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me finish.
Are you serious about having?
Let me finish because I got
Are you serious about having a real community in America?
Let me finish, and then you show me how you was on the front line. Okay. See, you don't know what it is to organize a group of 50 black men. And
I used to run a club. I used to run a nightclub. What are you talking about?
Let me finish. I'm almost done. To organize a group of 70 black men, have them get in line, have them get trained, listen to me, stand on the front line ready to put down the law with a residency permit that can be canceled if I fart in the wrong place. That's what you call somebody that's putting black people before anything. Now, I want to know what you're doing that's similar to what
I'm going to tell you right now. What I'm doing is what I choose to do. I'm building what I'm building in Liberia and Africa. That's what I'm doing.
So, okay, what are you building? What have you built?
Oh, don't worry. You go to our website. You can see what we're doing.
No. Tell me right now what you built.
You go to our website.
I want to know what you built.
We're building real business and real enterprise in Liberia and several different African countries. That's what I decided. That's what I decided to do with my life.
No, but what have you built?
Or you guys say that you're building the community. I don't believe you. You need more people. We don't believe you. You need more people.
Oh,
I'm sick and tired of people telling me about
ask your boss. Ask your boss.
And whatnot. And I see all hell breaking loose and whatnot every day and whatnot, you know? Every day,
if you don't believe me, ask your boss.
And whatnot, everybody's there telling me what they're doing. They ain't doing a goddamn thing.
Yo, son.
Hey, but why I say something, Bomani? But why I say something, man? But why I say something? Why I say something? Well, are they? Why I say something in reference to leadership? I don't think we really need leadership, you know. What we need is drivership. You see? I wouldn't get out in front of these black people and lead them anyway. See? I'll get behind them and push them forward. That's what we have to do with the people. See? As the caller say, you got to put something on them where worse than what the white man are going to put on them. You see? I say, look, I got something here for you where it's going to be worse than what the white man going to put on you. And you're going to move. You're going to move. You see? You got to get behind these Negroes and push them. Don't get in front. Because these Negroes will shoot you in the back. With the way right now, with the mentality, they will shoot you in the back. But me have to go sign up, but me I listen. Me I listen to you now. All right?
Bottom line is this. You know, everybody keeps talking about stuff. This bottom is dropping out in America. You know, you got 10 million people just cross the border talk about they're taking from the black people and we're gonna take this way. We really got. And I say to myself, what can we do? You know, what can you do? You got people in New York. It's a shame that we have to be on this level. They get the free turkeys giveaways. So people are surviving on in New York. Black people surviving on free meals and stuff like that. Now they got the migrants taking that from them and whatnot. You know, no power, no nothing. We don't control that. That's white people doing that. We're not feeding our own people. We're not building our own pharmacies. We're complaining about Walgreens and Walmart shutting down. Not building none of this stuff like that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. In my area right here in Chesapeake and Norfolk, whatnot, the last week, 7 teenagers killed, gun violence, 15 years old. 50. Everybody sitting there. Why? Why is this nightmare happening? Why are youth dying, dropping dead? Why are the guns? Who's putting the guns on the streets, putting guns in our kids' hands? I'm sick of people trying to defend America all the time. The same devils that drug us over here and everything like that made the conditions that we are going through right now.
Okay, so again, if you don't like or appreciate America and it's so bad, when are you leaving?
Oh, well, the bottom line, we're making the preparations. We're sending a message. And this movement spreads and whatnot.
With this
movement spreads like another 20 years and whatnot. It's going to be we're doing the start.
Question. Let me continue because you spoke, right? So we have a man here who's had this ideology for the longest, and pay attention to some of the things that he says about Black Americans sound exactly what white people say about Black Americans. He's devoid of speaking about the causes of said condition, but is quick to condemn us.
It's a white man.
I'm not speaking to you. You see, and when you spoke, I'll let you speak. This is what I'm saying. You don't have the emotional intelligence to lead anything. You see, so when I asked you, what have you built? Where is your group? What have you done? You say we're building present progressive. So you haven't built anything. You haven't.
Yeah, can I answer that?
You try to talk about new era, and then in the same breath say that there's no people like new era. If you take it away from new era, you could talk about the Muslims on Fulton and Bedford that was stepping to the drug dealers in
that was back in 1989, man.
No, wait. But it happened and it continues to happen.
And the bottom line, look at the areas now.
No, wait. Yeah, look at them. A lot of them are gentrified.
You know what I'm saying? Look at the areas now,
Yeah, okay. Look at them. A lot of them are gentrified.
I was at the old Nation of Islam Mosque on Lafayette Boulevard in Norfolk, right? About a year ago or whatnot, but I see good times in there. We had some good build back in the 90s and everything like that. I've seen a freaking homeless white guy taking a piss right outside the freaking the boarded up building.
Okay, that's interesting and it's actually sad. But now, what's your plan?
Well, this is what we're doing. This is what.
No, what are you doing?
I just think.
Stop riding Bomani's coattails.
I'm tired of candy coating this, right? I think it's just time for us to think about Black people, Black America, right? That's what I'm concerned about. It's time for us to part ways with the white man in America, white America altogether. This country can go to hell for all I care. That's what I believe.
Okay, and now we're getting to what I always knew you were.
Yeah, that's why I believe that.
So now check this out. The worst thing that you can be is a man in a situation, recognize that situation, and then not change that situation. Pack your bags and leave America.
So you can defend America.
Pan-African because Bomani says he has to think about his people in America. You're saying, forget these people, you want to leave. So then leave.
I want my people with me,
Leave, but no one's going with you.
I want my people with me, and that's what we're going to convince enough people.
But that's not going to happen.
Build a nation of our own, because we're a nation. We're a nation. We're not Americans. We're a Black nation in America.
No, we are Americans.
No, we're not Americans.
We're
a Black nation in America. We're an enslaved, captive nation in America.
No, we're not.
We're a nation waiting to be born.
We're Americans.
If you're going to tell me some white devil, Joe Biden and Donald Trump is my president, and some white man with a constitution that ain't worth fucking toilet paper is my highest document, I'm sorry, I don't go with that.
Who named Liberia?
It doesn't matter, but it can't.
No.
It don't have to be Liberia. You're attacking Liberia. Liberia's constitution. We can play the constitution was written by Hillary T.
Who named Liberia, brother? Who named it?
It doesn't matter who was named.
No, it doesn't matter because it's going right.
It doesn't matter who was named by. The Constitution of Liberia speaks more.
That was
the Constitution of Liberia speaks more to me than the U.S. Constitution. We're not even mentioned in the U.S. Constitution.
Where's Monroeville, brother?
Check this out. Any black man, does the Constitution of America guarantee? The Constitution of America guarantee you that you, as a race, can only own land in this country? No.
I don't care about the Constitution right now. We're talking about.
You say you're American, and how can you say American? You don't care about the founding document, which is the Constitution.
Well, we're talking about your plan to leave. Don't move the goalpost, brother.
I'm saying
we don't have anything in America because the white man controls everything.
I say you have to leave. You have to leave. You have to leave the mindset of America.
To a country named by the white man.
Before you leave America physically, you got to get America out of your mind. You got to get the white man out of your soul.
I love America.
I know you do. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And you obviously love it too because your ass.
No, I don't.
You love it.
When I look at old women, I look at
your position.
Just a couple weeks ago, we had an 84-year-old black man, right?
No, I don't care about
outside of the store.
Change your position.
That sends me into rage.
Your position.
You're sitting in a place that you don't want to. When I see kids as young as 13 years old dying of gun violence and whatnot, and I said to myself, what kind of country and what kind of civilization allows this?
Well, it's Liberia's better. Go.
You know what I'm saying? So
the thing is, you're too scared to leave.
So the bottom line is we got obligations here and everything like that. But I'm saying, we're saying people, if the sadness in Black America, the broken in Black America, or not,
Bro, it took me 2 years to prepare my plan.
It is what it is, bro.
And I bounced, and I'm 9 months away from coming back, bro, because I came over here, got the information that I needed, and now I'm going back. You don't like it, so leave.
The bottom line, we wish you a lot of luck.
You don't have any children.
I'm saying we wish you a lot of luck. So
go be with your wife in the place that you love.
Now we're getting personal here.
Yeah, that means we're gonna build something like
you're a single man in a land that you don't want to be in, brother. Leave.
So okay.
He's also a business owner, and he has employees, and he has people working with him, so he can't just get up and leave. We have accountability to our people to keep them.
Yeah, I run fortunately, I'm grateful for the business I have. When I have people that make a lot of money because I employ them, and when I run a real business.
But me and Carlos working together, so we're gonna bring Liberia home to people, and we're gonna get more people to live and do business there, and we'll build a future to where. Kala can be have his business and things. So these are things that I like. What I like about our good brother is he plans things out. Now that me and him are working together, true Pan-African energy, we're going to be able to just bring home a lot more to people about Liberia. We're going to show them a lot more, and that's why we have to just find people we can work together. And I appreciate Brother Kala, and we're going to literally show people. That's why I was telling them that a lot of people. They're questioning, what we're doing and things like that. And, so just give us some time, family, and we'll show y'all more, me and Kala will be right there.
Bomani would not be with me and whatnot, or this deep.
Trust me, I wouldn't waste a minute of my time. I wouldn't waste a minute of my time. Kala's a serious brother, and people don't give him enough credit. So that's why we're working together.
And I don't brag on myself or whatnot. I don't ask for nobody's money. Kala
is your keeper, though. He always saves you because he sees something in you. Then I don't see.
How's he saving me?
Yeah, like example, Kala's the one that came up with the Liberia plan. He's the one that came up with the Liberia plan. I told plan. I'm
the one that put this together.
He came up with a Liberia plan. All of the people that I'm working
with, fine, and that's great.
No, how long have
you had the Liberia plan? We've been talking about this for years.
There's no way I get to do what I'm doing in Liberia without Kala. It's actually impossible. It's kind of like, and the people that I'm working with, from the tour operators to the people that's going to work with us at business conference, and the people that been able to come on YouTube and do live videos with me. Those are the majority of his people. So, you know, the brother has a lot to offer, man.
I got a
and
whole
I'm being honest with you.
team on the
when I look in the Pan-African world, like I can roll on a long list of people that I would not waste a minute of my time with them. You know, I could even just throw out a few names: Umar Johnson, Dinah Samir, Pan-Africanism, Strike Back, and so on and so on and so on. I wouldn't waste a month, but me and Carla spent time working on this together. Last I remember, I think we started working on this the last almost 2 years, brother. Almost 2 years.
This summer, 2 years.
So,
that's great. But my thing is this: if you're gonna talk crap about Black Americans from Black America, and your plan is to leave, then just, you know, leave.
That's a little oversimplified.
No, it's not oversimplifying.
Well, he's trying to find a better
oversimplify. No, you oversimplify when you make generalizations that turn out to not be true, and then you try to add in words like to make it fit after the fact. You don't like America, so then leave.
No, I'm saying I don't like the situation. I told you
just said you don't like America, bro.
Knack. You understand something? I told you a couple of weeks ago, right? You seem to forget. I'm saying you don't understand between happiness and satisfaction. There's two different things.
Yeah,
you know,
of course.
I'm happy. I got a beautiful life here in America, but I'm not satisfied. America doesn't give me satisfaction.
So then go get your satisfaction, brother.
That's what we're doing. Now, that don't mean I have to leave tomorrow, because America has good infrastructure. I have a business here, and I have everything I need here and whatnot. But I know for deep inside my soul and whatnot, there's something else.
All right. Now, how do you transfer what's deep in your soul to an executable plan? Do you have the executable plan?
Figure it out now.
Do you have an executable plan?
Yes. I believe in LARP.
So what's the tentative date? What's the tentative date?
Do you understand, Knack? Do you understand the acronym called LARP? 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 Okay.
Living around rotted people.
No. That was good though. That was good though, man. I didn't think you was that quick, but that was good though. Anyway, check this out. LARP means doing what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. That means, man, I don't say let's just go to Africa or not. Let's do it logically. Let's do what's achievable, what's reasonable, and practical. Like what Bomani always says, you don't just jump in head first or whatnot. It has to be logical what you're doing. Can you achieve it, right? Is it reasonable? And is it practical? And everything we do is LARP. You know?
I agree with LARP. I agree with it 100%.
So LARP could be applied to what you're trying to do in America. You know, is it logical? You know, is it achievable? Reasonable. Like I told people all the time, the reparations movement is not LARP. It's not logical. It's not achievable. It's not reasonable. It's not practical. It's never going to happen.
Okay, how is it not logical to get
because reparations mean,
debt?
You know why?
Hold on.
You know what debt is?
Brother, why are you talking over me already?
Okay, go ahead. Before you play the video, I want to have this out about reparations. Go ahead, Nat. Go ahead.
No. So how can you say that it's not logical for America to pay the unpaid debt that it, from the labor that it got from enslaved Africans, when there's already precedent that they already paid it before? How is that not logical?
You know why? Because you embraced the Constitution and you became American. That forfeits everything, your claim to reparations. You're not a nation.
Huh?
So it's not logical.
We're talking about since America was created 1776 and after.
Hold up.
1865.
It's not logical because, one, you don't have the power. When reparations are paid, it's because a country was defeated in war. Germany had to pay billions of reparations to Europe and Israel and everything. Japan had to pay billions of dollars because it lost the war. Had America lost the war, it would have been paying money to Germany and Japan.
Did America not pay reparations to the Japanese?
Who? That wasn't reparations. That was a 1988 civil rights bill, and that was compensation. that was compensating the Japanese.
What kind of compensation?
Okay, it was they got $20,000 a piece. Do you know how much Japanese
okay.
lost?
What were they being compensated for?
Are two different things.
What were they being compensated for?
This is what it was, right?
For being
the Japanese. Let me
explain.
Let me explain to you how it got. Because I remember the case back then. I was in college, right? And we talked about it, right? It was a rider on a civil rights bill, like a little sticker on a civil rights bill, to pass through the last moment because the United States was about to shut down its bases in Japan. The Cold War was ramping up or not. So the Japanese government used this maneuver to say, we got Japanese in here who have a class action suit for the property they lost in World War II. So the Reagan administration said, okay, we're going to put in this civil rights bill that's coming through, and we're going to stick it on there. And it's going to allow for a line item veto to come in and you get $20,000 compensation, right? And they settled. It was a settlement, you know? That was not reparations, you know?
Were the Indians paid reparations?
I don't know. They lost the continent. I would call that reparations.
You see, it goes to.
I wouldn't call that reparations.
All right,
you see the way they live on the reservation. You call that reparations?
Yeah, whatever your position on reparations is, right? You don't seem to be pro reparations. Do you think that we should get it?
Well, let's put it to like this. I think 6 years ago, right? 6 years ago, I don't know where you were, Knack, right? Where you were 6 years ago. Everybody, were you part of the Buy Black movement, the Buy Black movement, Do for Self movement? Remember 6 years ago, when that was popping off, you know, Buy Black, support Black businesses, buy shop in the hood, open business. Remember that up until 6 years ago?
I was doing that since I was like 8 years old.
Okay. Well, Yvette Carnell comes on the scene and says, no, we need compensation.
Brother, that's not what I'm talking about. I asked if you think that we should get reparations.
No, I'm saying the reparations movement is basically.
Here we go.
Let me put it like this. Let me put it this. Let me put it like this. Do Black people in America deserve reparations for our ancestors, what they went through? Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Great. But
now,
it's
here's
not
my follow-up question. Here's my follow-up question. Whether you don't see the LARP in it, there's other people that do see the LARP in it. If you can agree that we should be paid or out for the work that our ancestors put in to create the greatest nation on the planet, then let those who see LARP in it do their work and don't talk against it, because you're talking against your own payment, essentially.
No, what I'm saying, Nakmeezy, is this. A lot of people use reparations as a way to basically say, we don't need to work together and build Black cooperative economics and stuff like that. That's what I'm against.
I don't think they say that.
But that's what Yvette Carnell said it many times. The do for selfers, y'all do for selfers. Y'all do for selfers and whatnot. We need reparations and whatnot. That's how we need special handouts from the government and whatnot, because we suffered and whatnot.
What's the context that we can't work together? What's the context?
Well, she's saying that the do for self people is hindering the reparations movement because it lets the government off the hook. So buying Black and doing stuff like that, you know, using the $1.4 trillion to circulate back in our community is basically a hindrance to this fight against reparations. I don't think they're really serious about getting it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that's some nonsense, which is why I don't follow Yvette Carnell. I don't follow her. So, you know, we can't just dumb down a conversation to certain talking heads in the community. If we can both agree that our people should be paid for it, you don't see it as logical and practical and achievable. That's
look,
cool.
I agree. America owes us billions of dollars.
We calm down. I'm trying to talk to you now. You still cut me off, man. So now, if you don't believe it's LARP, right? Those that do believe it's LARP, and they've got some traction lately, let them do what they got to do. The passion shouldn't be against reparations. The passion should be, well, you know what? I'm not investing my time in it, but you know what? I wish those brothers and sisters well. I hope we do get it, because you admit that we should get it.
Okay, let me answer it like this. I agree with that, right? But when you have people sitting there talking about reparations and they're not talking about anything else, that's a problem too. You admit that, right? We say we're reparations. And also, what do you think about the
say
New
that
York
again,
State?
brother. Say that again. I want to answer one question at a time, bro.
Okay. This is the first question I want you to answer, right? Now, I forgot the governor's name of New York, right? Just in time for election season, right? She rolls out a study of reparations. Everybody's getting all happy. Oh, we're gonna get reparations in New York, whatnot, And everybody realizes now that this is a political play, just like what happened in California with Gavin Newsom, right? He said they went there and they had remember Tariq, and then it comes out now Tariq's running hiding his head, Gavin said, yeah, we're going to study it, right? And they came up with a proposal. That was just a board to study reparations. And we recommend every Black person get $500,000. I'm not laughing at my own people, but you should have to know that was not going to go any place. They said, oh, we never say anything. We're going to study the effects of racism and stuff like that and everything there. So it's like the losing belt. Bump, bump, bump. And so the Democrats are using reparations now because they see that's what we're talking about online. And that's a way of keeping Black people voting a certain way. That's what I believe.
Is this a question or a statement?
That's a statement and a question. Do you believe that?
Well, you just got to ask me the question, brother.
Do you believe the Democrats, Black people are being used reparations? As soon as they talk about reparations, after the election, they'll go away. That's what I believe.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely believe that reparations has been the carrot, and Black Americans have been the donkey for certain political parties, just to try to get that reparations thing popping. Yes, I do believe so. It's just used for political favor, and then once they get in power, then they forget us like they always do. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so we agree. And that's why I say
I don't have a problem agreeing with you.
It doesn't mean that I'm saying since reparations don't work, be a Pan-African. No, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that we're just in a very bad situation in America collectively. Individually, everyone's doing good, but for a fact, no one's going to be satisfied with individual success. We want to see our people have something, have power. We always wanted power. You know who basically supported the Black Power movement quietly? Didn't people know? Richard Nixon. People don't know that. And I'm not a Republican like that, but he said, look, you got to give these people some sort of power over their own existence. He's talked about building Black communities. I asked you one time about Soul City. Have you ever heard of the Soul City project, Nakamizi?
You told me about it.
Okay, Soul City project, right?
Yeah. Black
people did not get behind Soul City because people like Andrew Young thought it was segregation. Had Soul City in the late 60s, early 70s taken off, you know what Black America looks like right now? We would have thriving planned communities all across America. It was a prototype communities to get Black people to move to the South, and places like that would build new prototype communities, subdivisions, and everything with industrial zones, factories, everything. And Richard Nixon supported it, but he got removed from office, and the thing just died.
I would never move to a community called Soul City.
Yeah, but that's the thing about people back then, Soul City. You could have renamed it something else, like a Kwanzaa City, or like that. But at the time, Black people just, Soul City. It's like, oh yeah, but the blueprints of that city was beautiful. They had streets, they had everything. They had farms, they had factories and everything like that. Administrative building. It was going to have its own airport and everything like that. And it was going to basically say this is going to be the prototype communities by Floyd McKenzie, And so had that happened across things, then all of a sudden the civil rights people joined with racists like Jesse Helms in North Carolina to stop it. Like, what is that? Why does he care? They're building a community of schools and colleges and technical schools, everything like that. You would think, like,
I have a question, brother.
Cool.
Is PP Bob in the chat a white man?
Who?
I'm not sure who that is, but let me
I'd like PP Bob to come up since they're throwing all these shots. He's throwing out all these statistics about whites and Hispanics and all this stuff. Come up, PP Bob. Bless us with your knowledge.
Yeah, there you
That
go.
name
So
is
I
not a
got the
black
link in the-
sounding name at all.
But let me give our brother Tay Brown some love. Tay, appreciate the super chat and appreciate the energy. And Tay Brown got a question for you, Kala. You know, he has one right here for you.
Well, I don't see it.
So Tay Brown, I agree with the timing of this of the announcement of the bill being suspect, but the New York bill came from the grassroots, inspired by California bill. And then he had another comment.
Yeah, well, look who was out there and whatnot. People out there. There was a fist fight that happened between Tariq and his people, and when it came down to it, whatnot. Negroes thought they were going to walk away with a big fat. Everybody had to get their check. How much humiliation?
Well, that's a wake up call for people, so they can now just be more in focus. But let me finish. This was the other one. They have been working on the New York, I guess it's a bill for years. Now, Kala, that's why you are being dishonest.
Well,
so let me know what part of this.
You can have a bill, just like John Cash's father ran for office, didn't win. There's a lot of bills. You know how the reparations bill, what's that? HR, whatever the hell it is, Bomani, has been in there since before my parents were teenagers. Since 1964. And where does it go? Nothing. You can create all the bills you want to. Tay Brown, you can create a bill and get it in Congress and whatnot. It don't mean it's going to go anyplace. You can create bills all you want, but putting that thing to law and everything like that and get it passed do appropriations and ways and means and stuff like that, the budgetary stuff and everything. Now this guy Jamal, whatever his name is, talk about we want a $14 trillion reparations bill right in time for the election season. What I'm saying is, I'm sick and tired of our people looking like they're playing us like fools. They're playing us for clowns.
Yeah, unfortunate, man. I have to move forward. But Tay, if you can reiterate your question so we can post it back with clarity. But I appreciate the super chat. Now let me move on. I got Navigate Freely here. Navigate Freely. You're blocked from the chat because of last time. I can't deal with the foolishness. But if you want to come on and have Navigate, if you want to come on and have a conversation with us, I want you to send a super chat and then I'll add you in and we can talk on the conversation.
He'll go on first and say, whatever Carl says, I disagree with.
Yeah, so at this point, people like yourself Navigate. Unless you make a super chat, there's nothing that we want to hear from you. So I'll unblock you and you can put a message in the group page and send a super chat. And if you can't do that, just probably reblock you. So I'll let you say one or two things while I fix this thing in the comment. But Navigate, we're looking for a super chat from you. So the link is there. Navigate, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. What is on your mind? And are you ready to make that super chat?
Actually, there's no need whatsoever for me to come on here and speak with you guys like this. So far, Anachronism is holding it down, with pure logic and common sense, and I'm enjoying it, but, you have to censor me in the live chat. God, that is really petty.
Yeah, let's Navigate Freely. I'm not a petty person. I'm a serious business.
You censoring me in the live chat. I can't even type words.
Yeah, but because you're an old nigger, you're an old fool, you're literally.
See, there you go, being petty
and
nasty, petty and nasty and greedy.
Like we talk about, brother, you've been listening to the show and you can't even send a super chat and things like that, but you want to come in here and waste our time.
I'm not impressed enough to send you in.
All right, so that idiot is banned and I banned him from the chat and things like that. And I can understand if I had 100 people blocked. He's actually the only person in the ban list and things like that, because as a very intelligent, educated black man, one thing I can't stand and I have no respect for is old Negroes who literally spend their time in America, wasting their life, built nothing, and literally running off to another country saying that they want to be somebody else. There's no, if you ever see me show up in a country, show up in any country, say example, I'll show up in Egypt and tell you that I want to be an Egyptian. I've been compromised. Shoot me in the head and bury my body and this and tell people
how much super chat you need to get him up here?
Brother, the thing of it is, I don't need no super chat. That's why Kala is the one that's always encouraging me. I tell Kala, it's like, brother, you know, I do my business throughout the week, and I do my appointments, and I do honest work for people in their homes, their office, and I make my money, and I appreciate, you know, the money I make, and then same thing for the other business I do, and I appreciate Black people in general, especially my brothers and sisters in America, you know, that support these businesses that we do. But my issue is, you know, is people like Navigate who comes on here and, well, I learned a lot from Umar Johnson, and I don't learn nothing from you, Kala. So if you don't learn nothing from us, then why are you coming on here? Why do you want to have a conversation? Then he has the issue me block him in the chat. First of all, I'm not gonna have him running off with all of his disgusting comment. I mean, dude, you're like 75 years old. You are a loser. You wait to be this age to say you want to go be somebody else. I want to be a Ghanaian. Now, I love my people in Ghana. I love my people in many different places, but I'm not coming to nobody country and want to be. I want to be. I don't even try to be an American. You know what I'm saying? That's not who I am as a person. But my goal is always to work with, you know, our people. But it's like people like Navigate is a loser. They're a failure of society. I talked to my young brothers and said, don't end up like this old fool. You know what I mean? He's coming on here. And we're half his, I'm about half his age, and he's coming on here arguing with me about foolishness, you know, and we're telling him that he needs to support and donate before he can come up on here and take up all our time. And he'll literally, all three of us will literally be talking, and then he'll turn around and say, I disagree with everything that all of you are saying. Now, that's not a reasonable conversation. That's an old fool. So I'll block this Negro. He's not going to be able to text or type in the chat, and he's not going to be able to come up here because he's an obsessed groupie. You know what I'm saying? Because he never was able to be a part of anything. So now that he thinks he's a little older, he's going to find ways like, hey, I don't have no respect for old fools. And, you know, there's no greater fool than an old fool, because by the time you're this age in your 50s, in 60s, 70s, you should have some level of wisdom. Navigate freely, have no wisdom. And irritating stupid people like that, I have no time for. I don't deal with them in my personal, private, business life, whatever the situation is. I just don't deal with them. If we can't have a conversation where you can be a man, at no point this man has ever said, we ask him, what is your profession? It's an honorable thing. What are you doing for our people? You know, what are, you know, and things like that. If you can't answer those questions, and then if you can't even show some love, but you want to waste our time and things like that, go to hell and burn in hell. I have no respect for you, and I don't give a F about you. I don't care if you're a million years older than me. But anyway,
let me answer Knack B's question. Knack, about super chats. I heard you went at somebody. I can't forget the show about not super chatting. You know,
I tried talking about some of these funny these folks from Africa, like from Nigeria, like Mike, who talk about I'm doing well in America, but then he shows everybody on all these channels and can't show any love. Like not me.
So why is it the Black people from America? And Knack says, well, you always putting out. No, I said that many times. So look, why is the Black America, like people like Kaiser, when we're the ones supporting it, and the Africans come up there and you get on somebody's platform,
you may have one or two of them that donate, but literally that's the majority of the people that join them, but they don't show them any love. You know what I mean? It's like, that's my issue with our people on the continent. It's like they want certain things, but they won't invest in the future. It's like it's like when I go places, like example, I was in Ghana a few months back. There was literally, you go around and you ask yourself, is there playgrounds for the children? What's in place for the children? You go to some places, you don't have certain basic stuff. So you ask yourself, are these people serious about certain things? So in order for us to show our seriousness as a people from the African continent or where we are, we have to put our money where our mouth is. I'm not trying to dog anybody out in Africa. I'm not, because like a lot of times we say one or two things and someone from a certain country start running their mouth. I'm like, yo, while you're there running your mouth, did you know how much money has been spent to bring people back and forth and move people around? And do you know the level of investment that we make in the different countries and the amount of people that have ripped us off? You know, whether you're in Ghana, Senegal, the Gambia, you know, you have local people that's literally just take advantage of you. Even fake ass professionals are supposed to be attorneys and people like that. That's what you're dealing with. So, you know, so when not me to come up here and eat people up eat up these fake Pan-Africans, I'm with him, because it's a false movement. It's like where's the level of contribution? And I tell people, I'm doing what I'm doing not for the purpose of other people, for the purpose of what we're building for our family and what we're building in the future. But in order for this to really work out, our folks in Africa got to step their game up, because people have asked me when I travel them, is like, what part of this country is owned and built and controlled and dominated by Black people? And I was like, almost none of it. And they asked me, well, you're telling me I see Black people everywhere. Well, that's an Indian neighborhood full of Indians right there. They're not going to let you get there, because even if you can afford the rent, they're going to deny you. And that's a neighborhood full of white people here. And I may be talking about a country like Tanzania. I may be talking about a country like South Africa. And these are countries that we go to and we see these situations. And sometimes you feel bad for our people. But then again, you ask yourself, where is our level of commitment with the rest of us to compete with people? Where's the level of, you're coming to America. Okay, where's the level of your connection and working with the people that's here? And those things are honorable questions. And if the people that are coming are not serious, then either the people that are coming is just not serious, and maybe that's just represent more of people who are just not serious. Because when we get to the country, I'm telling people, sometimes if you ask me, give me a country and tell me how much people that you trust that you can do business with, a lot of times I'll say 1 to 2 or none. And that's a bad look. But I'm telling people this is based on my experience, and I'm still game for us to work together, the people. But after a while, it's going to be a situation where we're just going to have to figure out something else to do, because we can't keep on building a movement when you have another set of our people who want to make no contributions to civilization. Because sometimes you ask people, okay, what have your people built in this country? And if people want to flip it around to Jamaica, I can get into that. But it's like when I'm telling them, it's like my conversations about America to Africa, what we're talking about. But they're not going to be able to tell you those things. And then if someone else come up and ask them, when the last time you showed one of our brothers love, like I mentioned, they can't even show Kaiser love, and Kaiser's on there having them come on there and keep up with their foolishness. But but our people have to step their game up. And I don't know if somebody's going to record this and say Bomani hates Africans, because that's what people do. And it's like,
you saw what happened
that's not even realistic. Right? Look at the actions.
You saw what happened to me this week. Me.
Oh yeah, tell people, brother.
You call me, I'm xenophobic now, whatnot, How the hell
you are against Black Americans, though.
One crazy nut job said Tyler was xenophobic because he hates Africans.
How did Tyler become xenophobic, man?
And I'm like, that brother got number love for our people in Africa.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm like this. I'm like this.
I got more love for Africans than he does Black Americans.
No, Nakmeezy.
You can probably even say that, Nakmeezy.
Nakmeezy, you ever heard the story in the Bible of the prodigal son?
I'm
not a Bible dude. Okay. Well, let me tell you a story about the prodigal son from Reverend Collar. Reverend Collar. Well, the prodigal son is like this. The one son that said to his father, "I want all my inheritance and everything like that." And the one son squandered everything like that. He was bad. He was rebellious. Everything. And the father always showed this son favor. And the son that basically was loyal to him, did everything he had and whatnot, right? The son that was rebellious said, "Father, I want my inheritance. I don't want to be no part of this," right? So he went out there, he squandered all his money and everything like that. And when he could not get anything from anybody out there, he lost all his money, right? He comes back to his father, right? And the father said to his son said, his father said, "Father, why are you being so favor? He dishonored you. He did all this stuff like that, but yet you killed a fatted calf for him, and you did all this stuff like that. You celebrated." He says, "Son, I know you're always going to be with me, but your son was lost. Now he's found and everything. And I had to make a special provision for him. I knew you were always going to be the one that's being with me. There was never any doubt in my mind, but your brother was lost, but now he's found, That's what I mean, Yeah, I act like I reach out to Africans more because I know I got my Black America thing down pat. I come from Black America has given me everything I have. There's no doubt about that. I don't have to worry about my people. That means I don't neglect my people, but I know my people are always gonna have my back. That's my family. That's who I am. That's what I am and who I am. So, but I do take up for Africans, particularly Liberians. I take up for them a lot of times, Because a lot of times they say stuff and whatnot. I check them. You know, you don't say stuff like that. And I warned them for years about a lot of stuff they say about Black people in America. I said, you don't say that because it's going to create something bad. And now that is starting to happen. And I said, look, you know, but you know, Black America, I don't have to worry about that because these are my people. These people are going to be with me forever. You know, and so that's always going to be who I am. You know, that's
absolutely, brother. That's a good energy.
Hey, keep playing this video. Yeah,
and one main things I'm always mentioning, and it's not personal, and that means you're gonna love this. In order for this movement and the future of Africa to work, you know, they have to incorporate the African diaspora, which is the greatest energy of talent, skills, and many other things, so we can make some moves and things like that. So that's what I'm talking about, family. So want more of our brothers and sisters to embrace and connect with us. Other than that, you're gonna lose people who want to do things in Africa, because it won't be too long before, you know, if things don't turn around, you know, we may be singing a different tune, and that's why I would never give up on what we, what we have here as a people. So I just want to see us step it up. So yes,
Bomani, before you say something, I want to respond to Brother Jankro. No, I never served in the military, brother. Never. But salute to all the servicemen that have, just like the brother Bomani.
Yeah, appreciate it, family. You know, it's an amazing career, and it's an amazing opportunity.
We never discourage anybody for doing what they got to do. If you want to go into the military, that's fine. You know, I like my brother and his boys.
I think there's law enforcement, you know, correctional officers, police, things like that. I don't want to ever be a part of that fake Pan-African energy that talks down about. That's like that number one. That's a career, and that's an opportunity for you and your family. And last, remember, it's not the worst thing to do in society. As a matter of fact, based on the situation you talk about, crime and violence in our Black communities, we need more law enforcement, and we need real people that's really, that really cares.
That's going to be a cultural change in Black America when we start embracing law enforcement, the rule of law, and stuff like that. You know, the social contract and whatnot. You know, like we used to have decades ago in Black America.
Order is important, man. As a military man, order is important. You can't have a society where we just have nut jobs that's running the place. You know, mental ill people all over the place.
My brother and his boys are in Cancun right now, living it up. Now, his one boy, John, is a Navy chief, retired Navy chief, right? You know, he's a contractor now, making a couple $100,000 a year and whatnot. Brothers, you know, and they're down there in Cancun and whatnot. These guys, my brother and these guys got money. They're just living it up. I'm going on that. I'll probably go on that trip next year. But the bottom line is this, though, you know, I said to myself, John and I, John's a couple of years older than my brother. He's my age, right? And I said to myself, he joined in the Navy in '88. That was right around the time that I was in college. I could have joined, right? And I said to myself, man, I'm listening to the black power. And the Navy tried to recruit me. They wanted my ass bad. They saw my ass bad scores and said, man, you're good. They wanted
you probably could, you're smart. You could have been a nuclear engineer.
Yeah, I can imagine where I could have been right now.
Yeah, you would get those positions because that's all that matters is those scores.
Yeah, so they asked me. They was like, they were talking to my parents, man. Me taking my mother out to lunch one night. I was like ducking this guy, man. The recruiters, man, they're not no joke, man. When they want you, man. You know. And they were talking to my parents. They were like, yo, we gotta get them in here and whatnot, you know. And then we ended up moving to Virginia, and that was it, you know. But the bottom line is, I'll never tell anybody if you see a career in the U.S. military or whoever, like the law enforcement, go for it. You know, serve honorably and do the best you can to represent it. You represent us, whether you in the U.S. military, the Army, the law enforcement, anything like that. Yeah, serve with dignity, honor, and everything like that. You know.
Good. That's a great segue, brother. What is the video about?
Julius Malema.
We're gonna talk about that too.
Your intro, and then I'll play the video, and we can definitely connect with it. All right, so let me just go ahead and play it just to get it flowing, and we can talk about something else.
You don't agree with Hamas or any other thing of that nature, but please protect humanity. We need all those who want to give humanitarian support to be given a passage to enter Gaza, to send water, to send food, to send medical equipment and medicine in Gaza. Israel is refusing a passage for humanitarian intervention in Gaza. And every individual who's self-respecting, especially ourselves as Africans, can never agree with a country that can refuse people water, because water is life. Ghanaians, the unity of this continent starts from here, because the determination, the self-determination of Africa started from here. When you got your first independence, we knew that day, that one day South Africa will be free. And when Frelimo won in Mozambique, we celebrated in South Africa as if that was our freedom. But we knew that the freedom of the people of Mozambique means the freedom of South Africa, because that's how we are connected. We celebrate each other's achievement. It started here in Ghana, it ended in South Africa. The unity of Africa must start here in Ghana, and will capture it in South Africa, because we always followed the leadership of the Ghanaian people. The economic freedom of Africa will start in South Africa. We want our land. We make no apology when we say we want our land. Our land was stolen, and we want it back without paying a cent. And no one must pay for a cent everywhere in Africa when they demand the expropriation of land without compensation. These people came and stole your car, and later on you discover your car. They say, it's true, it's your car, but pay us before you get this car back. And when you ask them why, you say, I must pay. They say, we have put Mac wheels, we have improved the car, therefore you must pay us, irrespective of them being in possession of stolen property. Anyone in possession of stolen property is a criminal, and therefore anyone in possession of our land without our permission is a land thief, is a criminal, and must be identified as such. When I say to you, demand the land, and will lead that struggle from South Africa, I know land brings about everything. For you to have a hair salon, you need land. For you to have a small shop of IT, you need land. The beautiful beaches belongs to the land. The mineral resources, the gold, iron ore, copper, and all types of mineral resources belong to the land. That's why when they came to Africa, they did not steal our women or our men. They stole the land. They knew women and men will come with the land. That's why we need to start from where they started when they offended us. We need to take the land, because once we take the land, they will start respecting us. You will never be respected if you don't own property. It doesn't matter if all of us in South Africa own property. As long as the people of Namibia, as long as the people of Ghana do not own the land, then our land ownership is meaningless, because when you go to the USA, they don't see South African, they see an African. West, they can't differentiate between South Africa and Ghana. That's why all of us must reclaim the land and the mineral resources of the land and the natural resources of the land, so that when we move all over the world, when they see a black person, they should know these are the property owners of their own continent and their own land. So when we fight for economic freedom, we should do so without being ashamed. Because political freedom that Kwame Nkrumah achieved and generations after him achieved is meaningless without economic freedom. You can vote until you are purple. As long as there is no bread on the table, that vote is meaningless. You must vote when you arrive at home. You must find bread. You must find free education. You must find quality public health. You must find reliable electricity and not what we experienced earlier on. We must make sure that we own everything that belongs to us. So Africans, I don't care how many we are, we must believe in ourselves. At least be an individually liberated African who is not scared of colonizers, who is not scared of white people, who doesn't worship the establishment, who calls a spade a spade. That is the only way Africa will be respected. This continent is one. They might think they divided it. I can guarantee you now, like we saw when Ghana got liberated in South Africa, we said one day it will happen. It came many years after, but eventually it came. The unity of this continent is going to come. And when we call on each other to come into each other's countries, we must embrace that with ease. Me being here in Ghana, I don't feel like I'm in a different country. Because in this world, there is nothing different I'm not used to in South Africa. When I look at left or right, I see my brothers and sisters. When I walk outside and drive all over, I see the poverty of Africa that I see at home. So why would I claim I'm in a different home? Because conditions are the same. So when I'm here, I'm at home. When you are in South Africa, feel at home. South Africans are not xenophobic. South Africans are peace-loving people, and I extend my invitation to all of you to come and study in South Africa, to come and work in South Africa, to come and take your holidays in South Africa, because it is your home too. The same way you welcomed us here, we'll welcome you in South Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think most of the points were just complimentary, more than anything. Ntantalax is not a definition of South Africa. He wanted to use xenophobia for his rise to fame. Even Tudula movement did not belong to him. He went to hijack it for his own selfish interest. And we have reduced him to an insignificant molecule. And therefore, no one can rise in Africa on the ticket of xenophobia. That is the beginning and the end of your political career. So anyone who says such politics is not worth entertaining, because they are short-lived politics and they will never be sustained, because politics are based on history, on philosophy, on ideology. Who of the ideological icons that are celebrated internationally and politically, progressively, was arisen into power on the basis of xenophobia? So that's why it's not sustainable. So please, such individuals who seek to project us as wrong people in South Africa, do not take them to heart. I like that. You see, speak truth to power. But please don't want to be liked. A lot of us, we suffer from wanting to be liked, especially being liked by people in power, because you seek favors. I seek no favor, for because I believe in myself. So you ought to believe in yourself. If you are an engineer like my brother here, if you are a doctor like my sister here, you've got the qualifications, you've got what it takes. You're not going to be scared of some illiterate because it comes from the bush and they say he's a soldier, a non-thinker. And you are scared that when I oppose this person, he will point a gun at me. You must tell him that put it here and shoot me and make sure I die. Because I'm not scared of death. I'm scared to die before I die. Because the day you stop telling the truth and you are pretending and you seek to be liked, you are dead. You are equal as a dead person because you are not enjoying anything. So when I live here, I'm not worried there's someone who's going to call and say, those things you spoke about them there, pay me the money I borrowed you. I don't owe anyone anything, nothing. I don't seek favors from a white man, from colonialists, from anyone. So my brother, don't be scared. Don't try to really impress, because you're impressing corruption. You are not impressing that person. You want to be liked by corruption. So you can't seek love from corruption. Corruption is the destroyer of future and must be fought here in Ghana, and it must be fought in South Africa, and it must be fought all over Africa. So please, let's not be scared to confront the powers that be. You know, these people, when they came to enslave our people here, they were not coming to enslave people. They came to steal the minerals. They were not coming for us. Then they ended up fetching us as well to join the minerals. We were first like minerals. We were traded like minerals. When you think of undermining the democratic achievements that we've made, think of those people who were enslaved, put in boats, in their numbers chained, taken outside of our beautiful continent by force. And they could not chain you as an individual. They have to chain you 10 by 10. When the sea goes crazy and the boat can't stand the wind, they're thinking maybe it's overweight. In the middle of the sea, they take 10 of you, they push you out of the boat so that the boat can sail with the remaining slaves. When the boat continues to continue to carry our people out of the continent, 10 of them pushed out, 20 of them pushed out, both their hands and feet chained. There is nothing so painful to die without a fight. That even when you know this shark is going to kill me, let me try, maybe I will be Moses and hold the mouth, and let that time the shark is attacking you, you die with dignity because you have put some sense of fight. But our people did not have that dignity. They died chained. And we are not here to impress anyone who wants to undermine the legacy and the struggles of those people who died chained. We are not about these people who exist now. We are about President Rawlings. We are about Kwame Nkrumah. We are about all those who came before us. These ones that are still with us will be reminded of what we come from, because they must never think they made us. They were made by those chained slaves. Every time you want to do wrong, every time you want to undermine the struggle and the unity of Africa, remember our people died chained. They could not put up a fight. We are fighting on their behalf and will never retreat until their dignity is restored. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're right. That was a powerful speech.
Yes, brother, a very powerful speech and things.
But what do you think about the fact that he said Ghana started the independence, right? He left out Liberia. You know, that's where it
Yeah,
all
he probably
started.
doesn't have a lot of knowledge on Liberia, but I think
That's
as far as what he's talking about, like the first country that literally just gained independence from colonization and gained independence from just being controlled by another country, and so maybe he didn't mention Liberia because it wasn't in that situation. But then again, you played another video. He showed me another video where he was talking about colonization, and when you're talking about Liberia, it was never colonized. So that was one of the things. But I gave the brother credit. That's just my personal feel.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be a voice, but I'm sure there's also things in the speech at the beginning that with the apartheid comparison that you're not feeling.
No.
And you can definitely go into that also.
Also, he said we got to take the land back. Ghana, I thought Ghana was a land where chiefs control all the land,
Yeah, the land in Ghana, no one has ever, from my knowledge, all of the land in Ghana is Ghanaian land. They don't have a situation where, where ridiculous amount of millions of acres of land has been redistributed to another race or nation of people. So I don't think we have that issue in West Africa. That issue may be, in other parts of Africa, especially in Southern Africa, but not West Africa. So, but when we as a people are young trying to do leadership, there's certain things that we have to make sure that we're clear on. But those are the things. But definitely appreciate the brother's energy. And but
he said
if you want to get
that,
critical about it, definitely let me know what your points are.
Yeah, he said the point about xenophobia, which was good and everything, but at the same time too, you have to have an orderly flow. You can't just have people packing up and saying, something, Juju, I'm gonna take you on my offer. Next thing you know, you got millions of people trekking down to South Africa. That's gonna cause a problem. But the people is there. That's you gotta look at that.
That's been one of the issues. I played a few videos where some of the brothers didn't appreciate people from Mozambique coming in because they're competing with them to where now it's a little difficult for them to make their money because other people are taking lower salaries. Some of the same things that you hear about in this country and another country and another country. But if we're supposed to be diplomatic people, we're supposed to figure these things out and be able to live amongst each other and embrace other cultures. But when I'm in South Africa, I see this, many other Black people from many other parts of the Black world. But it's still, it's still tense there. I mean, I'll be lying if I, didn't say that. But I definitely appreciate the brother for reaching out and say, come in. The next several years they should be more, popular in government, and I do appreciate the energy of talking about economic freedom fighting, which is something that we practically really need to do and not just talk about it in speeches and things like that.
And also, we need to build real economics, not just talk. Economics is not just we have to build. We have to build infrastructure. We have to build education. We have to do this thing.
Exactly. So I'm saying to people, when you have these great speakers out there, including people like Omar Johnson, help us galvanize people to build these industries in our towns, our communities, our cities, our countries that are predominantly Black. That's for me, that's more of the action direction. And before I continue, appreciate brother Mufasa Shabazz, Africa for the Africans. So family, that's what we're keeping it. So appreciate the love, brother. And let me see if you have a comment or anything.
I sent you a super chat too.
Appreciate your call. Appreciate the love and the energy. You don't have to do that. We're just trying to.
No, I'm gonna set
get
people
participation
off.
from folks. You said lead by example. Appreciate it.
Be an example. Send a super chat.
Yeah, this is one of our brothers commented first. I used to be against Blacks being in the military and police, but I was wrong. And a lot of times we do look at those things, and based on the foolishness that I heard from many of our people, because a lot of times we're influenced by our people, and they just, it's like bad leadership. It's like, if you're a young generation of brothers in an organization, try to give good directions and things like that. And that's why I'm saying that one of the things that I would never regret is joining certain Black organizations, because one of the things I learned is what not to do in most of these organizations, because they're very poorly run and things like that because of the mentality. And I do understand the hurt, what I mean, because if you're a person that was just watching the Black Panther Party, and you've seen the highlights. It may make you have certain regards to law enforcement, but then again, you ask is like the race soldiers that you see out there. When King leading his marches and they're getting beaten down in the head. Are those race soldiers what we have as typical police nowadays? Because the thing of it is, if all of us are in this community and all of us decide that we're going to dominate law enforcement and dominate certain things, maybe we can make a change. I'm not saying you can, and I'm not saying you can't at the same time too, but it's like, I think it's better if you're in the system to make a change than from the outside, or if you're inside and you're working with the people on the outside, you can make changes. I don't know. I'm not here to claim I got a bunch of solutions for a country that, I've been living in for 30 years, but it's you see certain things, and even though I've lived here all my life, you live here a majority of your life, and you see certain things, and it's tricky. It's tricky. That's why I'm always that's why Kala is always sharing certain things, because he has a better ways to process all these things. But basically look at even though we're talking about Pan-Africanism and Black Power and nation building, we don't have a nation or country of our own. So just like we have all the outreach to Africa, we have to just have the outreach to work with some of these folks here. I'm not saying to people that they need to go and try to just fight over Trump and Biden and things like that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, like, especially when you live in a town, you can make some changes in that way. And I really feel that if we're more focused, but it's hard to get a lot of us on the same page because we're divided across like ridiculous amount of lines.
Yeah.
Even the fact if people see us successful or us doing a show like this, then they're gonna come with the hate. Like Navigate a little while ago, it's like, where did that come from? It's like, why you feel so entitled? If you're being disrespectful, and you can host your own show, and if you feel like we provide no value and nothing, it's unfortunate. But it's like, why are you up here? Why do you want to hear or comment? I mean, anyone can listen. So I don't know who's even listening. But you're not gonna be on here where we're on a panel and talking about certain things, and you just literally come on and just have your discontent energy, and and feel like you always gotta be confrontational for no reason. It's like, yo, you wasted. It's not our fault. Navigate freely that you wasted all your life being a loser, and now that you want to be a Ghanaian, you should feel ashamed of yourself. Hanging around with all them little children, talk about you giving them donations and things like that. Donate to what we're doing as a people to build our movement.
We'll call Janko last comment. He said the problem with Liberia was that blacks will return with a colonized mindset. First of all, Liberia was not colonized. That's what people don't have.
Let me just flip this around for you. Finish with the if you just read it clearly, and or could just read it.
Okay, I'll read the whole comment. The problem with Liberia was that the blacks who returned from America returned with a colonized and development classism over the natives. That was not what happened in Liberia. Does Janko understand that the natives in Liberia signed treaties and joined their territories with Liberia?
He said also that caused problems. So basically, he's saying that whatever situation it is, it end up causing some level of people not being able to get along.
Yeah, but the same thing going all over Africa, though. All over West Africa.
It's a part narrative that I hear from people, and me, I'm never into the sitting around and arguing with people. What I'm going to do is experience the country for myself, and try to learn more and more.
And actually, somebody who's actually studied the country, right? Liberia was actually more peaceful and more amalgamated than any other West African country. And natives were part of the government and part of Liberia from the beginning.
And the history shows that. That's the good thing about it.
History shows that, so people don't know that. They come with a colonized mentality. First of all, the black people who came from Liberia was not colonized. We were taken from America and transplanted to Liberia.
So I think they said that colonized. Well, I'm trying to put all this into context. He said colonized mindset. That means wherever we came from before, which is America or the Americas, we're on a level of we're under colonization and slavery. So he's saying that we basically came with that mindset, and we end up using it to put ourselves ahead of people or control people. This is what I'm getting from his comments of what he's typing and what I've heard.
People understand something, right? Liberia, at that time period, right, there was no black republics in the region. The idea of a government and a constitution and everything was foreign to that part of West Africa. So they established a country, right, with the the thing of they was going to liberate the whole entire continent from European domination, you know? So you pick your poison, right? Had Liberia not existed, right, it would have been colonized by the British and the French. Let me give you an example, right? The people, the people in surrounding territories, right, when they were actually dealing with real colonization in the Ivory Coast, Guinea, and they saw how free the black people were in Liberia, and they said they want to be part of that. So that wasn't the problem, you know? The problem was on later years, it was white people who came in there, right, and tried to separate the two groups of people. You're this, you're that. They created this term called American-Liberians, which never existed because there was intermarriage between the two groups.
Perfect. So perfect analysis, Colin. John,
They wore the top hats.
Let me read it. I can read this comment off for you real quick. Janko said they were wearing top hats, walking sticks, and long coats in the tropical weather. Our minds are still messed up. We have to totally integrate using joint venture business relationships.
Has Janko ever been to Africa?
I'm sure probably not.
No.
And brother, you can text the people because some people feel like it's important, some people feel like it's not, and some people, you know, maybe it's not, you know, they haven't gotten there yet. But I'm sure he's gonna say no.
What about the people that did wear African garb and they bought a lot of their cloth from African textile and stuff like that? That didn't count, you know? You know, have you actually studied the country? I'm like, what about the native people who wore suits and stuff like that, you know, on the coast, particularly the Crew tribe?
Well, that's what I'm saying, brother. When, you know, looking forward to, you know, I got all this new technology here. Looking forward to putting it to work, and the same points that you and I have that you have mainly mentioned over the last few, over basically the last 2 years, brother. Me and you're gonna be right there together, and we'll be able to just really do some great documentation, great interviews, and also show the history and shows what everything is all about. And you know,
so let me ask you a question. Was Edward Wilmot Blyden, the father of Pan-Africanism, was he a colonizer? He wore a suit and tie. He spoke 7 languages, wrote the history of the Negro and the Negro race. Islam, Africa, you know, they didn't believe a black man wrote that book, you know? You know,
he said the returnees had a colonized mindset. So my point to you, brother, did you know, sort of whether people who came over to Liberia, whether some of them were you know, some of them were freed men, and some of them I don't know if they just came out of you know, just came out of indentured slavery or not, or I don't know who was, I don't know if anybody was sponsored, and I don't know exactly how all the people that boarded the ship, you know, their backgrounds and everything, but I'm sure it was a combination of many different things, including people that were well off and that probably was never a slave. And as far as the colonized thing, I guess it'd have to be with being in a country where, you know, even though you're a freedman, you know, certain laws may be, you know.
And what about the chiefs that were still engaged in the slave trade? The first thing they did was end the slave trade on the coast. Liberia's credible ending the slave trade on that coast of West Africa, impounding slave ships and capturing slave ships at sea and setting people free.
Yeah, I think people are not getting the whole story. So you and I would be able to relive history and tell the story in many different ways. And so these are the nasty, crazy comments. So like this is one right here. Sorry, not one. That's not it. Comments. It said Nigerian Day was, or you know, I mean, I'm not an English major. Wouldn't that be Nigerians They were?
They were. Yeah, he's
Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about, brother. You talking about people come from English-speaking country and can't even speak English and can't even make basic texts and things like that. But the first thing they want to do is turn around and insult your intelligence about history and geopolitics and your experience in the
country and whatnot. You know,
and your research also. So, you know, to add it all together.
I studied Liberia for 35 years.
Let me add Ola in, and let me just play 1 or 2 more of these comments. Brother Ola, we have a new energy going on. If we have brothers like yourself, come on the panel. You know, we need you to show some super chat love. So before we continue, let me know if you got love in your heart.
What's love, bro?
Love is a super chat donation.
In Nigeria here, you cannot just easily do it. That's the problem. I don't live in America.
Oh, so you did. Oh, so I guess. Oh, so you're not one of those Nigerians that are rich.
No, it's not
I'm
easy
looking at
to.
your profile photo, and your profile photo show you got gold chains, and you got bottles and everything. You know what I'm saying? You live in fat, my youth.
That's a metaphor of something there.
Oh no, yeah, I thought that was you.
That's a metaphor of a typical. I'm trying to say a metaphor of a typical African man who like to enjoy. That's what I'm trying to portray there.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send you my my mobile number, and then you can send me a send wave.
Okay, I think that's I think we have that one in Africa.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You're a big baller, man, so I'm expecting a lot from you, because we're gonna put this money together and make this movement work. But nevertheless, Ola, good.
Yeah,
good
man,
to hear.
you're a nice guy. You know, I listen to you. You never really divide for you. You know, I think you're one of those guys. I don't know, because of your background, that will never really change color. You kind of like steady. You believe what you believe. You never really an example of you is a typical guy who believe what they believe, but never really change his way or attack anybody, even when even with the audience on the worst stage, or the person your partners on the worst behavior, you still maintain your coolness. And that's what I love about. I've been watching for a very long time when there was Africa to Africa. That was years back.
Yeah, I try to, man. Think about all the stress and frustration I have to deal with. So sometimes when people like navigate, they take me there. And some people, then
I got you.
Like, oh my God, that's not nice, bro. I was like, yo, this person had it coming, man. It builds up. Like when I went off on Negro P, and lucky I couldn't get a flight up to find out where he's at, man. But nevertheless, what's on your mind, brother? Appreciate your energy and appreciate your support and things.
I appreciate your way of doing your business, man. I've been watching for years now. When I mean years, about 7 years until I come across your channel that time. Let me go to the topic. You see, Bomani, let's just be honest. This social media of a thing, this YouTube of a thing, is now becoming into some African households slowly. Let's say a typical place like Nigeria. You know, I don't know much about Ghana because I've never really been there. But what I see is this social media of a thing is becoming more involved, slowly triple into some of these African countries. And because of that, even the continental Africans started coming across China that are far more worse. Like, not yours is promoting peace and friendship. You know, people like you Africans really want to deal with. But they start coming across China like, I don't know much about Tariq Nasheed. They start coming China that are very nasty. And Africa actually don't have any negative things about Black Americans. Some of them have never ever come across them, even to talk to them. So what we start seeing is something totally different that is other things. What happened in the past, most Africans will say we don't know, and we don't really care to know, because there's not in their mind. But when you see a person who say is pro-Black, also so-called pro-everything, out of the blue, it will change. It will look like something change his mind. It will flip. That become anti-Africans. We see that a lot in the circle of the Black Americans a lot. So we can't really trust them. You can seek the Black national, the so-called general Black national anthem today. Tomorrow you will be the enemy of the Africans. So it is easy for you to say, "Oh, I love Africans. I love my ancestors. I love my descent, whatever I'm coming from." But next tomorrow, you become the worst enemy to the Africans. So it's not about the Africans who have bad experience with Black Americans. You have to understand, Africans already have contact with Black Americans, that Black Americans have contact with the Africans in the continent. You understand me? So the Africans that have contact with Black Americans in the United States always say they are worse, that these people are not easy to deal with. These people give them hell in the United States compared to the white man. You understand me? I have friends who serve in the American Navy who said, for 5 years contract, I was there. The white people never give me no shit. But the Black Americans are the worst people that can be held there.
So, but these people are not coming to say it. You know, everything just died there. But slowly, because of people like other people that are talking shit on this internet, they will start asking, bro, what is the communication between you and these people? They start opening their mouth. Say, man, just forget it. You understand? Just forget it. You know. So when you talk about all this, so you to be united, we also have to be very, very careful also, because we all come from different backgrounds. The long-term separation, we don't have the same mind anymore. Our minds are totally different. The way cities are totally different. They adopted to different type of culture they're living with. We have our own type of culture we're living with. So it's like we have to start writing post letter again, like way back. Like pen, we call it pen pal friends. How you doing? What is your day today? You know, these are the things we slowly have to start knowing each other, because like this is not going to help. The few ones, the few bad ones who try to attack or demonize the continental Africans, the continental Africans will slowly pick us up. These people, man, they might be worse than the white man that we think we even they're bad. You know, black people actually they hate each other more than even hating the opposite race. So with the continental Africans, the continent start knowing, they ain't good for nothing, man. These people just they don't like us, they just pretend. Just like what happened in Liberia. Liberia problem, this started in that civil war. Liberia problem have been cooking down deep even before the civil war. Only the people that took over at that time was already having the hatred to the American Liberians already, because they see them as people who came to oppress them. So we have to also think, when you talk about Liberia, you also have the indigenous people in their mind also. Why did they hate, or why they have not hate, why they have this animosity to this so-called black Americans that came over there for all these years to the Civil War. And so we're kind of talking about, oh, Liberia do this, Liberia do this. Be very, very careful, because the native Liberians doesn't like some of these words you say. It doesn't mean that they're just quiet, oh, they're not there. So
and on that note, hold on, Ola, because you have said a lot. So, we always want to make sure at least you, number one, catch your breath, and appreciate the dialogue about Liberia. And let me just let Kala at least chime in. That way he's fresh he's fresh on a response on what you just said about Liberia. And then, you can just continue from there. But go ahead, Kala. Ola said a lot.
Well, the whole thing I'm trying to say is I'm trying to set the record straight, right? And like I said, when I look at Liberian history, I went with an open mind. I got a lot of books, research. I interviewed a lot of people, and I interviewed a lot of native Liberian people, right? Who at one time scared to speak up because of me. They were scared to speak up. It's like, they say, yeah, I remember such and such. They were good to us. They did this. They were my playmates. They did this. So I said to myself, so it wasn't a contention. I said, no, we all went to the movie theaters together. We played on the playground together. We ate ice cream together. We did stuff like that. My uncle was the first Native man. He was a postmaster general. Like I said, what I'm saying is the picture I was painting of Liberia is different than what you're telling me. And this is Native Liberians telling me this, And so, and like I said, I would say the so-called American Liberian was people that didn't exist. Were the biggest disappointment to me, right? Because they basically, instead of basically standing up for themselves, standing up for their history and everything like that, they sort of went along with this narrative and everything like that. And they did really nothing wrong in history, other than being a successful black people. Anytime you're black and you're successful. Now, you look at right now in Nigeria, there's some tribes and clans and families who dominate all the wealth, dominate everything, steal everything, right? And no one says anything about it, right? But yet they have this benchmark for the so-called American because it ties to Black America. They did this, they did this. Well, what about in some countries in West Africa, people don't even have the basics. They don't have nothing. The standard of living of the average Liberian was still higher than everyone else in West Africa. Liberians basically got more opportunities. There was more people in the government. It was a very integrated society, you know, and it was the least tribalized society of all West Africans, you know, and so therefore there was no tribal friction between the groups until the Civil War happened, and then people start tribing up and stuff like this, but no one talks about that. And a lot of stuff like we go on in Nigeria right now. You got the Fulani people talk about the Fulanis came and killed like 140 people. No one says anything about that. Did any so-called American Liberians ever do that in Liberia? No. Were any mass slaughters, mass graves by them? No. So therefore, what it is the fact of the matter is this country, despite everything, was able to create a republic that was free and everything. Instead of saying like Nnamdi Azikiwe, first president of Nigeria, he lauded Liberia as an inspiration for his nationalist movement in Nigeria. Instead of looking at Liberia's history of helping and training African diplomats post-World War II, everyone from Kenneth Kaunda, Patrice Lumumba, Nelson Mandela, all studied in Liberia about the nuances of governments and diplomatic protocol. They came to Liberia and they came to the Liberian embassy in the U.S. to learn how to do all these things. But we don't learn all that.
We're perfect, color. Before just want to make sure we get back to Ola before you lose this train of thought. Ola, Kala explained a whole lot as far as the reality of Liberia. So I want to know if you learned anything, and or if you're still holding the same perspective as far as.
Look, Kala, let me ask: the Nigerian banditry, you know, people that sponsor banditry, they're not the ones suffering.
Yes.
You understand me? So Nigeria aspect of it, the ones that brought the banditries, they're not the ones suffering it now in that side. So slowly, till Nigeria will wipe them out. Liberia, when I was growing up, I thought the ones that speak like United States type of English, they're the ones I'm seeing. I didn't know they have a native people like that, because I see them preaching as missionaries. So
we can't hear you. Guys speak up, man. We can't hear you.
I said the most Liberians that I've come across in Nigeria, they were like people who preach God. Some of them like these missionaries. Some of them like this evangelical kind of people that I came across. That was 83, 84, when I was in my high school. So I didn't know much about them. The Civil War, that Civil War made me go deep about them. Who are these people? I didn't know Liberia was being occupied by people that came from the United States. I thought they were just like, okay, they were native there. These are the Liberian people, this is the way they talk. But we could understand they have similar way of United States type of cars, type of flag, and they're using the dollar. This was during the Civil War time. I think I understand all these things. But when I come across a native Liberia, I met this guy. I met him in Europe. We were just talking. I said, "Where you from, man?" He said, "Liberia." I said, "Wow." I said, "Man, you."
Hey, let me ask you a question, Kidola.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because then I said, "What's going on in your country, man? You kind of like people talk, like Americans." He said, "No, man." He said, "Those are the American Liberians. So they came from United States." I said, "But who are you?"
There were no such people called American Liberians. That person was ignorant. There were no such people called American.
Let him finish so we can hear him wrap up.
Man.
I'm
talking about a guy, a native one. Then I said,
because you're misinformed.
You see, you just get triggered when I said there's somebody I met, a native guy.
Kidola. I got my partner Ross.
You have to be. See, Kala.
I got a Liberian on the panel right now.
He can be there. I'm telling you.
Why don't you listen to a Liberian?
Hold on. I come across somebody. I'm telling you a story of a Liberian who said it's a native Liberia. You understand me? I don't know much about Liberia at that time.
They're all native Liberians. They were born there.
Hold on. You hold on.
1 minute. Let him say what he has to say. That way we can hear.
Go ahead, man.
You want to talk? You want to say I understand you promoted the.
You gotta be smart enough to make your point. You're rambling.
Let me say something. You were talking that quiet, man. Then he said, "These are American Liberia." I said, "Who are you there?" He said, "Native Liberia." I said, "Man, what is the difference?" He said, "Some came from United States. They came to Liberia. They were oppressing us for a very long time. I said, what about oppressing? Forget that shit. They said, okay. He said, let me tell you the story. They told me the story. I was very shocked. So the story you try to portray here, Kala,
yeah, there you go. Look, let me tell you something.
Is not what that guy is. Not what that guy. Hold on. Let me just tell. Hold on.
I think you said enough. You said
enough. Hold on. You live in the United States. You don't live in Africa, but goddamn brother.
You said enough.
In the United States. You don't live. You have to be very careful.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're going off secondhand knowledge about liars and whatnot.
Go and sit with George Weah.
You can show me what you say in the book.
Go and sit with George Weah and talk what you're talking now. If we don't look at you differently. Go and sit with George Weah and start speaking what you say now. Look, Kala, you have to be very, very careful what you to some of these African countries, what you try to promote. What you try to promote, you have to understand. United States government was also having is suppressing the native also.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Do you think you think foreigners who just came from somewhere? We have the energy and power to start oppressing people who live there for a very long time.
Check this out. You've been speaking for a long time. Kofi just said.
You try to promote the dangerous way of your side of story without you don't know.
Bottom line is you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Let me just hold on. You can hold on to that point. You can come back to that point. Let me just hear from Ross, and then.
Let me say before you get Ross on, let me say something. Right, Kofi said the way they talk about Native Liberian history, they make natives look weak. Native Liberians were not weak and pushovers. They were not oppressed.
But then also, Jem Juliet, this is what she was saying. She was saying that
who drove Chancellor? Who drove Chancellor out of Liberia? Who drove Chancellor? The native who drove Chancellor out of Liberia? You want to say something else that Carla, you have to be very, very careful. With the
let Ross talk. Let Ross talk.
Yeah, Ola, you have to. Ola, you have to make short points. But let's hear from Ross. Ross Newen, go ahead, brother. Let me know if you heard the conversation over the last 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. Good morning. I joined the conversation late, but I listened to a lot, and I think I understand where he's coming from with that. The reality is that it depends on the individual. It differs. Perspective differs from one individual to another. But generally, when you meet a Liberian who is a nationalist or a patriotic Liberian, you don't get sentiments of divisionism or divisiveness. You would typically get the perspective of understanding that's based on Liberia being the melting pot for the African intercontinental constituency. Because people didn't only come from the United States. People came from Haiti. People came from Jamaica, people came from Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados and other West Indies countries, okay? So it's not just a thing say, okay, the territory of Liberia in America, no. There are people who came from other parts of the Caribbean, and they were also founding fathers of Liberia, all right? Many of them, some of them even became presidents of Liberia, and they were not necessarily from the U.S., and they were not indigenous to Liberia. And the other thing is, as a matter of fact, none of the indigenous tribes are really originally from Liberia. So Liberia is a place where certain groups of Africans over time and at different times immigrated to Liberia. That's Liberia's true heritage, okay? And so far as a republic being established or a nation being founded goes, Liberia is truly the first Pan-African country in the world, period. Yes, Santo Domingo gained their independence and everything, but Liberia is on a continent. This is the motherland, Africa. And if Liberia had not been founded at the time Liberia was founded, for example, most of these African countries would probably have just been getting their independence, even in the 21st century, so to speak. Maybe the last ones would have probably been getting their independence in the 21st century. Things would have delayed. Right? Liberia is a testament to African people's contribution to humanity, human rights protection, and humane order of life and things like that. We, as a people, and when I say that, I mean that in the context of representing all African people. Liberia is one of the greatest testaments to Africa's contribution to humanity. And there are certain people, for the most part, the majority of Liberian people who are enlightened subscribe to this belief and understanding because it's based on truth, it's based on reality, it's based on the facts of history. And when you meet people, accent means nothing to the average or to the typical Liberian. Accent means nothing. Back in the day, when we were all going to school, elementary school, J.J. Roberts High School, what have you, nobody really cared about whose accent or what accent was being spoken. All right, this is something that's post-war because of all the militias, animosities, and things like that that were subscribed to ethnic rivalry and ethnic divisions and things like that. And as a part of that situation with tribal conflict, it also brought to forbear the differences between the so-called American Liberians and the so-called indigenous. But basically, no particular faction or group of Liberian people are originally from Liberia. Everybody immigrated, and that's just the reality. So this is, in the truest sense, the country that's of Pan-African origin, or originality and heritage. And that is the legacy that is enshrined in the Constitution of Liberia in its original context, where it says that this place was established for and by people of Negroid descent, and that only such people can exclusively own land and become citizens through naturalization and participate in public life. There was nowhere else in the world where such a constitution exists or existed. In fact, as late as 2019, thereabout, Ghana had to amend their constitution and adopt to similar principles, okay, to allow African Americans basically to immigrate to Ghana and begin to participate in public life, become citizens, buy and own land and things like that. Those were not originally in Ghana's constitution. And these facts are things that have been a part of Liberia's constitution from this foundation, from the very get-go of the founding of the nation. So yeah, a lot of the division that you see was as a matter of politics with much international interference and what have you, for control purposes, okay, to exercise control over the population of Black people, including our success story, and to an extent even trying to eradicate it, because it's one of the greatest testaments of humanity. Our humanity is Black people, Liberia. All right, we contributed to the independence struggle and the freedom struggle of the majority of African countries up to the extent that they were able to gain their independence officially and become nations. Okay, Liberia is a founding member of the United Nations Charter. Liberians, the government of William B.S. Tubman is the government that actually established the OAU and the African Development Bank. The charter documents establishing those organizations were actually drafted by Liberian technocrats in Liberia and taken to Addis Ababa, where all the African heads of states, including Haile Selassie, embraced it unanimously. There was no arguments over it. It was adopted as is. There were no amendments made, okay, because it was reflecting all Africa's and Africans' aspirations as a people. And these are the great testaments of Liberia's contribution to humanity and the protection of human rights, with emphasis on Black and African people. So it's not something to take for granted. And when you hear the average Liberian express sentiments like the one you came across in Europe, that's a minority of people who were persuaded one way or the other due to politics that's a bad influence, and not only for Liberia, but for the rest of Africa. If you really look back at the period of our civil crisis, you will see that the conflict affected Liberia, that uncivil war. I don't call it a civil war, I call it an uncivil war. And it actually affected not only Liberia. There were several countries in Africa at that very same time. It's like it was all orchestrated, and there were strategic countries that all of a sudden were all just plunged into instability and unrest. So, you know, we have to be careful what kind of sentiments we subscribe to as African people. That's the point I wanted to stress on.
Yeah, exactly. The whole
Brother Ross Nguyen, well said, to perfection. Now, Ola, did you learn something from a native Liberian
but
that
yes.
explained the history?
Yes. This
And
is where an African person sound, not where Carla is trying to promote a very dangerous way of talking. Because I'll tell you, look, when I came, I said, when the first time I had a Balabera was a woman who was like a missionary who came to my school to preach. That's the first time I ever had about that accent. That was 83. Yes, that was 83. Then I didn't know much about that to the Civil War. That was 1990. Then I heard about the real Balabera. I don't know nothing about Liberia even.
You got libraries
where you live? Hold on. When that Civil War started, that's when we started coming across people, Liberian people in Nigeria. A lot. They will start hearing our soldiers are going there to fight. We said to do what? So you have to start. You saw Liberia in the book. I saw Liberia close to me with people that came to Liberia. Most of them have relationship with Nigerian people. Liberia is one of Nigeria's closest ally in that West African continent.
Yeah, and also like Nigeria was also contributing to a lot of instability in Sierra Leone and the diamond trade.
Nigeria, don't forget Nigeria did go there. Hold on, you see,
a lot of war spilled over Sierra Leone.
You see, this is the dangerous aspect you want to promote. Nigeria hold on. Nigeria came to Sierra Leone like that until the Civil War.
Yeah, and they started doing the same thing.
Hold on. Oh, you see, you want to pick one aspect. You forget Charles Taylor was the one who groomed that fucking guy in Sierra Leone to cause a civil war. It was not a Nigerian person. Nigeria was
Taylor.
Hold on. Nigeria was always
that was raging in Sierra Leone for decades. Charles Taylor too.
Nigeria was always having military to military cooperation with Sierra Leone government.
Sierra Leone just almost had a coup. Still got instability with that. Is that Liberia's fault too?
Kala, you know what you would have gone do in Sierra Leone? You would have recruit yourself to go and fight like the Nigerian soldiers were there to fight. So before you start saying,
you have asked yourself selling blood diamonds for weapons and everything like that. That was all Liberia's fault.
Yeah,
why not you go and recruit yourself?
Is like one year. Look. Also, you have to slow down. That way you're talking, and then when you finish talking.
Sorry. Okay,
no, I want to make because other people are listening. We're all trying to make
give me 2 seconds.
You guys clearly.
Bomani, give me 2 seconds, please.
Let us talk for about 2 minutes, and then after a while.
Bomani, look, you see Sierra Leone today. When Sierra Leone was having this second problem, you see now what happened? The Nigerian government lobbied the Sierra Leone government to allow that other man to come to Nigeria to come and arrest. Nigeria don't promote violence. Nigeria don't promote nothing in North African countries. You understand me? Even to Liberia. Nigeria don't ever been to Liberia, if not because what's going on in Liberia. Because Liberia was very close to Nigeria as a friendship, as a brother, until today. So don't promote Nigeria cause instability in Liberia. You would have picked your favorite man that you try to sell. You have to be very, very careful. You don't live in Africa.
And hold on. I want to make sure I heard something clear. Are you accusing Kala, or did you mention that Kala said that Nigerians cause instability in Liberia? Kala, did you mention anything in that reference? I just want to make sure I hear you clearly.
Well, what I said exactly was that the whole country region plunged into chaos. There was no. When you have a war, you have an exit strategy. No one knew who was in charge. No one that is. So there was basically people selling blood diamonds and stuff like this. Like Bra said, an uncivil war. It was, when you look at Liberia, it was no civil war. It was just anarchy and chaos. When that, people have guns, warlords had guns, carving up territory, looting public facilities, looting, stripping the infrastructure, selling on the black market and stuff like this. And Nigerians and Sierra Leoneans and all these other people, fighters, were involved in that. That's the truth.
Kala, who were giving these guns? You'd have asked your government who were the one giving
the guns. Didn't come from Liberia.
So you'd have asked your government, how did Charles Taylor get to Liberia? Somebody that was in prison.
Hold on. That was 1989.
How did he get to? How did he get to? How did he get to?
That was 1989. Charles Taylor.
And hold on. How did he get to Liberia to come and destabilize Liberia? Why was he allowed to leave the prison to go to the enemy country and train himself there, be armed? You have to understand.
Well, the whole thing is he was there to take out. It wasn't Charles Taylor. It was Prince Johnson that took out Samuel Doe.
You have to understand that if Nigeria was so causing instability,
I'm not talking about that part. We're not talking about that part. Nigeria wasn't part of that. You know, that was not what we're talking about here. You gotta get your timeline right? After Charles Taylor took over, there was relatively peace in like the early 90s, everything. Then they had an election in 1997, right? Charles Taylor won, right? And then when Charles Taylor won, right, these rebel groups start forming in Sierra Leone and stuff like that. And the bottom line is they create so much instability. Some people say Ellen Sirleaf was behind it, right? And they start importing weapons into and Nigeria was there to basically stop the civil unrest in Sierra Leone, and it spilled over into Liberia. That's what happened.
Liberia that caused Sierra Leone war. It was never Sierra Leone.
Liberia did not cause Sierra Leone.
Hold on. One thing I want you to do is because sometimes I think you're talking and not listening to what Kala's saying. The goal is in a conversation is to respond to the things he's talking about. He just explain because he keep on explaining these things to you. And then I'm gonna put up another comment, and then Kala, you can respond to this comment. Nigerians were in Liberia before war, just like they were all over West Africa. Their soldiers participated in some of the atrocities as well as helping end the war. So how about we talk about that, and let me just get Ross on also so he can respond to Jim's well, first, comment. How about you, Ross? Can you see the comment? And let me know if I need to read it again. All right, then how about you, Ola? You can go then, since not gonna respond.
But man, because I have a friend who went to Liberia to even at that time to fight on a peacekeeping mission. You know, look, the guy told this is not about. I have to read it. It's a guy that went there. He spent about 3 years in Liberia. He was a soldier. You start me. This guy was a basketball player who joined the Nigerian army, and he went to Liberia. And he said, to be honest, in Liberia, you don't know who you're fighting with. There are different people. They can attack you at any time. He said, but the worst one is Charles Taylor. You know, the Nigerians were really looking for Charles Taylor to really catch, to teach a lesson, because Charles Taylor killed a lot of Nigerian soldiers when Nigeria came there. He was hostile to any other African countries that came to Liberia. Yemi Johnson, what you talk about now, Yemi Johnson was playing double games also in Liberia. So you don't know who you're fighting with. Nigeria was always trying to stabilize Morova so that maybe Samodo can have a little bit safe zone to rule. But there were other external hands also that don't want Samodo there. So Nigeria government was fighting people, shadow hands, and other shadow hands, and shadow hands. So it was not Nigeria came there to say, oh, let me do. Too many people were destabilizing the place. Foreign hands were heavily destabilizing Liberia. The guy said it was difficult. It was very, very difficult. You don't know who to trust. They were using child soldiers as spies. Some of these child soldiers will kill you, shoot at you. You understand? The guy came from Liberia, he was traumatized. So it was not like, oh, he was there for fun. That's what I said when I hear sometimes Black Americans start talking about Liberians, I just laugh. It was not like going to drink. It was not like going there to drink a tea. Nigerians didn't go there and start having, start drinking, Liberia beautiful tea there. It was years battle there until the whole thing stabilized. Until recently, teachers still are left. So you have to get your fact right. It was not Sierra Leone who caused Liberia civil war. It was Charles Taylor who come with that American mindset.
Well, appreciate Ola, because what we're gonna do is put this in context. So you're saying it was you're saying it was Charles Taylor. Y'all both saying different things. I'm hearing you're saying it's not Charles Taylor coming out of Sierra Leone to to make it happen. And Colors talking about Nigeria.
He's saying
Nigeria.
that Charles Taylor, because Charles Taylor got a name like Charles Taylor with an American mindset, caused all the problem. So I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about.
I think one of the issues is like everything just can't be blamed on Charles Taylor. I mean, it's sad that he's the only person that's like locked away forever, and it's like probably a long list of people that that probably need to be there
That's
before
still
him.
walking around.
And it's unfortunate. It's kind of one of those situations where they realize it's a terrible situation and they're just going to use one scapegoat and everybody throws that person under the bus. So it's unfortunate. It seemed like everyone that was down with him threw him under the bus, including the former female president Shirley. But unfortunate situations. But hopefully we can learn from this, because what I'm hearing different opinions from different factions. Even Janko is sending a message saying that that Ola is saying the same thing as he's saying.
Yeah, both.
But let's hear from Kofi. Let's hear what Kofi has to say about it. Kofi, what do you think about Jem Jewel comment?
Yeah, I'm a Black American. Parents. Both my dad Caribbean, my mother is from South Carolina, my daughter's a Fanti. I'm in Ghana right now. If you know the true history of Liberia, you're gonna know that just because you have a English last name doesn't necessarily mean that you were of settler ancestry or repat ancestry. The indigenous kings, they had the first contact with the Europeans, so they adopted names from the Portuguese, from the French, from the English travelers, from the English explorers they were trading with. They went to European schools. Some of the King Peters went to Liverpool. The Davises, the Freedmans, these are indigenous kings adapting English titles. Freedmen being, look, we're the ones that are the traders. We're free. We're the freedmen. But these are people that are coming from indigenous empires. Bassa.
Are you talking about King Freeman of the Grebos?
Yes.
Yeah, I studied him. A good book.
So everyone with an English name doesn't tie back to African American stock. For example, Charles D.B. King, he was the first one to use the Americo label, but he's coming from his ancestry come from Sierra Leone, or that border region of Liberia and Sierra Leone. His father was a recaptured African, and all the recaptured Africans, since they didn't speak the language of the hinterland, so-called native Grain Coast peoples of that region, doesn't mean that they didn't know the trade language of the coast when they were enslaved on the coast. So when you're talking about the native, who is the native? Is it the ones that got enslaved and were enslaved on the coast and being in chains and then later freed? Or are you talking about the people like King Momolo, the Massacoy king, and the Galinas, who built a fort wall to protect their kingdom in the hinterlands, but also who controlled the trade on the coast, and who joined Liberia to combat the French armies that were coming from the north of Guinea. So this guy keeps on. This guy is triggered. He's mainly triggered by Tariq Nasheed, and he's coming here with the Tariq Nasheed argument and trying to bring in modern day demographic as African Americans and Black Americans and mixing it up with Liberian history. And that part is danger. That's the dangerous part. Always trying to claim that we have no claim to the African continent.
Well, Kofi, let's make sure we get a response from him. Well said, brother. I appreciate the historical breakdown. And Ola, I'm hoping that between Ross and Kofi, you're learning something, because some of the points that you're carrying may be conflicting. So let me get a response from you, Ola, about what Kofi and Nuano has been saying. And let me know if you change your thoughts of what you're saying before.
Sorry, when I came here, I said, until today, I don't know much about Liberia. But I could understand people that went there, and I met only one person. I've met a lot of Liberians, but I never understand what's called American Liberia or what's not American Liberia. I started American Liberia with, I met several parts of, I met Liberians in Nigeria, like that. But I've never been to their country with your friends. I thought they were even Nigerians. So, where are you from? I said Liberia. So I don't know much about their politics, but what I saw and my friends that went there to fight is one that told me. His name is called Frank. He said, bro, when you go over there, when he was there, you don't know who you're fighting with. Because they're all different group of people you're fighting with. They just try to stabilize moreover. He said, but the deeper you stay there, you start have shadow hands are everywhere. You understand me? So what I'm talking is Kala that is trying to promote one side of story that is very, very dangerous without you don't know much about who are these people really. What you read in book, but not what is on the ground there. I don't know much about them. I only come across them when I was young in the high school. They're still nice people, but I don't know much about the guys I met. They're all nice. I know they are closer to us as Nigerians heavily. We share similar type of things. But stop bringing this Black American way of analyzing things into this country that you don't know nothing about. That's what I just have to let Carl understand. That you say Black American find Liberia, you might be heavily wrong. You understand me? Don't trigger things like the guy says is native I met. Don't trigger things. African politics are very, very dangerous politics. I don't know nothing about Liberia. Just what I know, Charles Taylor is the one that caused civil war in Sierra Leone Nigerians have been looking way to deal with Charles Taylor for a very long time because of what he did to our soldiers. He was very brutal. He was very, very brutal. Yemi Johnson is cool. Yemi Johnson was trying to even find, even when he killed the other guy. But Charles Taylor was being sponsored by special organization, and he was really after Nigerians. He was using some of these child soldiers to really harm Nigeria in Liberia. So Charles Taylor was never a saint. He was an agent.
Also, Ola, I want to make sure I'm flowing with you.
What year was this?
Hold on, Carl. I just want to find out from him as far as because didn't Obasanjo basically took Charles Taylor in? So if they had all of these issues with Charles Taylor and what they did to the Nigerian soldier, why did Obasanjo take him in? But then again, it could have been a setup because he did turn him over, right? So Ola, I'm just trying to get a response from you.
Yeah. Let me tell you one thing. Obasanjo was not there. It was Abacha that was fighting Charles Taylor at that time, because Charles Taylor was what Nigeria discovered. Charles Taylor was not really looking for the best interest of Liberia. Charles Taylor was looking for his own interest.
Appreciate the correction.
Well, something's not right here.
Now, so since it was a different president,
So you have to understand the people that fought in Liberia.
He got dates wrong. He got dates wrong. Where Abacha was president.
The people that fought in Liberia, the soldiers that fought in Liberia, the captains.
Sure, it wasn't Obasanjo.
I think he got dates wrong.
Hold on.
He got dates wrong.
Either me or him got the dates wrong. I mean,
Charles Taylor was elected in a landslide election in 1997. He was president for 6 years to 2003 when the Civil War broke. It wasn't even civil; it was an uncivil war, like Ross says. It was anarchy and chaos fueled by guns and diamonds and blood diamonds coming in a thing. And Charles Taylor said, "Look, to have peace and like he could stay there, I'm going to step down, right?" And the Nigerians offered him safe passage, but instead of doing that, the CIA was there and they handed him over to the Hague, which Liberia nor the United States was a signature to the Hague. They handed it over to a Hague to a legal proceeding instead of going to the agreement. Like I said, we'll give you safe passage in Nigeria to avoid further bloodshed. And again, this is what happened in Liberia that we're still dealing with to this day. All the warlords and everybody right there that were killing people, the child souls, everything, these people got into the government. And that's what we're dealing with. Even right now, to this day, I saw a march that happened, and Ross will tell you right there, Liberia. They've been the CDC government, former government. They're mad. They're making threats if they don't get the Speaker of the House. They're making these ad-hominem attacks. And one thing Boca must do, and I hope he does it or not, is you have to stand right now. We need what we need right there, like there is needed. We need another President V.S. Tubman, right? Because the Liberians would never try that if Tubman was in power. You know, you need to stand with iron, you know, and say, put your foot down and say, you dare try any more insurrection, everything like that, you will be dealt with. Just like Ghana, we played that video, Ghana executing people who plotted a coup. I applaud that.
Kala, this is a modern time. Don't bring that the man you try to promote. This look. Africa.
All that stop telling a man what to do. What I'm trying to answer the question. I said this is what I pull up from the history. General Obasanjo, in office from 1999 to 2007. So what the situation I'm talking about is when Charles Taylor was out of office and he needed refuge. It was Obasanjo that was the president. So you know, you made me like think that I didn't know what I was talking about, but brother. That's the dates right there, 1999 to 2007. So before Charles Taylor was in office before this, but during the situation of when he needed to seek safe passage, it was a setup, and this is who set him up. and I mean for Nuwan and Kofi, you know, you guys know more about the history, and yourself also, Kala. So this, you know, if anything is incorrect, you know, we're trying to make sure things are clear for people that are listening. So, Ola, what you say about this? Am I correct? Why did Obasanjo do that? Was it a setup initially, or did he get pressure put on him to turn over Charles Taylor? That's what we're trying to get clarity of from your perspective.
What you have to understand is Charles Taylor. Let me just give you a perspective of Nigerians and the Nigerian soldiers that went to fight. The Nigerian soldiers that went to fight, some of them like field commanders, like captains and lieutenants. Some of them become generals during Obasanjo time. They never really forgive Charles Taylor what Charles Taylor did. You understand me? You know, Charles Taylor was nasty. Charles Taylor was being sponsored by special agents. The people that sponsored Charles Taylor, they see the people who betray him later. Charles Taylor was being chased out of Liberia. Charles Taylor could not control even some street in Morovia before he did just say, oh, let me step down like that. You know, he agreed to step because he knew he was getting weaker. The forces that were getting
trying to avoid, and you know. So
what happened? He came to Nigeria. He came to Nigeria to seek an asylum by Obasanjo. But while he was in Nigeria in Calabar area, he was living in a mansion. Charles Taylor was also planning a way to escape from that place also. So he was never really a trusted guy.
Because, you know, it's probably a setup. You know, you talk about Obasanjo, you know what I mean? You can't trust some of these guys, man.
But you have to understand, the Nigerian soldiers that he fought, that he was killing at that time, never even forgive him.
And that's what I'm saying, brother. Could it have been a setup from the beginning?
It could be.
So there was no rebels. The rebels were doing the killing. He was a government. He had the national army. It was the rebels, all these rebel factions that were killing everybody.
It was the soldiers that were doing these things.
It was the soldiers who were trying to maintain order. He's the head of the state. He was elected.
He was trying to get power.
He was already in power. He's elected. What are you talking
about? How about this? Let's get to Ola. Since you know a lot of, you seem to know a lot about Liberia and never been there and don't know certain things that Kala know. But let me get a feedback from Nuwan. Nuwan, you're still there because I'm sure you've been hearing all this thing going. So interject with corrections, my brother, and then I got another message.
And Ross, remember 2 years ago?
Yeah, I think you guys. you guys were making two different references, so I don't see why Ola is trying to push points across that aren't factual. First of all, he's right when he talks about Sonny Abacha being the president at the time of Liberia's unrest, at the time of the conflict. Yeah, Sonny Abacha was president. But when you talk about when Charles Taylor very honorably decided to step down for the sake of peace, it was Obasanjo that was president. And when Charles Taylor sought asylum, yes, he seemed to have been framed and set up just like he was being pursued, in my opinion, just like Gaddafi was being pursued, okay? So it's very evident that the stronger of our African leaders who oppose oppression from the West, especially so far as our resource management goes, they immediately become targets for sabotage. And that's what happened in the case of people like Charles Taylor and Gaddafi and many others, including William Richard Talbot, who was also eliminated at the early stage of Liberia's situation of crisis. So same thing that happened to William Richard Talbot could have easily happened to Charles Taylor if it wasn't for God and if he wasn't stronger. Oh, okay, tell you the truth. It's his nationalism and patriotism that caused him to step down. Nothing else, I would believe. All right.
And also, what about Ross? What about we was talking about one time where the United States wanted to drill off the coast of Liberia for oil, and Charles Taylor said
yeah,
no.
Charles Taylor opposed that. I think they wanted about 20-80 or 30-70 relationship of trade relationship and industrial relationship for the crude oil on the shores of Liberia. It was a bad deal. Charles Taylor refused it. The guy who was ahead of the delegation that was pushing for that deal, Mr. Jack, came back to Liberia as a UN representative. Okay, a deal was rejected, and all of a sudden, this supposedly private sector guy came back as a UN representative. So yeah, there's a lot of things that's complicated, and some of it is not even worth discussing. We just need to pick up the lessons and the positives and be more prepared to make progress and to defend the progress that we make collectively.
More to it than that Charles Taylor has an English accent. Charles Taylor is an indigenous background. His he's not even American, right? His mother's Gola, his father's from Trinidad. He has no ties to the so-called America. Like everybody got to get America and Black America out of their head. The most influential Liberians in their history were the Howards, the Portes, and people like that came from the Caribbean. John Brown Rushworm turned Maryland into a paradise. He's Jamaican ancestry, So this idea that America and all stuff like this, Liberia tried its best to show a template of a model Black state at a time when most of the world was colonized and living in darkness. That's why they have the Lone Star, the Lone Star. It stood alone against all the odds, against colonialism. They only put it in proper context. Liberia, the British, the French, and the Portuguese, all these countries wanted to gobble up Liberia from its inception. But this country held on to its sovereignty, and protected the indigenous people in their territory.
Kala, why is it Black Americans want to take the shine away from the Caribbeans that actually really came there to do a lot? It's Black Americans that try to shine, look, the Caribbeans never, the Jamaicans or whatever, the Trinidad never come about, we for the Liberia. Why is it that it's Black Americans who want to take the shine?
What are you talking about? The Black Americans. I get so sick of it, and you wonder why, when you talk like that, you wonder why there's an ADOS FBA movement, which we can't control. We can't get us out of hand. You keep talking about Black. We're not a monolith. We don't all think alike. We're not a monolith. Stop demonizing us as a people. You're demonizing us. The Black American. You guys got to get us. We rent space in your heads.
Maybe the Caribbeans that might be the majority in Liberia never actually came and claimed that share, but Black Americans always try to claim.
I was talking to our sister Wayne Wonder. She told me the other day. She said Liberia. She goes, the Caribbean, no offense to the Caribbean, she said they were actually more elitist than the people that came from the South. They were more down to earth. The Caribbeans came from the elite in the Caribbean and stuff like that, in London and everything like that. The Black African Americans were more upriver people, farmers, and stuff like this. The Caribbeans were more the elite. Charles Taylor was part of the elite.
Yeah, you still got some of them elites running where we come from, man. I'm telling you. Man.
So the bottom line, when you want to put it on Black American, Black American.
Yeah, it's not just
tired about people being demonized, for no reason.
We were talking about hats and things like that. Yeah, people come from all over the place that went to Liberia, so. It's one of those.
Yeah, exactly. I want to agree with Bomani, and I like to keep stressing that it's very important for us to be able to consolidate our efforts, individual ones that are mutually exclusive, as well as the ones that are mutually inclusive. We need to be able to consolidate things if we're going to make any real significant progress. We can't keep dissecting things. We dissect things for understanding, not to just keep promulgating that. So. Bomani is right. People came from everywhere. Liberia is more or less that capital that contributed to the advancement of our Pan-African constituency, basically. I mean, everybody from Mandela to Nkrumah and what have you had to come through Liberia, and in many instances had to assume Liberian travel documents and national identity to be able to maneuver the globe at that time, during those trying, very difficult times for Black people globally. So, we came from everywhere. We came from the Caribbean. We came from the U.S. I personally have a lot of family in Jamaica. There's a lot of Dumbars. My cousins are in Jamaica. We got Haitian relatives. Okay, so for some of us who have relatives within the different regions of the Pan-African domain, it's kind of stressful and frustrating to hear people keep on trying to divide us. It's very annoying because we are one people when you really look at it.
Well said, brother. What I'm trying to say is this: that I don't like I don't like color pushes on certain aspects of things. That you have to understand. You don't live in the continent of Africa. Before you start pushing things about Liberia, you start pushing things about Liberia. You have to understand there are people that also want peace in Liberia. I'm a Nigerian. I've never been to Liberia, but I know a little bit about it. I have a lot of friends that came from those zones. In Nigeria, we don't even know who is who. Until you ask, man, where you from? Before you start telling I'm from Liberia or this. But I know a lot of Nigerians are going to Liberia to do whatever they're going to do there. So
yeah, but Ola, you may not have been to Liberia, but there are many Nigerian naturalized Liberians now from back in the day. And there are new waves of Nigerians coming every day. There are a lot of Nigerians. I interact with Nigerians every single day right in my neighborhood. They're out here, they're living a life, some of them got their own businesses, some of them working for Liberians, and they're enjoying Liberian. For the most part, most of the men I see are engaging with Liberian women. They're not even trying to find out where the Nigerian women are. They love Liberian women. So I'm interacting with these guys on a daily basis. Liberia is that country that's been a Pan-African hub for a long, long time. And that's what we need to understand. For some reason, the crisis was used as a means of shrinking our national consciousness so that people would think in terms of ethnicity and things like that. And that's what really shrunk Liberia's consciousness. So the level of consciousness that, for example, our forefathers had is not the same level of consciousness that prevails today. And that's the pathetic part of all this situation of crisis and conflict and everything. People not being aware and in tune with reality. That's the saddest part.
Right, bro. So that's I try to talk about that. I don't know much about the country. I've never been there, but I know I have Nigerians going there.
I would suggest you pick up a book, or listen to Ross. Ross will educate you. You don't want to listen to me. Listen to Ross. Ross is like a walking encyclopedia when it comes to Liberia.
Yeah. I listen to Ross. Ross is far more logical to listen to than you, Carla, because you sometimes you pushing things out.
No. You don't listen to me because who I am.
No. What I'm scared of is that this mindset of Black Americans that will bring it to Liberia. So we find Liberia. Then from there they will start acting differently against them. African people are united. Hey
Ross. When I'm with you in Liberia, listen to this. When I'm with you in Liberia, how do I act, Ross? Don't I just act like I just fit in and
for the most part, what connected us, first of all, God. I think we talked about God and we talked about life, and definitely the other thing was the ethic of work. Okay, the moral ethic of things so far as labor and work. Okay, and development. I early on the first conversation seen somebody call it somebody who was more of or is more about creating jobs and employment. By the time we had met, he had already connected with a whole lot of young people on the ground, and he's seen everywhere he go that the basic need is employment. People want access to employment, and not for the sake of income, for the ability to attain self-actualization through work, through creativity, through self-application. And he immediately connected with that when he was on the ground, and I got that from him in the first conversation. And it's been something that he constantly reiterates. He would say, what's that phrase you usually use? He say, all the young people want is just to work. People just need to work, and they want to work, and that's what they're expressing, that they want to work. And you say this in almost every conversation, so I understand that that's something you're passionate about and is willing to make a contribution towards. And I think that's a part of why we connect.
It don't take, Liberians are very down-to-earth people. You know, it don't take a lot to make Liberians happy when all they need is a break. You know, and I'm selling Liberia's story to the world and saying this. And
Liberian people actually love American people, period. And I mean that generally. I'm not even speaking from a perspective of my ethnicity or being African. I just mean that generally. Liberia are one of the most hospitable groups on the planet Earth. Liberians tend to gravitate more to foreigners also. We're a very open country. I've been to several African, especially West African countries, and the level of hospitality that you find with Liberian people, you don't find it nowhere else. Ghanaians are selfish, for example, with their job situations. They would never employ a Liberian where there are Ghanaians available. It's impossible. They would never allow you to own your own business easily. It would have to be something that's not really major, or you would have to have a major capital investment go on and things like that. Their avoidance are similar. You know what I mean? Nigerians are more competitive, I think more open-minded, and the population size really is one of the things that contribute to like Nigerians being more friendly. But yeah, I mean, there are just things that other West African countries would not tolerate from their neighbors that Liberians tolerate. I mean, everybody's here. Guineans, Sierra Leoneans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, you come across them every day. Everybody's here. I think the only reason there aren't more Ivorians here is because Ivorians love their French. I mean, if they want to speak English, they want to speak English with European people. So they'll probably be in the European countries like Norway and the UK, or they'll go to Canada or something. But yeah, for the most part, Liberia, we're very hospitable. Like Liberian people are like that just by nature.
Right, bro. That's where Nigerian artists also love Liberia a lot. I see a lot of Nigerian artists are going over there. Even Nigeria's most of the.
Hey, Ola, you need to invest in some better equipment with all that Nigerian money. Your mic sounds like terrible. We can barely hear you.
Sorry. Most of these Nigerian celebrities are going to Liberia to have a good time there. Chancellor's wife is some of these Nigerian celebrities also. You understand? So what I try to say is Ghana should promote peace. They are promoting one sided of history because Liberia passed through a lot. That beautiful country, when I saw Liberia the way back, I really admire the way the country look at that time. I think they're getting there now. I think I want to enjoy themselves. I think to us as Nigeria, Liberia is one of the most trusted allies we have in West Africa. Forget about Ghana. Sometimes Ghana try to tie themselves to us, oh, we are brothers. It's not really like that. Liberia is one of the trusted allies we have in that West Africa zone that speak English. They're followed by Gambia and Sierra Leone. You understand? So we just have to understand that. Now I know a lot of Nigerians are really going there. I don't know much about that from before. I've never really been to Liberia, but our friends who are from Liberia, but I thought they were Nigerians. You know, some of the people in Liberia will just talk with Greek. I went to school with some of them. I talk about university. So I don't have anything about negative about that country at all. It's a very beautiful country. I love the people, the way they dress when they came to Nigeria. That's just all.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of Nigerians prospering here. I mean, they're doing everything from fashion design to auto spare part sales. They involved with everything. Nigerians are getting involved with everything out here. They're running taxi services. They part of everything out here.
Nobody's harassing them. Because the bottom line is
absolutely not. Every day you get on the street, if you gotta use commercial transport, whether it's the tricycles or the taxis, you're bound to run into Nigerians.
Hey, Bomani, can you play that video? I want to see this video. This video is good. You know, his brother talks about Liberia. You know, some people might be get triggered, but a lot of black people in America are just falling in love with this country, man. It's like, you know, discovering this country has been hidden from us.
If you can, it's not my card is giving. Introduce yourself and tell us where we are in this wonderful country. Give me a little bit of history.
Yeah, my name is John Fitzgerald Henderson. I'm a diaspora organizer, and I am in Liberia, the land of liberty. This is our ancient landmark. Our ancestors founded in 1822 with the help of the white Christians and the freed abolitionist blacks. Came here and they landed in Providence Island. What they did when they got here was connect with the 16 indigenous tribes, and they took to the high seas. They took to the high seas so that they could conquest all the European forces that was enslaving. They were enslaving Africans up and down the coast, and they became basically anti-slave guards on the high seas, and they forced the Europeans to respect them, and they had the freest port on the west coast of Africa, and that's how we got our branding of the Liberian flag flying on all the nations. And Liberia is our ancient landmark. This is the year of the bicentennial, and all African Americans, this land, the Constitution bequeathed this land to us should we be free from our shackles. Right now, our shackles have been lifted physically, but mentally, we're still shackled to the beast nation of the United States of America, where the KKK, from 1619, we came over with chains on our necks. In 2019, we still have the knee on our neck with George Floyd. So what you all should do is divest and invest your monies, because the prophecy said that we would be in the land for 400 years and come out with great substance. And we're letting you know that Liberia is the home of liberty. And together with the African Americans and the diaspora coming home to Liberia, not Ghana, this is our ancient landmark. This is the land of liberty. This is the land that started the United Nations, the African Union, the League of Nations. This land freed every country in Africa. Freedom. In other words, it was a haven for all of the groups that freed themselves from colonial oppression. And so with that, you have a duty to connect with Liberia and lift Liberia out of poverty. I'm here with the group called Youth Empowering Legislative Law to lift up Liberia's economy. And we're here asking you and begging you and beseeching you to come back to the home of liberty, Liberia.
Give us a little bit of background about the money that was spent in Ghana, where it's really supposed to be here. Tell about the history of the ships.
Let me just tell you about the history of first about the money we spent. In the year of the return, as they took our brand, this is the repatriation to return. We're to return here, but we returned to Ghana. In Ghana, we spent $1.4 billion in 30 days. And in 30 days, when we returned back in December, the U.S. and China got together and released COVID-19 because they know that once we connect with Africa, we rule the world again, especially those that are in the diaspora in the United States, we have $1.4 trillion that come to our hand, and we spend 96% of that in the United States. So the government interceded, and they didn't want us to spend 1 month of our resources in Africa, which gave Africa $1.4 billion in 30 days. So they interceded and got with the Chinese to release COVID-19 on us. The Chinese want the resources of Africa. That's it. All they're doing is they're the new colonizers of Africa. We allow them to come here, take our natural resources, produce all these things, send it back to us. They make 10,000 times the amount of money they pay for our natural resources. They're doing the same thing the Europeans have done with rubber for 10 decades in Liberia. Liberia made trillions of dollars for the world in rubber. We don't have one manufacturing plant. There's over 5,000 utilizations for rubber in the world, and we don't have a manufacturing plant. Listen, we have 5 million Liberians that are in gross poverty after this orchestrated war by the CIA. So now we must lift Liberia economy and come together, manufacture here. Let's put a moratorium. Our organization is putting a 2023 issues campaign referendum on the ballot for free electricity, agriculture, manufacture, free education, and housing. We need your support. We need 10,000 signatures and 2/3 of the legislation passed, and we have the funding through carbon credits to make this happen. We need your support with your resources to support our organization. You can contact us at Johannes Henderson, YOHANNES, Henderson at gmail.com, 231-0775-646958. That's my number, and we really need you guys' support to help us. Now, the ships. We had a shipping industry when our ancestors got here. That was their only means of survival. They taught the indigenous tribes to go out on the high seas with them. And what did they do? All they did was go capture European ships that had slaves, that were trafficking slaves from Ghana, from Nigeria, from Congo. And they would take all the stuff they took from the Africans down the coast. They would take it and capture it and release the people. That's how the Congo people got here. So with that, we need to understand the history of our ancestors being the conquerors on the high sea. And that story has not been told you, that your ancestors made every European power bow down on the high seas to them by force. They stopped slavery because they didn't want to go back into slavery. So they taught the indigenous tribes what slavery was, and they stamped out slavery in Liberia, and they stamped out the trafficking of slavery past their coasts. And all the European forces respect them to this day. They carry their high flag, except for now we're being supplanted by a lot of these Gentile forces, United States, China, and whatnot. These countries are leaving us poor, taking our resources, leaving us poor. So we need you to come home and lift up Liberia's economy.
That's great. Just say your name and welcome to my Liberian paradise.
My name is John Fitzgerald Henderson. They call me Johannes or Uncle John. Welcome to my Liberian paradise.
Genesis, brother. That was well said.
Yeah, that was that's Ross's guy heads our organization, the Yell. Is that him? That's Brother Henderson. I didn't get to meet him when I was in Liberia. He was, I guess he went back to the States. You know, I think I borrowed his Wi-Fi box. You know, something like that. You know, Ross gave me his Wi-Fi box to use while I was over there. But he's somebody we're working with, and several other people. You know, Julius, Larry, and several other people. That's African Americans. That's on the ground. That's in here and on the ground. That's doing things and everything, making this connection between Black American institutions and Liberia and everything. And we tie Liberia and tether Liberians with our institutions over here, our colleges and whatever we have in here. Well, Liberia will be the place where we can launch into the rest of the continent. It's the ideal place to launch into the rest of the continent. You know, the laws there, the Constitution's there for us and whatnot. So, like I said, this idea, this is people understand something. Our history doesn't begin and end with the United States. Liberia is a part of our history, you know, us in the diaspora, us Black Americans, Caribbeans, everything like that. And so we have to make that this happen. You know, it's It's God's will by God's command. It's destiny. You know, it's the only way out of the situation we're in.
Well said, Brother Kala, as usual, and great video. Appreciate you sharing. Now, Ola,
that was Ross gave me that video.
I appreciate you, Ross, and with that educational video, because Ola, one thing about yourself is, you know what I mean, we have to get you to read and study before you have a lot of these conversations.
No. I don't need to read. I don't need to read it in book. I see it. You have to start see it in real life.
You don't believe in books.
So hold on. So look, I understand. I've never been there, but I've went to school with some of them. You understand? I have some of them as friends. So you have to understand that, and also the Nigerians that are going there. Most Liberians are into Nollywood movies in Nigeria. You understand me? And most of them also doing a lot of things also in Nigeria. Like the Nigerian soldiers that went there to fight refused to come back. Some of them, they matter over there. Some of them, they're just there. You understand? So we understand it's a very friendly country. They're nice people there. I understand Nigeria like Liberian women a lot. Only God know why, because maybe they are more beautiful or more reliable. You understand? So for you to start, you that live in America, to start telling me that live in Africa about Liberia, sometimes I have to laugh. You know? So Kala, what I don't want, I don't want Black America.
It's not our fault that we live in America. It's not our fault that we live in America.
You don't understand that.
Forcefully removed from the continent, and now we are coming back.
Bro, not about shit. But
when you use America,
but you see when I came here, I talked about something about Bomani. I've been watching Bomani for about 8 years now. When it was running Africa to Africans, that's when I come across this channel. The dangerous part of Black Americans is this: they can flip the next day like winter and summer. Today can be winter. Tomorrow can be summer.
The white man. The white man owns most of his oil. The white man basically kicks you out of the country. They do all kinds of stuff to you and whatnot. But you're worried about us. That's what I'm talking about. You're worried about us and whatnot. And the white man stomping your head in every.
Forget about the white man. Forget about the white man.
No, let's not forget about the white man. No, let's not forget about the white man. You know, I'm sick and tired of the Negropeans. You know, talk about, let's forget about the white man, and you want to focus on us. You know, if you fear the white man more than you fear us, you got a problem.
Yeah, because the nasty thing you are talking about this, the nasty things that most Black Americans saying about Africans.
Oh wait, no, we're not saying it. We're only responsible for we're only responsible for what I say. What I say and what I say. I'm only responsible for myself. So you guys can say whatever you want and everything like that. You guys start the fight. You throw rocks and hide your hands.
We don't start no fight. We don't start no fight. It's those who are called the
same. You guys come on here. Oh yeah. Well, I was told by my parents. It'd be like, dude, 50 years old when that. There's no common sense. I was told by my parents that Black Americans are all gangsters and everything. Stay with them. Maybe a grown man with no life experience.
Tariq Rashid come and sell Africa's Pan-Africa to us out of the blue. Is not the
well, we're building like
the thing of it is Tariq Nasheed doesn't represent this our movement and doesn't represent the things that we're doing. So I mean, I'm sorry that Tariq Nasheed and people like himself have said many nasty things about our African brothers and sisters and our African immigrants. But myself and Kala don't feel that way. You know, all we see us talking about is getting us involved in Africa and being a part of the future of Africa. And even though we have certain critique and things like that, it's always in love. So, I mean, just think about think about the ones of us that embrace our brothers and sisters on the African continent and have nothing but love. And people like myself, I go out my way to create business opportunity, and even beyond me making, business profits or money and things like that. It's a fundamental thing because, you realize that, you have a responsibility and we have to create opportunities for each other and build business with each other. Like Brother Ross mentioned that in Liberia embraced all forms of Black people, which is one of the reasons why, like I was still not easy. Kala is the one that launched this energy into Liberia. And I agree with him on this every aspect of what he's talking about based on presentation, based on our conversation. and that's why I'm not even just talking really about it. I made my commitment, put dates up, got my people together, and we are building energy together, because it's really a special country that we have to think about. And back to what Ross was saying, you have all forms of Black people that that's based on his DNA, which is very unique. You meet a brother from Africa and he say that some of his people are from Jamaica, some of his people from America, and things like that. So we have to look at the special connection, because a lot of times we go to different countries, like example Tanzania. I'm not trying to always beat up on the countries that I call, but those are the countries that I physically go to. So I have experience in those countries, and I'd rather just use those as an example. Just like, you go to Tanzania, you don't have that connection. None of us have that connection as DNA and things like that, even though we're all African Black people and things, and then laws and things are not put in place for us. And then you don't necessarily have people that embrace you directly. They more so look at you as some rich Black person in a world full of white people enjoying the greatest tourism and just enjoying certain life, and they see us. So that's why, family, that's why you see us talking about a lot on Liberia, because Kala has sold us a vision, not sold us a dream, sold us a vision that makes sense, and he backs it up by historical, factual, and also he put his money where his mouth is. He's been to Liberia twice, and he's also journeying with us. So the brother is about his business, and for those who just literally just think that what he's saying is out of context, everything that we talk about is based on our Afrikstan analysis, and it's not just based on just any regular analysis. It's analysis based on us really building what we have right here, Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. So again, Ross, as you mentioned, the Nigerians are welcome, and I don't seem to hear any modern day civil situations where Nigerians are fighting against Jamaicans or fighting against Liberians or anything like there. We played a video earlier about the situation in Ghana, and then when you add up all of the francophone countries, Liberia seems to be the most stable country in the region. I mean, honest with you,
Can you imagine that?
That's me being unbiased.
Can you imagine that?
All I like to talk and kind of go ahead and explain what you're saying. Go ahead.
But you talk about Nigeria live in Jamaica. Do you know a lot of Nigerians also live in Jamaica? A lot of Nigerians live in Jamaica. I was surprised.
Yeah, absolutely, and I have nothing but respect for them.
You want to show me that Nigerians live in Jamaica? They even went to school there. In Jamaica,
they're doing good things there, but also what the Nigerians have brought to Jamaica, they've helped Jamaican criminals step their game up in criminality and scam. The thing of it is, I know I'm talking about two factions of the situation as a Jamaican national and going back to Jamaica.
Okay.
And then there's two aspects of things. We definitely respect the love of people, like, my auntie was even talking about giving respect to the Nigerians are part of the church that she goes to, and talk about how they're great model citizen, and they came to Jamaica respectfully, and they built business, and they made their contributions and showed love. And so that's one part we know that goes on. But at the same time too, I can't just give that all to y'all, like y'all just all came there. We also encourage our people and got into it with them where they're part of the criminal element, and it's the same thing in everywhere else. And I shouldn't just beat down on them, but because it's the same thing when our people from Jamaica left and went to New York. Some of them were the most terrified gangsters that put fear in your heart, and some of us were hardworking.
142nd crew.
And some of them were hardworking people like my family, where we just went to school, we got great education, we work hard, and both my parents are retiring this year after working over 35 years in New York State. So it's kind of like the bittersweet situation. Us as a people migrating and doing great things, but the worst thing about it is that we'll always be known for the bad stuff that we do, and the good stuff that we do don't always get put out there. Just like when we think about Nigerians as some of the most brilliant people on the planet, but what's the most things that we know about Nigerians? Some of them are into a lot of scamming. It's unfortunate. So, we as a people got to work it out, Ola, and that's what I'm always saying. The best of us has to get together to represent our people. And Tariq Nasheed is filth. He's trash. He's not the best of us. He's somebody that's completely there to divide us and pushing his fake ass FBA stuff. So I just want people to understand that people like myself and Kala that's here, we are pushing our energy to connect in Africa. Connect with us. And don't so much worry about the people that don't want to have anything to do with y'all in Africa. It's it's probably a high percentage of them. But the thing of it is, all we need is a few small percentage of visionaries, Ola. So me and Kala is here, brother. So you have to work with us and understand that, Tariq Nasheed represent the energy of how Black people are continuously being divided over and over and over and over across all different lines. Yes, Ola, your response, brother.
Yeah, I love Kala a lot, man. Kala is a guy I've been seeing for dinosaur for a very long time. So when I'm talking, it's not personal. Kala is different. I'm not talking about anything sentimental or emotional. I just be speaking the fact, but it don't be that Kala passion for Africa. I actually never really changed. You have to understand, I'm like old school, also like Kala. So I did, that's why I'm just coming up to say the truth. Most of this, yes, I've been to the United States. I lived there for a while. Be over. So what I'm trying to say is it's all love, man. I have Black Americans in my family. You understand? Sorry
Now,
to
I'll
say
be honest with you, Ola, right? Be all right. Part of my movement, and I'll say this on the show right here. There's some parts of Black America I'm trying to delineate from. Like the FBA said, we're trying to delineate from immigrants, but some of them same dusty Black Americans and whatnot, I'm trying to delineate from. People that want to sit back and talk about, oh, everything's going to hell. Okay, well, why don't we change our attitudes towards crime and violence and the embraces of no. Let's talk about police brutality. Let's talk about this. That's all this. I want to delineate from the type of Black people, like 5 people, I told 5 teenagers in the last 2 weeks shot and killed in my area, right? Teenage, 15 years old, the old 17, right? There's no protests, there's no outrage and everything like that. It's just everybody's ready for the playoffs tomorrow, And so nobody.
Oh, yes, brother, ready for the playoffs. There you go, man. Everybody's gonna look past all of the Black poverty struggles and everything, and they're gonna look at two,
all out the door.
2 brothers going at it, man, in the AFC Championship, man. I know you're excited too. I mean, it's one of those things, man. The Clash of the Titans.
And a lot of my Pan-African zeal is that I'm trying to get away from the negative thing because I don't see anything going forward in it. Now, I'm not saying Black America is done, but we're held hostage, in America, right? Because I'm like this. Why do somebody like Diddy have something like Revolt TV? How did that happen? Now you got all these type of people that got good ideas and programming that could broadcast and change and shape the minds of Black America, like Bill Cosby wanted to do, with his own channel, right? But yet Diddy gets Revolt TV, Now 50 Cent is talking about buying Revolt TV. God help us if somebody like 50 Cent gets a hold of something like Revolt. I mean, God help us.
I mean, brother, what you just mentioned, I mean, 2 popular brothers that don't exactly represent much. I don't know which one is more. Well, I know which one is more greedy. One is more willing to sell a soul for greed in one direction. The other one is willing to do it in another direction. But these are the people that represent us, man. People who sell their souls. That's why we have to, those of us are pushing the movement. We have to, be down for what we're doing. I mean, it's
we have the Power Series.
Because if we're gonna be around people, like you have to take care of your people. Your responsibility is to take care of people. And based on what I hear about what these people have to go through to deal with these people, I mean, that's not taking care of Black folks, man. I mean, people abusing children, taking advantage of them.
Oprah Winfrey, they gave us Oprah Winfrey.
Shady deals, propping up people to push the agenda and make it seem like they with us. It's that's why you're not talking about earlier. We have to build some true Black media, and that's why I like the fact that
truth is all coming out, Bomani. The truth is all coming out. That's the one thing good about social media. The truth is all coming out. These people are never for us, right? When we lost
ever
and Essence Magazine and stuff like that back in the days, and corporate media, when we lost Black radio in America, when iHeart and Clear Channel and Radio One took over. Not Radio One, but Clear Channel and iHeart Media took over and everything like that. We back in the days, right? Do I used to listen to people like Frankie Crocker in New York and whatnot. They used to say before a record got played to the people, right? They would listen to it and say, no, that can't go out in the air. We had gatekeepers in our community before something got published in a magazine. before something got put on the wax, anything that went to the community, you had people that loved our community enough to say, no, that's not going to go to our people. But as more we become integrated into American society, the more the fabric of Black America is dying.
Just the way I want to also run away from this bad Nigerians that are spoiling our name, who are these scammers. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Those guys are making us to most Nigerians get really ashamed, really. You know, if that's what I say. If the country as a scammer, they should deal with you. They'll never come to Nigeria. They delete you there. That's your own shit. You know, that's just the truth. We all have bad people in our society. That's just the real shit. You know, we Nigerians are not happy that some people are just spoiling our name. You know, just few people, all for quick money.
Well, I heard they about to make a movie about Hush Puppy.
Yeah, because of the
Hush Puppy is a fool. You understand? Big fool.
I would rather see a movie about Nnamdi Azikiwe.
Yeah, absolutely. And people who don't know, Hush Puppy is a famous Nigerian. Which country was he in? Was he in United Arab Emirates, or was he in Singapore?
Dubai.
Also, he's in United Arab Emirates in Dubai. So it's either usually Dubai or Singapore somewhere. These folks.
Dubai. They chase him away from Nigeria. You know, he run to Dubai. That's where he was staying, making all kind of shit he was doing there. You know. I hope he rotted in prison.
So people like himself are an icon of scamming that inspire many other young scammers to come. So you know what I mean? It's what it is, brother.
But the reason why Nigerians and all Africans have to scam, because you have these certified anti-money laundering specialists trying to keep a tight hold on Africa's economy. And when they're going abroad and when they're able to send money back, they're kind of stopping them. They're stopping that process purposely. Now, me coming to Ghana and I'm using all my money and I'm using my dad's money, I can't use my money freely because of these anti-money laundering agents, these admins who be on the phone. They have all your data. Now they're the true risk of their companies and of Africa's card holder data. They're the ones who are manipulating the transactions, the transmissions and the transfers of funds. They're manipulating it in a negative way. Now, me as a cybersecurity compliance, I assess these things. So when I get on the phone with one of these admins who are calling me, I'm like, man, how are you getting all these authorizations into all these different databases? You are a liability to your company. And if I assess you, first you let all these transactions go through and then you stop them. That means your rules inside your network aren't in compliance with the payment card industry, Discover, Visa, MasterCards. So these people are the true scammers, and they never you never hear a Black or African voice on these phone lines. You're always hearing people from the Philippines. You're always hearing people from India. You're always hearing some person who speaks some fake form of forced English that is non-African. And these things are due to technology. These things are starting to come to the light. Now, when I get on the phone with one of these people, I've studied compliance so much this year that I see the holes, and I tell them that, look, I'm almost a qualified security assessor with the payment card industry. Now, the things that you're telling me, that means you guys are out of scope and you're not in compliance, and your company could be fined millions, not billions of dollars for tampering with our cardholder data. Cardholder data is the transmission of your card information and your personal private information, your primary account number and information going across the networks. These people on the phone have all that access. They're not supposed to have the authority to have all that access. Actually, the engineers and their back end admins are supposed to be given special permissions. And that's all I have to say. I love Nigeria. I love Nigerians. That's it.
Kala, friends from from America. If you really want to help Africa, because you have more technology about this powerful cameras, I think Black Americans can do a lot also. Because look, Liberia, you can build your mansions there. I think, according to what Kala is saying, it's almost look like stuff in Nigeria the way, but you can own your house, for years to sell to your family. I think Black Americans can also contribute to the movie, like in Liberia more, by bringing some of these heavy cameras to boost. Now that I think Black Americans will enjoy Liberia more because they already have some roots there.
My thing is this: my house is like a mansion. I got success in America. Right? I don't need to go to Liberia to get success. I'm here to try to build. I want to see my brother Ross, all our partners on the ground, my Liberian brothers. I want to put them on the forefront where they're doing this. I want to see them rewarded in their country. And if I benefit from it, yes. Yeah, but that's not my job. I'm not a selfish person,
Can I promote movie? Bring you Black Americans will be bringing those good cameras that can use to shoot movies.
Yeah, well, before we talked about that, but before, look how poisoned Black American culture is right now. Look how poisoned. Do we really want the only thing that gets financed over the last 30 years in Black America is mostly criminal behavior, criminal stuff like that. We don't want to tell real stories. We used to, when we were doing our own films and everything like that back in the days, it was a balance in Black America. We had beautiful movies that came out in the 90s. We had beautiful artists that were singing good songs and everything, and so therefore it's we don't want the floodgates of the worst element of Black America flooding into Liberia and Africa. We don't, simple as that. We want people who believe in the edification and the development and the upliftment of Black people, a love of Black people to manifest itself. John Amos is in Liberia. He's sick right now, but hopefully we talked about John Amos talked about and his son is training Liberian filmmakers and stuff like that, where Liberians could tell their stories and stuff like that. There's so many stories in Liberian history. I still got people that want to make my book into a movie. My Journey to the Promised Land. This movie is going to be made in a book. I got several filmmakers that want to make this into a movie. When I get back from Liberia, I'm going to pursue this. And so the bottom line is, I want to see historical stuff. I want to see Olympic. Of course, you can have some edgy, but we have to be in control of it, right? We can't play to the lowest denominator. A big mistake was made with this Color Purple movie, right? They thought it was going to play on the whole Black Men Ain't Nothing movie, and it flopped. So it tells me there is an awakening in Black America that, we're going to start holding people up. The movies that they target towards us are flopping left and right because they had it all wrong. We want to see better images of ourselves. We're not all gangsters. I look at 50 Cent with the Power series. Oh, he brags about being the #1 viewed. What Kofi, you might know about this, right? The most watched, something like that, viewed in streaming, the Power series, whatever. He brags about.
Yeah, and you're talking about violence, chaos, madness, hatred. You're not really talking about anything positive and productive and empowering. So it's nice that he had a very successful show, but you get tired of hearing about us having success at a detriment to us as a people. It's kind of like, okay, the drug dealer down the street is a millionaire, but then we have a community that's all in chaos.
And that's what I was trying to make clear to Nagmezi earlier. We don't control the context of our community. I can't just sit back and say, oh, yeah, everything's fine. No, it's not fine. We don't control anything. images and stuff like that. We got goes into our young people's impressionable minds and stuff like that. We don't want that. So we want to gain control over filmmaking, and tell people you can watch wholesome films. You watch some action films, Back in the days, it was very clear. People don't understand something. People why comic books were created, right? In the during the Depression, they noticed that America had a problem with juvenile delinquency, right? Juvenile delinquency. People thought that crime. This is how human beings are. People think that people are going to naturally do the right thing. And I'm going to say two parts of this thing I'm about to say, and I want everybody to chime in on this, right? They created a series like the Archie series, right? Where they have comic books. They'll tell morals. No, you found this pocketbook. Did you give it back and whatnot? So the character was always the person that did the right thing. They created DC comics, right? What was the thing? Fighting Batman and Robin, fighting crime. Superman. Truth, justice, American way. That gets people on the side of doing the right thing, because you have to train people, to that thing. You can't just assume, okay, like this, because if kids are looking at gangsters and stuff like that in the streets and everything, they're going to be steered towards that. So you have to counter that right here. But look at Black America, right? Years ago, there was a shooting called the Columbine shooting in Colorado, right? And they said that the kids were getting into bullying and doing all this kind of stuff like that with Marilyn Manson. You know what they did? They invested almost $1 billion in studios in Orlando, Florida, Disney Studios and everything, and they created boy bands. They created groups like NSYNC, the Jonas Brothers, and all these other things like that, right? To get the millions of white kids into something more wholesome and more edifying. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and stuff like that. And it was a hit with the young people, right? At the same time, they took the same amount of money, invested in the most degrading culture in Black America. You see what it is? And you wonder why our community kids are killing each other and whatnot, and their kids are on a different trajectory. They gave them the Disney Channel, Nickelodeon, and all this other stuff like that, created boy bands and stars where they have causes and stuff like that. They have the cute little couple, Britney and Justin Timberlake and all stuff like this. And look what they did to us. And so we have to fight that, That's why I call myself College Genesis a culture critic, geopolitical pundit, Because I saw years ago when I first got on social media, I said, this is going to be our battle right here. I said, only a college nation is going to survive. I said, we have to basically take our culture back. If you don't take your culture back, then you're just playing games. You're not doing things. You can't just sit back and say, hey, look, all. No. Black America is in literally chaos right now. And the bottom is dropping out, It is what it is. And so I said, Pan-Africanism and building with Africa and stuff like that will give us an outlet to think about something outside of what the white man created for us, which is the chaos of the inner city and stuff like that, which is engulfing Black suburbs too now. Prince George's County has a spike in murder and crime and home invasions right now. Oakland, California used to be a middle-class Black enclaves. Now it's a crime-ridden city where you can't even walk the streets without getting stuck up and carjacked. That's the reality. While you go to the white suburbs, everything, it's all peace and heaven and everything. And they're telling the Black people, if you want to live peaceful and safety and everything, you got to move to where the white people are. Or you got to let white people come back to your neighborhood and regentrify it and whatnot. And if you bring more white people, they'll bring more police and everything like that. So we're in a mess. There's no Black community in America anymore. And that's the truth. So
Yeah,
I don't
realize that, and that's why I left. I realized that,
Kofi knows it,
and that's why I left.
Kofi knows it. He lives in New York City. He was in Virginia.
It was either date the white girl with the nice apartment,
You know, you gotta go white to live in America. Live around whites and that. They're not gonna let you have a peaceful community around your own people. It's not gonna happen. You know, you gotta play the white game. You don't play the white thing and whatnot. Live in the thing. I'm fortunate enough that I have my own business and everything like that. I could choose who I interact with. I have my friends all black and like that. But not every black person can do what I do.
Carla, you see, the influence of some entertainment. You know, Jamaica have a very big influence in Africa, a lot in terms of entertainment, music. You know, so even Afrobeat, some Afrobeat aspect of some Afrobeat came from this Jamaica type of style of music. You know, so the power of entertainment is very, very strong. You know, the power of promoting entertainment. That's what I said. That's what I was saying. The Black Americans that are coming to Africa, whatever you settle in, you can also bring your influence. But the good side, if you want to promote the good side, bring also establish you can establish anything you want to do, but you have the power of this camera. You can let them shoot their own content, but they will, but by directing some of them to their own local content. You know, I mean, that's what I'm trying to talk about. Like the power of this music of a teen. Inside 60s, inside 70s, the Jamaica's influence till today, the Jamaican influence of music is very, very strong. I've come across Peter Touch. I was a little boy when I saw Peter Touch with Peter Touch came to Nigeria. He came to my village. He came to my village. You know, he met a guy called Sono Kosu, who was also a musician then, who was saying Zigauzi then, a powerful Nigerian musician also, a kind of like activist. I saw Peter Touch with a one-legged bicycle. That was the first time I saw a one-legged bicycle. They was driving it at that time in my street, in my village. So that will tell you that how deep Jamaican music or this Caribbean music have very big influence in Nigeria. Today called Afrobeat have some Caribbean influence on it. You know, in some of this Afrobeat, you have to check the beats.
Yeah. Excuse me. Hello. Yeah. Hola. You're right, but at the same time, we gotta remember we can't, as pioneers of the Pan-African Renaissance, we cannot and must not view entertainment from a perspective of just entertaining. That has been used against us enough already, and stereotyping us as though we're just meant for the circus and what have you, and have no major real contributions to make towards development and human advancements and things like that. We need to be using culture media from a perspective of Pan-African Renaissance and Pan-African advancement. It has to be about the reawakening of consciousness, okay? Intercontinental consciousness, where we understand development and trade in commodities across borders that are of the Pan-African domain. The Caribbean or the Afro-Caribbean region, Africa as a continent, and our African-American partners and Afro-Europeans, European partners and whatnot. We need to collaborate and understand, our goal, our vision, our objectives, and cooperate from that perspective of a conscious reawakening. It cannot just be for the sake of entertaining people. If what we do developmental wise entertains us or gives us self-actualization and fulfillment, then so be it. But we can't just be about the circus as usual. That's not going to cut it. It's just going to continue the stereotype that we're either entertainers or athletes.
Yeah. We have to have a consciousness as far as a thing. What we have to do is focus on education, history, education, and also doing the right thing. I want to see a character. I would like to see African-inspired superheroes and characters that are. I love this series, Bass Reeves Lawman, played by British Nigerian David Oyelowo. That's the best series that's on streaming right now. It's beautifully made and whatnot. His wife in there is so beautiful. It just takes me back to a time where we made beautiful movies and whatnot. The love between him and his wife and everything like that. It was just so beautiful in this movie, and he was just badass, bro. You know, and I'm saying to myself, I said to myself when I'm watching, I'm like, I need more of this. I could watch this all day, you know, because it's telling his history, you know, and I know there's tons of stories that need to be told from Nigeria to Ghana, everything that we can all buy into, you know, and that leave us with something like a message, you know. At the same time, we get entertained. You know, that's one thing we have not figured out as a people. How do we create historical movies, contemporary movies, stuff like that, that basically uplifts people, it lifts our spirits, everything. It's almost to the point where we don't expect that, you know. We expect to be belittled in the movies. We expect our music to be, you know, shucking and jiving and stuff like that. We don't expect anything better anymore. You know, I want to see our artists and people like that say, look, I want to change the world. I want to change how we see ourselves, and we change how we see ourselves. Then also we change how the world sees us.
Carla, I would like to beg Black Americans going to Africa is this. Please, a village can look like a city tomorrow. If you want to invest, have exit plan, go and build your house in Africa. Go and build a house in Liberia. Me go with the people. Let me tell you, George Weah is there as the president of Liberia. But you see a lot of Nigerian football stars were going there to see they eat. I believe most of these footballers have investment in some of these real estate in Liberia. I'm not going to
you got a lot of Black
Hola, before you continue, 1 second, correction. George Weah is not the president. Joseph Yuma Barker, a senior citizen and a long-standing public servant, is the president of Liberia. That's the correction I want to make.
Yeah, I said when George Weah was the president, a lot of Nigerian football stars, those that he defeated in the European clubs, they're all friends. I bet you most of them will have some investment in maybe real estate in Liberia.
They could have. The Nigerians could use that money to help Liberia's football team.
I think it brought some stars there that most of them have investment there. Charles Taylor's wife also has a lot of Nigerian friends who have invested in that place also. What I'm saying, go and sit. If you're Black American, go and sit and eat with Liberian people. They're your brothers. Nigeria is also doing it. You can't tell the difference between Liberia. I think a lot of Nigerians that are going there sitting eating with former president of Liberia, the guy eating on the mansion there. Local Nigerians.
Like I said, the only difference is Ola is that you talk about from the United States, so we have to tread carefully how we engage Liberia. We have to do it softly, and we cannot basically trigger the United States.
No,
Liberia. We have to do it the right way. Nigeria and those other people got relationships.
Not going softly there. You just have to know the culture. Nigeria did go there softly. I told you, some Nigeria never been there till that civil war. The soldiers who were there to fight refused to come back. I'm not gonna lie, they refused to come back. They interviewed some. They just blend into that place and become one of them. They eat with them. Nigerians are going there. They're not going there softly. They're going there to meet the locals. They do business. They eat with them. They sleep in the same house.
There's a lot of Black Americans in Liberia doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said that
they're going there doing the same thing.
Africa.
Let me say this, Ola. I look at what we Black people in America have to follow the Liberians' lead in Liberia. And why? Why I say this right? I have a lot of Liberians, right, who have farmed, like my brother Sia, great African, right? He has farms. He's Liberian, born in Liberia, but he lives in Wisconsin, right? He goes back to Liberia like 3 times a year and whatnot. He invests in his farm and check out the farm and everything like that, And basically, he's building his money in America, and he's going to investing in Liberia, And that's a good pattern for Black America. We can't just dive into Liberia head first or whatnot. It's always got to be that transition. That's going to take decades, Yeah,
it would take some time. What I'm trying to say is that be in Nigeria. I've never been there, but I know people be there. I've schooled with some of them. A lot of Liberian guys are married to Nigerian women, vice versa. I understand some of them also will be nasty. They're also in Liberia, also there. But what I'm trying to say is, Africans, Africans, if you go like if you understand, yeah, they have to take the lead because the Liberians in that place, not Nigerians, not committed to take. They're the one taking lead. But now understand that most Nigerians have been in Liberia for years, even before the Civil War. Some of them were already in some government of, I think, Toby, or some of these things at that time.
And also, Ola, priority is we have to get some of these Liberians that's living in America, right, back to Liberia. They had their priority first. We have
yeah.
thousands of Liberians living in the United States.
I saw their pictures. I saw how Liberia looked in the way back. I could see their police cars. You know, I could see a lot of their. My friend that went and said it's a very beautiful place. You know, I could see a lot of some of their police dressing, some of their building partner, and behold, be surprised, a lot of Nigeria passed through there to the United States. You know, because their passport was visa free at that time, early 90s or something like that. You understand? So that was just trying to say it's a country that I do really like. I've never been there. I know I watched some of their movie stars in Nollywood a lot. You know, some of the dates this Nigerian girls here in Nigeria. You know, it's a country that I do really like. I'm interested in seeing one day. I don't know when. You understand? But what I just understand, they are the closest ally to Nigeria in terms of, you know, religious. I'm talking about certain parts of Nigeria. In terms of religious, so cultural exchange, and you know, they really love a lot things about Nigeria. Nigeria love them also a lot also about them. That's why our men like their women a lot. You understand? You know, and their men also date a lot, marrying a lot of these Nigerian girls. Some of these Nollywood, you know, don't be surprised. Some of these Nollywood girls have Liberian guys as their boyfriend. I was shocked. You understand me? So we don't really, you know, Africans, I think as long as you are black, you have far more advantage because you can just easily blend in. Do you think Liberia just to put door for Nigerians? Oh, Nigerians were looking for you. No, Nigeria just went there and blended to them. That's just so you just blend to them, you know, behave like them. If you want to do business like them, as long you're not disobeying their constitution and their rules. If you do that, you're gonna be in jail. That's just all. You understand? That just
speaking of Liberia, there's this one chick, bro. I love this girl. I've been listening to her for a couple of years, you know, and she's gonna show this one my second favorite restaurant. No, my favorite restaurant in Liberia. I only been to Fusion once. I liked it, loved it. I didn't go there at night, so I feel like this. We always go to Lilo Brown at night, and it's a place that's so cozy and everything. It's a fun place. Bomani, we got hit there. 9 o'clock, it turns into a club. The line starts coming out there, it turns into a club.
Absolutely.
And everything like that. So so you can stay in there once there's a club happen. But you know, the food there, I pay for everybody. Ross went with me. You went with me, Ross, right? That last time with the Lila Browns. Remember that? You know, I paid for everybody's food. I said, yeah, wait. I mean, the total bill, it was like 6 of us, right? And everybody had food and everything like that. Then Ross had a wrap, fries, and drink, whatnot. You know, the total bill was like $55. You know, that same meal in America would have been like $300. I was like, how do y'all be able to sell food so cheap in Liberia? Good food, they give you good portions and everything. I'm like, wow. And the music is blasting, got the DJ and everything like that. So with that, yeah, let's play this video, Bomani. You know, I want to see this. You know, Lila Brown, that's my favorite place, man. You know, I love it. I go there 3 times.
Hi, I'm Patrice Jua, a writer, poet, entrepreneur, and former Miss Liberia. Today, I'll be showing you around my beautiful city, Monrovia.
With 1.2 million inhabitants, Monrovia, Liberia's capital city, is home to a quarter of the country's total population. It's an extremely young population. More than 60% are younger than 15 years old. With the Atlantic Ocean on one side and the Mesurado River on the other, many people make their living from fishing. But the city and its people are still recovering from past traumas of 2 civil wars. Ruins in the town are reminders of the city's dark chapter of warlords and child soldiers.
We're at Duka Palace Hotel, and this used to be one of the most luxurious hotels in West Africa. Like many other buildings across the city, it was destroyed during the country's 14 years of civil war. Today, it stands as a shadow of its previous self. But the story is gracefully changing with the vibrancy reflected through our beautiful city and through our beautiful hip-hop music. You'll find out.
Hip-hop. That's rap music performed in Liberian colloquia. It was born in the 1980s on the streets of Monrovia. With its social and political messages, it grew stronger during the Civil War. As vibrant as its people, Monrovia is gradually developing into a modern metropolis. New buildings are popping up like mushrooms, like here in Sinko, with its variety of shops, restaurants, and entertainment centers. The right place to take some time out from the hustle and bustle of everyday life in Monrovia. Lila Brown is only one place to name, an oasis in this busy city. It's famous for its garden and its delicious smoothies. Here, Patrice finds time and inspiration to work on a project close to her heart. Her foundation provides scholarships and mentorship to girls in rural Liberia.
Their juices are really good.
Enough refreshment for now. The beach is calling.
Monrovia is a coastal city, and on weekends and holidays like today, the beaches come alive. Today we are here on Grenada's Beach in the heart of the city, having ourselves a jolly good time. I've truly enjoyed showing you around my beautiful city, Monrovia, and I hope you will visit us soon. Bye-bye for now.
So what are you waiting for? The beaches of Monrovia are waiting, because LIB is the place to be.
Man, that get look like girls from North Carolina, man. The southern parts of United States for South Carolina to North Carolina. She look like those girls you see over there.
Yeah, she has a beautiful energy. I can see why she was Miss Liberia. I mean, a presentation, just her, this charm, energy was just all of that. Yes, Carla. So that's Lila Brown. We're gonna be hanging out there, you know. And
I can't wait. You're gonna love it, bro. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, you know, hopefully my future wife show up there.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna love Lila Brown, man. You check out some of the waitresses that work there. I ain't gonna say no more, man. The waitresses that work there. Woo! You know?
Don't forget the life over there at Calabar.
Oh yeah, we know about the Calabas.
Hey, no one. I'm going to all them places, man.
We're gonna hit the Calabar. We know that's gonna be featured. That's the feature. That's the best club I've been in my life. You know, that's the biggest, best club I've been in my life.
Yeah, to encourage my future in Liberia, you know, I gotta go there and take resumes and applications.
The street joint. You got one street joint in the city of Painesville. Well, it's not one, but you got
you use a different
on this particular street.
Hey, yeah, you have to use different terminology. Hello, brother. You have to use different terminology. So different terminology. We don't need to let people think, you know, we're. Yeah, but yeah, I do understand. Yeah, so yeah, you want to take us somewhere, you know, a nighttime social place. Gotcha. Perfect.
You know, myself, really, I'm not a nocturnal person, so I haven't been out much. But about a few days ago, I decided to just do a tour at nighttime. I think it was about 11, and I just went roaming around the Paintsville City area, and I realized that there are several new spots that just popped up all of a sudden, like they're just there, and it was so crowded and what have you. Reminds me of like 2005, 2006. I was like, oh, really? Okay, so there's a lot going on that I don't know. I'm surprised the nightlife goes.
How the woman looking in there?
Whoa.
Well, I'm talking about Ross, since he been to this spot, the spot that he went to. Unless you been there, Carla.
Which spot is this?
You're telling me.
I didn't get the name. I think it's Senny or something. But there's two of them, like actually three of them opposite each other in the Dupa Road area. They're just clustered around each other right there, and it'd be really packed. Like, I mean, literally the cars, the bikes, and people just be on the street, like, cause the inside is packed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Calabas, man.
Be out there until daybreak.
The Calabas, man. We're leaving at 2:00 in the morning. The line's all the way wrapped around the street. to get in, and everybody dressed in. I mean, the women. I'm like,
yeah, and you know what else? We're coming up in VIP.
No, we're gonna have VIP. We're gonna definitely sit in VIP. And Ross,
but Calabar's really nice. Carla's right, and right next door to Calabar, you also have Our Lagoon. Carla, remember that?
Yeah, the food is there. It's good.
Yeah, your mic is very loud. You can back away from the mic a little bit.
Our Lagoon and Calabasas is on the same bay, right there, right? And you can see each other. You can see both clubs right each other. They're both hotels and clubs. And the Calabas, they're building an island. Did they build that bridge to the island in the lagoon yet? Ross?
They're not.
It's not. Is it complete yet? Ross, did the VIP section on the island get completed yet?
I'm saying it's not done yet, but it'll probably be, God willing, it'll be done by the time you guys get here.
Oh man, that's gonna be the shit. You're walking over to an island, man, right? Yo, not only got the biggest VIP you ever seen in your life, but they gonna have another club right there on the island where you can party and whatnot. You know, that's gonna be. Oh my god, we're gonna have some for fun. Then you got the Lunas right next door and whatnot. You know, I'm telling you, you talking about fun. Oh man, it's gonna be fun. I can't wait to get back, man.
No, Liberians know how to party. I'm sure Bomani's aware of that.
We get tired of partying.
Hey, if they didn't, when I come there, I'll set the party off. Colin, see this right here?
Yeah.
You know what this is?
I like that.
You know what this is?
What is that?
It's one of my many tripods for my,
Oh, okay,
mini for the phone. So the lights, camera, action. You on new one? You guys seem like I like to present. I'll use that word, present, and break things down. So I'll be there to capture your presenting and breaking down 24/7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll let Ross do the presentation on Providence Island.
I'm not saying
Bomani, I like that.
Like all the things that, brother, all the things that we have talked about, even on the phone, a lot of things that people don't like hear us talk about. And you just got to be prepared. So you guys are better presenters, and you know me, Mr. Technology himself. Lights, camera, action.
No, we're gonna be
I'm looking forward to the investment conference. I hope that will have good momentum.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. This shoots 8K videos, 8K. Now, this is a 4K TV, so 8K will be coming out soon. So these footage will be ready for all the new TVs you're gonna be buying. And then as far as the pictures, go up to 200 megapixel. I mean, you can expand the picture and you see every single detail. So we're gonna have the highest level of technology, and then got new camcorders and camera. We always got the latest and the greatest in technology. And look into this, bring it to life. Combination of short clips, so combination of short films, all kind of things. Combination of whoever wants to work with us, we'll give you some footage and you just impress us, and we add that to the energy and bring it to life and run it back. And it's kind of like
I'm gonna bring my agency, my Lebanese friends, my advertising agency on board for the journey. These guys, one of them was born in Liberia. They're more Liberian now. Liberia is a real melting pot. It's really, really cool. The variety.
Because I was trying to explain certain things as far as our documentation. What do we need them for? Explain that so I'm clear. You said
advertising.
I don't mind dealing and working with other people, but why do we need some Lebanese? What do we need them to do? Are they great at video production and video editing? If so,
yeah, the videographers and videographers, and they work with me on for the productions for the Tourism Association of Liberia. They're helping me out with a lot of the work that we're doing.
So where's that production at? You got to share some of these footage, because I'm almost telling you
we're just getting started. We're just getting started. We came to the agreement last week, and we're just getting started now. By this coming Monday, we're going to start moving out and going to 1 or 2 locations and trying to do some recording.
Cool. So yeah, let me think about that. I don't want no one to start volunteering people to come with us and things like that. And that's why I mentioned to you, you know, I document and you guys present. I record, you get all the stuff together, and you record. I mean, you present. So, we're going to be going into some deep conversations. So I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying that I need someone.
Understood. Sounds good. No problem at all.
Yeah, but one of the things is what I was looking to explain is that for those who want to work on some of the footages that we do have or help us shoot some footages, and what I'm expecting from them is some good production, and then they share it on their platform, on their network, and vice versa. So whatever they do, they have to share so I can share on our platform. So that's never always a bad thing, because the goal is in order to catch up because you're competing with all these countries that people are going to in Africa that don't want them. People are running to Tanzania, and it's clearly Tanzania don't want you to stay there more than a short time. Now, some people have been living there since the 60s, but what works for some people don't work for certain people. Just trying to just do an overkill of this information across the network. So if the guys that you're talking about, if they're also open to sharing some of the footage and putting it on a public network and things like that, that honestly is helpful, because you're trying to you're trying to just approach the situation as number one.
They're definitely honest. And we had a good conversation. Really, they contacted me to mentor them. They asked me to be their mentor and help to develop their business, because they're very young. I think one is 18 and the other is 21.
Yeah, I'm trying to get clear to this one point, and just trying to get direct with points. Like people who have working with us, if they're gonna come shoot videos and things like that, we need productions finished, and then we need to get copies of information, and also we need to encourage them to not just have the footage, to put the footage out there. A lot of times people are spending like 5, 10, 20 years to do documentaries. I'm like, put some of the footage out, put some of the highlights. It's kind of like when you watch a sports game.
Yeah, you're right. So that's the whole point of investing in it, to make sure it's in circulation. That's true.
Highlights, and then if you have 20 different people that we're all working together and we're pushing, like example, since we're talking about one thing right now, Liberia. So if you have all these people that we're working with, and that's the energy of everyone, it will gain the momentum that you're talking about. Because I know that
that's exactly what I'm looking at. You're right.
Yeah, so if they're
you're 100% correct.
If that's what they're gonna do, I'm open to it. It's just you're open to, you're open to people not coming to just push the agenda. You're open for them to also, like I'll tell people, if we're working together, push your agenda, and I'll help push your agenda. But we're doing a mutual situation. And that's what me and Kala wrote. People see us together and they're like, what are those two guys up to? You're talking about, you're trying to work with people. Well, the thing of it is, brother, you're trying to find black people around the world that you can work with, that, like Kala know myself, I do certain things and he does certain things, and together we just push the energy, and then we talk about business and investment. We add a few more people, and together you build like a modern day conglomerate, to support the movement. And I'm telling people 100. That when these haters last week was talking about us and calling us capitalists and calling us all kind of names, I'm telling them that we're out here making money to invest and do business with our own people, putting black dollars into black hands. So if you got any issue with it, you tell us what's your grand, profound game plan, because most of them just oppose you and talk stuff. That's the talk stuff. That's why you don't see a lot of them come on here, because I usually block them and embarrass them. Because
those are sentimental people. They're not visionaries, and they're not implementing no real programs. They're not implementing no vision. There's several different types of people, but I'm grateful to God for you. I'm grateful to God for Kala, and being able to connect with like-minded people that's living their lives based on being able to implement a specific vision. There's not a better quality of life than that.
Well, appreciate you, brother. And I know Ola is actually quiet. He probably was sleeping. Ola, did that white woman put you to sleep?
Why are you always going? Why are you always going towards the other side, man? Forget about that, bro. It's okay. No, nobody put me to sleep, man. Man, enjoy the topic. Enjoy seeing people passionate about specific type of area they love. I like color aspect of real. You have his wife is from there, so they have a lot of connection there. The passion about it, man. I'm not trying to play into your intelligence, Kala. I respect your intellectuals about that country. I just like to hear more from you in the long run, And Liberia is my neighbor country. We're brothers. I think I've never been there, but they are nice people to those I've come across, and the Nigerians that's going there, coming back, doing business there. They have a good thing to talk about. Liberia as one of the best countries they ever enjoy in West Africa. That's just what I could say now, because I really don't know much about it. What I say now.
Well, Olaf, you don't know much about it. Here's some dates. You can come travel with us. We're going to take you around the country, and you're going to learn a whole lot. We have some dynamic tour guides, an incredible presentation, and beautiful hotels.
That would be nice, because I don't know much about really.
I always tell everyone, if you travel with us, you're going to get gourmet dinner. No one is going to have you eating bushmeat. You know what I'm saying? This is not search for Ruru.
As South Africa, I would like to test their bushmeat there. I would like to eat most of their local food there. Let's say, they
only thing I want to break I don't want to break your heart, but if say example, we go to a nice restaurant like Lila Brown and all the other restaurants that they talk about, and if you want to, you can pull me to the side and say, Bomani, I like all the beautiful food that's being presented, but I gotta have me some bushmeat. I will keep it my secret and don't tell anybody, and I'll get one of my assistants like, go get him some bushmeat. Go kill like a rat.
because they will have bushmeat there also, because I think they eat bushmeat there also. I would like to eat some of their bushmeat. I would like to eat some of their fufu type of fufu they're making there, and their beautiful soup they have over there, So you have to start. We eat almost similar way, you understand me? So it's not like
Liberian food is the best food I've ever tasted in my life. It's a mixture of Black culture and American and Caribbean and African food, all like a Creole culture of food of West Africa and the Americas and the Caribbean, And food is the best food you ever tasted in your life. The way they cook chicken, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's nice, man. I compared some. I was doing a comparison between Liberian jollof rice, because I went to a banquet, and then I also went to one of the Nigerian restaurants in my neighborhood, in my area, and I was comparing the food, and it was Nigerian food was a good challenge, because it was nice and spicy for those of us who like some spicy food at times, but Liberian is very unique. It seemed like all of the great Black cultures that connect to Liberia created an incredible masterpiece of just people who literally just crafted food in a unique way. Because you're talking about, the unique, what people learn from America, from Trinidad, from Jamaica, and what they learned there natively, and then everything grows as a tropical country. So that's one of the things. So it's kind of like when we talk about the dishes of West Africa. I'm saying Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, Senegal, the Gambia. So what do you think, Ola? That's why we got to get you to Liberia so you can taste the food. I'm like, oh my God, Liberian food is so much better than Nigerian food. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah. I tell you what.
Oh, that's quiet. I don't think his mic is working.
No. Look. The truth of the matter is, I don't know. I've never eaten their food, but I know it's similar. What I see in YouTube and everything.
Did I miss anything? I went to the bathroom. Did I miss anything?
About Liberian food.
Can you tell us the difference between Liberian food, Ghanaian food, and Nigerian food? If there's a difference?
Oh man! First of all, this is a non-biased review. The Liberian food, hands-on, is the best.
Loud.
Okay.
Back up a little bit. Your mic is just too loud. That's I've been trying to get you.
Okay. I'm just saying though, Liberian food is the best.
That sounds biased. Have you been to Nigeria and Ghana and eat the food there?
I've been to Nigeria. I've had Nigerian meals. I've had Nigerian meals in Nigeria, in Ghana, and in Liberia, cooked by Nigerians. And I'd say Liberia still has the best meal. But Bomani, first of all, I grew up on very, very good home cooking. Okay, some of our domestic recipes have made their way to some of the major Liberian restaurants. All right, so anything from rice and palm butter soup to our jollof rice to our baked macaroni and things like that. Like it's Liberian dish is cooking. Liberian cooking is just off the chain, basically. It's like a combination of West African and down south cooking. It's really, really, really cool. It's nice. And then you have, I think Ghana will come in second because I love some of their traditional cuisine on their menus. They got the banku, which I like. In fact, I'm not really like a fufu person and all that kind of thing. So I like their banku because it's more of the cornstarch as opposed to cassava starch, and it
Yeah,
tastes
and the
good.
jollof
And
rice
I
is
like the
nice
way
in
they do it
Ghana.
with the oko soup.
And the jollof rice is nice in Ghana, which is a better jollof rice than the jollof rice in the Gambia, and better than jollof rice in
Oh, but
Senegal.
Liberia has the best jollof rice, man. Wait until you taste Liberian jollof
No,
rice, and make sure
I've
you.
tried. No, I mean honestly, brother, I've tried Liberian jollof rice. So if you ask me personally, because I've been to I've tasted jollof rice across every single country in West Africa, so I can name them top to bottom. And people will say I'm biased because I got a
Word,
Liberian
word.
friend here. But I would say Liberia number one. I would say second Ghana, Nigeria third, then Senegal
If
fourth, and
Liberia wasn't
Gambia
number
fifth.
one on that list, I was gonna negotiate with my Aunt Family to cook you some jollof rice.
No, brother, Dr. Kula already did that already. She invited me to a banquet.
So Bomani, hold on. I have an elder here who just traveled to Liberia. He wants to join the conversation. He just want to make a quick statement.
Let me make a quick
Sure, go ahead.
statement.
I just
How
gave
you
my
doing,
top
my
five
friend?
jollof rice in West
If
Africa.
it
I
comes
mean,
to cooking, Liberia is number one. Or you might talk about Gambia, but
now
Nigeria
Mizi's
can
coming
cook.
in here.
Ghana can cook.
My
Nigeria
brother,
can cook. Ghana
my
can
brother,
cook.
repeat
Talk
that.
about
My
cooking.
brother, repeat
You hear
that.
Liberia, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Guinea. You got the best food.
Oh,
Yeah. Have you tried it or draft? How they call it pepper soup? Yeah, pepper soup.
no, I've not tried
Liberian
that
food
kind
is good. Yeah. Yeah. I used to come here just for the food, but now I don't have to come for food.
Nigeria
I used to come
jollof,
just for the food.
Nigeria jollof is the
But
best
now
jollof
they
in
get
the
all the
world.
food, but they join somebody who knows how to cook. That's all. Okay, my brother. Thank you.
It's actually a YouTube show. So
Yeah, I
Bomani, there
appreciate
you
it.
get it.
So,
He used to come here just for the food.
Just for the food.
okay, perfect. But then I just want to make sure
He's
people
he's an elderly African man, and he's been here for the inaugurations, and he's still here. He'll be leaving, I think, in a couple of days.
what country is he from? What country is he from?
He's African American,
Oh, he's from from
but
America.
he maintains his African accent, but he's African American.
Yeah, I didn't know where he's from. But nevertheless, greeting my brother, not Mizi. Come on
He's
and
he's been in America for 40 years, and he's a citizen now.
all right, cool. All right, and he likes Liberia. That's perfect. And I got Namizi on here. You know, I'm sure he has something great to say. Namizi, welcome back to Pan-Africanism towards Nation. Let me know if you have if you're replying back to the list of jollof rice that I talk about or something else.
Oh nah, I fell asleep during what's his name, Julius Malema. You know, he's always yapping, but can't even get himself elected as
You put
president.
you to sleep, man,
So I
for
fell
real.
asleep. Yeah, you know, I'm tired of that. You know,
Well,
but
go
yeah,
ahead and
brother, I'm
report
back.
back on
I'm
that.
back. And Ola and I are gonna teach you guys about the realities of Pan-Africanism. Ola, are you there?
Ola, go ahead. Not Mizi, want to respond to you. Not Mizi, what you guys say about Ola? He had a lot to say today.
No, it's just about, I'm just listening, you know, kind of trying to teach me about
I mean,
Liberia.
honestly, and not Mizi, he was talking greasy about America. You know, I mean, literally, I think what is talking points come from like Tariq Nasheed. He's so frustrated with Tariq Nasheed because Tariq Nasheed taught many stuff, but I'm always telling him that Tariq Nasheed don't represent the energy here. He's one of these FBA haters, but nevertheless, I think that's most of his response. And also Ola was talking a lot about how it was you know, basically a our people left from America and basically oppressed the native Liberian people. It was confusion until we brought some education in, and we have a new one, and we have our good brother Kofi that came in and just really laid down the education. But that's just a quick little flow of the 3 hours that you fell asleep doing that speech.
I was just dreaming about the beauty of America, and then I woke up back to the Pan-African nightmare. But look, the people that went to Liberia, they were part of the American Colonization Society, and their job was to Christianize and civilize the Africans that were already there. That whole mission just stinks of supremacy, and it ain't black. So that's why there was problems. That's why Samuel Doe did what he did, and I just think that Black Americans should stay in Black America or America. We've got it great there, and let the Africans have their country. We have a
native Liberian here. He's listening to you. That's Nuwan, and I don't know if he agrees with the information because he's been trying to re-educate us about what really happened as far as Liberia. Now, Nuwan, really go on in Liberia. Do our people really come with that colonized?
Yeah, that's a really narrow way of putting like the overall happenings so far as leading up to the founding of Liberia.
You have to either back up or reduce the volume.
Because honestly, like we all agreed earlier, people came from different parts of the West Indies as well, not just America. So it wasn't just about the colonization society, number one. Number two, African Americans and West Indies folk that came here voluntarily. It wasn't necessarily so much about a white man's plan, even though the white man usually has a contingency plan and an arterial plan for that matter. But yeah, there was also self-determination in there, and it's reflected in the original Constitution. And we shouldn't rob our ancestors of their ingenuity and their capacities for vision. All right. When you read the original Constitution, it says that Liberia was established for and by people of Negroid descent, and that only such folk could actually own land and become citizens of this country and participate in public life exclusively. Okay, that was the beginning of Pan-Africanism. That was the original plan for Pan-African nationhood. That's the first Pan-African nation on earth. Santo Domingo is not in Africa, and there had to be a revolt. But so far as civil nation building and civil development goes, Liberia is that testament to African suffrage globally, for our global African constituency. Basically, that's what we represent. So it's not necessarily just the colonization thing or the Society for Colonization, no. And the people here that were met here were never colonized. There was a joining of force after the initial exchanges of friction and experience of friction between the two groups of people, those who had come and those who were here. Eventually, there was some synergy, there was some agreement, there was some alignment, and there was cooperation eventually. And that cooperation, like I said, is reflected in the text of the original Constitution, where it considers all people of African descent, including generations yet to come. And that's something we shouldn't granted, and we shouldn't rob our ancestors of their vision and their ingenuity and ourselves of the right to carry on the tradition.
And Ross, let me talk about this also.
Wait, I want to respond to him, and I want to ask him a question.
What
other island went to what other island? You've been on here for 3 hours since I've been gone, Carlos.
I haven't said much either.
Oh well, that's a first. But I'd like to ask the brother, what other island went to America? I mean, went to Liberia instead of America?
Besides African Americans coming here, folk came from Jamaica, others came from Trinidad, Tobago, Barbados, Haiti. I've got Haitian cousins, I've got Jamaican cousins. Up to date, my grandfather had 11 siblings, all boys, all brothers, and for the most part, they settled in places like Jamaica, where some of the family had originally been, and also Cape Verde here on the west coast of Africa. So yeah, and we've got Haitian cousins as well. So it's the thing where people came from other parts of the Caribbean to Liberia and contributed to founding the nation. Some of the initial presidents of Liberia, for example, are actually Caribbean folk.
Yeah, no, thank you, brother. But the ones from Barbados, at least, came through the American Colonization Society on a ship called the Cora in 1865. So was the ACS involved with the other people from the Caribbean too?
Now, let me answer that, right? All right, so I told you, I told you a couple of weeks ago. This is what happened, right? At the time, the ACS were actually chartering boats. You got to understand the time period where we're living in, right? There were no, up until when I wrote my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, right here. This was the first Black-owned venture, ship that was built, the Azor, right? Purchased ship. Hey, everything else was either through the ACS. The ACS had agents, like people own ships, like that. And the government, like Liberia, would still contract with ACS. The ACS was actually gone. The ACS was only there from 1822 to 1847, right? Then they pulled out, they declared their independence, right? But they still had ACS agents working with the government of Liberia, and stuff like things like supplies, also military assistance and everything. You remember this up until like the 1850s, the slave trade was still going on and stuff like that was going on. So they definitely had to rely on the ACS infrastructure thing. So one of the things was the ACS was contracted to give assistance to the people in Barbados to come over, but they were coming over to a government, a Black government. They weren't coming over there being settled by the ACS. They just got over there. And also these Barbados people rose the problem. The Barclay family, the Portes, George Padmore. He's from, he was one of the top diplomats in the UN, during the crisis in the Congo and Vietnam. George Padmore, he was from the Caribbean, Barbados, No,
I get that, brother. What I'm just trying to show is that it was the white man that got these people there. Have you ever heard of Crozerville?
Crozerville is where the Caribbean settled.
Oh,
New Georgia.
Yeah.
New Georgia is another thing. It was this. Remember something?
Hold on, brother. Every time I ask you a question, you start going
you're taking things out of context
that I don't need explaining. So who's Crozerville named after, brother?
Oh, I particularly know. It was called Crozerville.
Okay, well, it was named after two white guys.
I know you got that from Wikipedia.
Wait, hold on. No, but I'm giving you the info. Don't worry about where I get it from. You cannot show me any Back to Africa movement that didn't have the white man.
Right here.
Wait, hold on, brother.
Buy my book.
Let me finish.
Buy my novel. You talk about Back to Africa. The journey.
I super chatted when I came up. I don't have to buy your novel. I don't have to buy your novel, brother. Let me finish. So the ACS got the Bajans there. The ACS got the Bajans there, and then they lived in a town named by two white brothers in America. These people were agents.
Your point is what?
They were agents. They were agents for the white men in America.
They weren't. They were people that basically the government of Liberia reached out to people in the Barbados, said, "You want to come over here?"
No, Barbados went to America to get money to go to Liberia. The Bajans went to America to get money.
The bottom line is this: they made the conscious decision. 365 of them said they wanted to come to Liberia, right? Now
I see the pivot. It was Bajans coming to America to get funds to go to Liberia. So the Bajans in the Caribbean went to America. They went to America to get money to go back to Africa with the help of the white man. With the help of the white man.
1865.
The Pan-Africans are nothing without the white man. That's why your talking points sound like white people talking.
If we're nothing about the white man, then what are you guys? Everything you do.
You guys? Who's you guys? Aren't you my guys?
You guys keep talking about. Oh, you do something.
Aren't you my guys? Aren't you Black Americans?
Hold on. Then when I tell you, right, in 1877, 1878, Black people in America organized and purchased a ship called the Azore, right? Was the most successful voyage to Liberia and whatnot. You know, this was organized in Charleston, South Carolina by all black people. So what started as white people helping black people go to Africa became a Pan-African movement over time. And then more black people started funding their own way over to the continent.
Became a Pan-African movement.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
Colonization movement.
Do you understand? Hold up. Do you understand
of course
that
the Africans are going to look at you sideways?
Hold up. Do you understand that we were in chains in America? We were enslaved. We weren't citizens.
Not in 1877. We weren't.
1877. We were given so-called citizenship.
No, wait. Not in 1877. We weren't.
Do you understand the 13, 14,
I got them stuttering, y'all.
Hold on. 13, 14, 15 Amendment. Do you know what those gave black people citizenship in America?
Okay. What was the name of that ship, Azore? And it was out of what? And what? It came out of what city?
Charleston, South Carolina, by way of Nantucket.
Okay.
Order the book, read it, and learn something.
No, wait. Who wrote the book? Who wrote the book?
I did.
Yeah, Carla, we're gonna make a nice documentary of this now. You know, while we're there, you know, a short documentary. You know, with some.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the book.
And I can't find anything about the Azore from Charles.
The bark Azore.
How do you spell it?
You can go online and look up the bark Azore.
What's the first name, brother, please?
BARK, and then Azore. Yeah, so it's right there on the screen, right there. That's the book right there. You can get it on Amazon. You can.
Okay, the bark Azore. Ah, goddamn! I got
the only brother I know to write a book about Liberia.
I wrote that book 10 years ago.
So all these things are coming to fruition now, not easy, you know what I mean? But when we get to a certain point, man, you know, and we know you're gonna be a very rich and famous man, just remember us and say, you know what? Let me invest in these guys, man. These guys fought hard to prove that they're about that life and that business. So we're gonna do the work, and you know, we just want people to keep on watching to give us a chance, and then when we do, we want them to all put their money where their mouth is and say, you know what? You know? But yeah, Kala, you know, I feel this would be a very special refuge and a very special reconnection, a very special energy for, you know, for people looking to retire, people looking to start new careers, venture off into Africa, people looking to this, get an introduction, all that good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. It's like I said, it's Africa.
2 months it'll be showtime, brother. Exactly 2 months it'll be showtime. It's gonna come up quicker than you think. Lights, camera, action. And I know you're gonna be ready. You've been waiting for this for your life.
Yeah.
I've been waiting my whole life, you know, like that song.
Mm-hmm. My whole life has been about this moment.
Yes, not easy. I mean, I just wish you could have joined us, but we'll show you some good memories and pictures, memories, and souvenirs. And then also business and investment vision. We have a nice business.
My next trip will be to Nigeria, brother.
Hey,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Hey, I heard, it's one of those things, man. Let's be careful. We don't want to see you getting held for ransom. You know, kidnappings are going up nowadays, and they're looking for rich Americans.
Yeah. I mean, similar things happen all over Africa, but you know, I have an itch that needs to be scratched in Nigeria.
What is that? That's funny.
You know, itch that needs to be scratched in Nigeria. So, you know, that's where we come from mostly. And I'm gonna go there just to see it.
Where's Ola at? Ola must be proud and jumping in his little shack.
Well, who do you think is gonna be he's gonna help me find my way back to Nigeria, brother?
Or is he gonna help set you up? Hey,
well,
Kala,
I don't think he'd do that. I don't think he would do that because Ola, while he has his talking points or whatever, you know what I'm saying, against Pan-Africanism, he doesn't hate Black Americans. He doesn't hate me.
These guys don't show their face, not Meezy. Like nobody, they don't show their face. Nobody know anything about them. It's like all of them are like planted agents. Like it's like people like, well, if you know that when you talk to them, because it's entertainment. It's like it's like, and there's so many of them that comes on. You know? Like that guy Mike Omawali or whatever his name is.
Wally, whatever.
All agents.
I don't know if Omawali is an agent. Hold on, I don't know if Mike Omo. I don't know. Matter of fact, I know he's not an agent. He's Mike, right? Even though he and I have had our contentious exchanges, but I've seen him on. Matter of fact, we're cool now. But I've seen him on other panels full of Nigerians cook, so he knows what's going on in his homeland. He definitely knows, and I believe he was in the military in America.
I don't think so.
I believe he was, but he grew up around Black Americans in America. He grew up around Black Americans in America, but he knows that he's a Nigerian. Not even, I think, yeah, he's a Nigerian.
So why does he never send a super chat? Why is he so broke as hell if he got all this going for himself?
I don't know why he don't super chat. I don't know, but I think if they don't like you, they're not going to put money in your pocket.
He's on Kaizo's show.
I'm not talking about me because I don't ask people for much of anything. I'm just talking about like on shows with other Africans that, you know, is he really, you know, it's like he's not down with us, but he seems like he's down with his other brothers and sisters from Africa, but they won't even show Kaiser no love. I'm mainly talking about Kaiser, you know, since he's one of the more popular ones that's trying to build a platform. You know, I mean, great brother.
I showed you some love, brother. Can you read my super chat?
Now I posted yours, but you didn't post a comment to it, you know. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he posted a
Shout out the color supremacist. Yes, you did. That's funny. You got the color set me up, color.
Yeah,
but, you know, at least I'm gonna troll with some bread. You know, that's another brick.
Appreciate the love. It's funny. He said he did that. That's how people think he be up to something, not me.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. If I didn't like you guys, I wouldn't come here. I just don't like when Kala just makes these blanket statements about our people. I'm starting to think because his last name is Makala that he's not even a Black American.
Yeah, I know. I am a Black American.
No, you're not.
I changed my name.
Oh, look at that. You are so unproud to be a Black American that you changed
No, I didn't want to
name.
wear a slave. I didn't want to wear a slave master's name. And to be honest with you,
Okay. So now, what ethnic group does Makala come from, brother?
I'll tell you a story, right? I'll tell you a story, right?
Tell me a story.
When I did change my name, right? You know, my father was hurt, you know, he was really hurt. And he was like, you know, I said, look, you know, this is what happened when we moved down to North Carolina, from North Carolina to Virginia, right? And my family would go down to the plantations down in the Carolinas, and they would meet with. They had this thing where you would meet the descendants of slaves would meet the descendants of the white people right there, and my family name is Overton, like Marcus Overton. You know, that's like my cousin. You know, and the Overton family, white family meet, and I never went. Right? Oh, damn, what's that? And I said to myself, you know, I was a young man, and when I just made the thing, I went to a lawyer, got a lawyer. I said, I want to change my last name, you know? And my father broke down in tears, man. He said, how can you do this, you know? I want you to pass my name on. Well, it wasn't easy, you know? So, but I did what I did when not, you know? And so when I made that commitment, and I got to go through it, you know? You know, I can't change my name back to Dwayne Overton. You know, I'm too far in.
Brother, it says your name is of Hawaiian origin.
No, actually, the Nyamakala comes from the craft group system of the Malinke. You know, the Nyamakala means the craft group system. Kala actually means family, bond, group, association. You know, the Nyamakala means craftsman, craft group. You know, that's your skilled workers, skilled tradesmen, your drum makers in the Mendi culture. Go look it up. What's the Nyamakala means? That's where my name comes from.
Okay, weren't the Malinke complicit in selling Africans?
Well, see that right there.
No, I'm asking because you said you change it from a slave name and then you embrace the
No,
African slave name.
a white man's slave.
And now you have a black
Oh, no, that's
enslaver
not
name.
the same thing.
Either way you go, you see
not the
those
same.
whips,
That's
brother.
not the same thing.
That's a slave name.
That's not it because I embrace this name. The
You embrace the slave name. You embrace the name of enslavers.
name was given to me by something that happened. Thing. That was my way of saying I reject what happened to my ancestors.
So then you embrace the African slave.
Well, how do you know? But how do you know that particular tribe enslaved my ancestors? My ancestors, my DNA comes from mostly the Congo. You know, the Malinka are in Mali. I adopted that name, and I only got like 5% Malian blood, you know, ancestry. You know, as I found out, you know, later on, you know. But so therefore, the idea that Malinkas were enslaving my ancestors was not factual. I have no ancestors from the Senegambia region. So it's just a ceremonial thing, just like black people practice Kwanzaa, even though Kwanzaa is East African, people still embrace it. You know, it's Afrocentric, you know. I hope I made my point on that, you know.
Yes, Kala, you did. Not Measy dropped off. Maybe he's coming back. And let me see if anybody else want to get on. Yes, Kala, so I'm going to play one of these other videos.
Okay.
All right. So we should have one or two more left.
People who look just like them, too, to amass that wealth. You don't want to talk about that part. All you want to talk about is the money. Mansa Musa is probably one of the greatest tyrants who ever lived in the history of black people. But we celebrate him. We worship him. Why? Because he was rich. He was rich. That's it. You could do anything. You could commit atrocities. But as long as you have some money, black folks will celebrate your ass till kingdom come. And that's the facts. That is the facts. But we don't want to talk about that. That white man enslaved you. Yeah, Master Musa enslaved your ass too. Who you think was selling you to the white man? Mansa Musa.
So this guy actually compared Mansa Musa, the powerful emperor of the Mali Empire, to the white man putting us on slave ships. It's amazing, you know, amazing, you know. You know, anything to defend the white man in America, you know.
Yeah, where did he come up with all these talking points?
I have no idea, you know. Basically, stop worrying about. It's all about trying to defend America and defend white people. That's all it is. You know, defend America, defend white. You know, how are you going to compare slave? Even when you talk about slavery in Africa, it was not commercialized when you were chattel. I saw this one thing not too long ago, just the other day, where it showed why that what happened was the people who needed labor in the New World, right? Say indentured service, right, were only there for 10 years. So therefore, they would lose money with indentured service. And the Indians, they couldn't enslave them, whatever like that. But they said that the black people, they were chosen for slavery because they can make them a permanent race of slavery just on their race alone. That's the origin of America, you know, race-based slavery, you know. That's a difference between slavery and race-based slavery. When you enslave somebody just because of their skin, that's unforgivable. So when people start talking about Mansa Musa was a slave trader and whatnot, you know, everybody participated in slavery, right? But this idea that when you that you could bring a people over here and no laws or nothing going to protect them, and you could put them in a permanent cast of slavery like an animal, that's unforgivable. You can't compare that to anything else. Nowhere.
Who said Mansa Musa wasn't it? Did y'all play a Brandon clip?
Yeah, it was Brandon.
Well, Brandon's right in this case, and I don't like to deal with that.
Is there any evidence of that?
Oh, absolutely. It was supposedly around 16,000. Who do you think was carrying all that gold?
But what I'm saying is this though, when you talk about slavery and stuff like that, you guys don't put things in the context. You're talking about the ancient world. That was
ancient world. They're still doing it till today.
What are you talking? Now here's the thing. Nakmeezy, right? Do you believe in America as an enlightened civilization?
Yes.
Okay. What would an enlightened civilization do in participating in slavery?
Great question, Kala. What would an enlightened African nation be
Africans
doing?
Africans on the coast of West Africa weren't enlightened. America calls itself an enlightened civilization.
Oh, so you mean back in those days? See, you said, are we an enlightened nation? Yes, I do believe we're an enlightened nation. But if you're talking about now and then,
America in its inception said it's an founding, an enlightened nation and stuff like that. This is Western civilization. This is where this is the apex of human civilization, all stuff like this. But yet they basically compare themselves to Africans on the coast of West Africa, which they basically instigated wars against Africans against each other to induce slavery.
They didn't have to instigate anything. Africans were warring prior to the European coming there.
So why did the Europeans put people on boats and bring them over and build their cities up? Do you know?
Because Africans sold them. Africans sold them.
You don't answer them. The city you live in was a disease infested.
I don't live in Amsterdam.
Things like that, you know. The slave trade.
I don't live in Amsterdam.
Liverpool was a freaking shithole. Same thing with Lisbon, Portugal.
Wrong.
All these places got rich because of the slave trade.
Wait, but you're wrong. You're totally wrong.
How am I wrong?
Let me explain to you how you're wrong and watch you cut me off in 5 seconds. First of all, to be able to bring enslaved Africans to America and the Caribbean and South America, you had African involvement.
We know.
Okay, so who was the source? It was the Africans. Who went into hinterland to grab other Africans? It was the Africans.
Blame for the slave trade.
Wait, but hold on, brother. Let me tell. We're gonna get there. So it was African involvement in the slave trade. So this is all about the premise of you accepting the slave name of enslavers. Those people were enslavers. They were the people that were working for the white man to go into the hinterland and then grab enslaved Africans. That's a fact. Now, they didn't care what happened to those that they enslaved. And yes, they were enslaved on the continent of Africa, held on the continent of Africa, walked from the hinterland all the way to the coast and held there and guarded by other Africans until they got onto the ship and then shipped to America.
Oh, Lord.
So now, wait, I'm getting to something. I want to talk about Amsterdam real quick. So when you take that into effect, we are in the middle. We were the chattel of the white enslavers and the African slave merchant. So if you want to say who's worst, if you're looking at it from a Pan-African standpoint, and I'm not a Pan-African, but what's worse? Black people selling other black people, or white people buying black people that other black people offered for sale.
So let me ask you a question, right?
Wait. You're always asking questions. Let's take that there, and then we'll go to Amsterdam. Matter of fact, let me do Amsterdam right now. I don't live in Amsterdam. I live in a city that creates most of the money in this country. Okay, Rotterdam, because of the port of Rotterdam, second biggest port in Europe. Now, there's a company called the Dutch VOC, right? They were busy also with spices. They did all that spice stuff in Indonesia, and they were busy with African slavery. Now, where did they get their slaves? Mostly, they got them from Ghana. Akan people, they were in cahoots with the Ashanti. They were down with the Ashanti, and the British were down with the Fanti. So now they were in business with the Ashanti for 300 goddamn years, to the point that they wrote a letter acknowledging their business and their sad part in being involved in slavery. So it was a business. So you got African providers, European purchasers, and that's how it's been going on. It's been like that. So who are we? Who are we? We are the products,
Okay, let me
or the
ask that.
descendants of enslaved Africans caught in the middle between greedy, unscrupulous, non-innovative African leadership on the continent back then, and devils on boats. So we're in the middle. So who's worse? They're both equally at fault. That's the answer to your question.
Appreciate the response. Not me. Kelly, can you hold on for a few seconds?
Shit.
Let me introduce greetings, Afrodamus. Greetings, my good brother. It's been a long time, man. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Can you respond to what Not Meezy is breaking down? Let me know if you agree with him or disagree with him, or let me know if you have any critical points you want to share.
Greetings. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, brother.
All right. Good thing. I just came back from Africa, Gambia. Living there for almost 3 months. Basically, I went there to uncover things, to make sure everything is clear. I'm serious about these conversations. I'm not like some people who just sit in one spot and start trying to live in the past. I agree with Nagmizi. Nagmizi did not even break it down further. Here's the thing. We cannot sit back and relitigate what happened in the past, because you're not going to like it. Mansa Musa was a slave master, was a slave trader. We've all convinced ourselves that, he inherited the throne because Mansa Abubakar was lost at sea. Guys, put 2 and 2 together. He was not. Think about it. Mansa Musa, technically, he was not in line, to sit on the throne. He was just the nephew. So he pulled a coup, obviously, killed that man, and he told the story that he went on a sail. Okay? These people that, we sit on these panels and trying to turn them into these heroes, these were slave traders. Mansa Musa matched with thousands of slaves when he was going to Mecca. Do you not think there's something wrong with that? He gifted them to the Arabs as he gifted them slaves. He was not, what you trying to paint here to make it seem like it's a black and white thing.
But I never said. I ever tried to justify what he tried to say. What I'm trying to say is, I look at.
Well, Afrodamus was not finished. Show some Black American hospitality to the guest. Let him finish his point, please.
I didn't get a chance to respond to what you said. Go ahead.
Hold on. And in fact, I will be talking on this because I was, I was living as a Black American in the Gambia, because they saw me as Black American. So I will uncover everything, what a Black American should expect, because that's the treatment I was giving. So there's no longer any doubts, because I understand the language. I know what is being said, so that's why I always say I'm African American, because I get to hear what is being said and what the plans are, and I'm here to give people the blueprint, how to gain the advantage, how to invest, because the place is for sale. We don't have to go back to, thousands of years. Right now, the African's mind is still open to selling. The Africans are not that creative, but it's just like back in the days. So therefore, they believe in using humans as capital. They will sell you. So right now, there's just not, open buyers. So now land is what is for sale, is gold there. The people's eyes are opening, but still they are not creative to selling it, to building. So the Black Americans that are coming, especially in Gambia. In fact, I bought a huge piece of land there. I got sued in court because they thought I was Black American. They wanted to take my land. You see, they wanted to take my land. And going through that ordeal actually helped open my eyes and understand a lot of things, because I'm not operating in emotions. I want to know why things are the way they are. So the way color is painting things, especially like Gambia, that's not how it is. You're just looked at as the money bag ATM. You have the blue passport. You're American. You are a big man. Act like it. Stop acting like a victim. You are seen as a big man. Act like it. You're seen as an ATM. Fine. Don't get upset. You are the ATM. The money that if you don't dispense it, it's not gonna come out. Your machine can malfunction. So you can play games. You can be like like a honey. You're attracting it, but there are bees around. You're willing to sting. So I did all the homework. I went to court. I got sued, like I said. And word for word, it came out of the women's mouth who were suing me without my knowledge. They connived with the court. So what I uncovered is, yes, Gambia is not like Ghana. Ghana, where the land, they have custodians of the land, like the chiefs, they own the land. In Gambia, it's not like that. In Gambia, people own the land, the families, they own the land, individuals own it. But when you buy it, you own it outright. But now, bypassing that process, that's where most people get stuck, because you're going with this emotion, talking about Pan-Africanism, blackity black stuff. You are opening yourself to be taken advantage of. You're opening yourself to this. What they are counting on is, okay, you are from America, Jamaica, England, wherever. So you are seen as a foreigner, even though you don't want to accept that. So when you get those lands, you are not following up, you don't know the process, you're not getting all the paperwork. So you are on shaky ground. They would conspire, come and try to take that land from you. They would do it through shady ways. Pretty soon, you start panicking. They make it seem like things are difficult. It's difficult for you because you don't know the language. I stood up as an African American. First, I pretended like I didn't know the language. I collected all the information that I need in my arsenal. And guess what? When I came to court, I blew them out of the water. I waited till they are deep. Then I spoke Mandinka. Completely destroyed them. Completely. So the Pan-Africans are not collecting information for investors, because Gambia is for sale. The place is for sale. But who amongst all these people can bring you this information? Owning land is almost better than Ghana, because you're buying from individuals and you're keeping it. But you have Black people talking about, we Pan-Africans, we want to repatriate. But people go off as individuals. They want to live like the Gambians. That's hostile to you. The person is smiling to you, you know, but the intention is terrible. Not all, but most. I'm just telling you as the undercover brother here. So if you truly about that investment, throw that kumbaya shit. Negroes don't have to love each other. You work with people, you don't have to love them, but you have to have similar interests. You know, you keep dwelling about slavery, the past. You are still technically not seen as the slave of the 17th and 18th century, but you're seen as modern day slave. And this modern day slave is you have to dish out money. You know, you're giving fake love. People come to you and say, brother, brother, those people are even the worst of the worst. So pull your big boy pants up. Stop crying about slavery. The slavers on the coast, the Africans, they are worse than the white people, okay? They were worse than the white people. They still exist. The spirit still exists. Just accept it and find your way to be advantageous. Nakmizi is completely correct. He's correct. But what Kala is preaching, this is not going to help anybody that is a diaspora, because he wants you to show up weak. The Africans want you to show up weak. Okay? In Gambia, I know the plans are there, they are laid out. They might not sound sophisticated to you. They might not look sophisticated to you. And rightfully, it's not even that sophisticated. It's just a psychological mind. They are playing games on you. You know, you come with your blackity black stuff, they reel you in, suck all the money out of you, and send you packing. And then you start crying, oh, this Gambian said me, blah, blah. No, they want to win. And they see you as an easy target. You made yourself an easy target. Why do you think the Chinese, the Indians, all these people succeed? I did all that homework for you. I went there, I took the bullets. I can't even tell you guys in this one sitting what I have uncovered. How many lawsuits I was hit with while I was there. You know, and I went that deep on purpose, because now you know who your enemies are. If you don't know your enemies, you can never win the war. And when I say enemy, it doesn't mean you just like, okay, I'm going to go after these people. You just know they are against you one way or the other. If somebody is in the way of your progress, someone wants to take a land that you rightfully bought, they are your enemy. And you have to see them with that eye. All you need to plan is to destroy this enemy. Why do you care if they are black? Don't you think those same Africans were selling other people that are Africans? And by the way, they are not even the same people. I would go as far as saying very different ethnic groups. Very, very different. It's just their skin color look the same. That's why there's no patriotic mindset there. Because what are they uniting on? They have nothing to unite on. So therefore, the place is for sale. It's for sale. Show up with your bag. Find the most valuable lands like I did. You know, I'm inviting people to the area. You know, show up, buy the place, build the world that your empire you want. It's simple as that. People are not gonna like what I say, but this is the truth.
After the same thing, you know. He's been tossed into a roast ghost and whatnot. You know, he's talking. But what's this roast stuff and whatnot? You guys keep talking about roasting me. You're never gonna do it. You know, it's not gonna happen. Bottom line is this, what I'm trying to say, what I was trying to get back to what Nakmeez was talking about, right? When we talk about, he said their business part equal. I beg to differ with that, strongly disagree. If you look at how Europe turned out and look how West Africa turned out.
I didn't say that they were equal business partners. I said they were business partners. They were always lopsided trade deals.
Carla, they are. You know why?
They were not equal.
No, Carla, we see it even today. It's happening. The trade is still happening. It's because you are only looking in terms of human. The African nations and the Europeans and other people, there is trade between them, okay? But how can you blame the Europeans for the Africans being dumb enough to sell things accordingly or reproduce them? Look, it's still the same thing. They are selling things undervalued because of corruption. You got people who are only looking for their own interest. This is why I said it's different ethnic groups that are looking for their own, for themselves, not even for their own group in most cases, like you have Ghana got cocoa, they have gold, Sierra Leone diamond, you have all these countries have this stuff. They are trading with Europeans. The Europeans are benefiting from it, but the Africans are still selling it, at a price point that is disadvantageous to them. So you cannot blame the white man for the African being a terrible businessman. How can you blame them? You can't blame them. They sold slaves for money. They turned humans into money. And they didn't do it the right way. The Europeans did it the right way. How can you blame the Europeans for being good at it? You can't blame them. It's just like blaming the Swiss for utilizing.
Why is this? Let me ask you a question, Afridamus, right? Let's say that's all true and everything like that, right? But every time I hear white people talk about the slave trade, right, they put all the blame on Africans. They take no responsibility for themselves. You don't think that's anything odd about that?
But why do you need them to take responsibility?
No, because the bottom line is, and then if you believe that, right, like Nakmeez says he believes in reparations. How can you want to talk about they owe us reparations, right? And then say that you can't blame the white man for what happened in slavery. That don't make any sense. That's why I said it's not logical, achievable, reasonable, practical.
Carla, let me give, that's why I gave you the example about the land I acquired. These people went and cooked up fake case against me to try to take the land from me because they see that I was developing the land. They were not interested. So they came after me, right? So don't you think these people now, some of them, they regret that selling the land because now they see the value in it. Do you think I should care that these people did not know the value of the land? They sold it to me fair and square. I should come back and be like, you know what? Oh man, I feel bad because these people didn't know the value of the land. So therefore, I should take responsibility. The only responsibility I need to take is I'm a great businessman. I'm a visionary. Okay? And I put that to use. If you don't know if you don't have a vision, you're not creative, you sold your people or people that look like you sold them as humans, you couldn't turn the proceeds into something that can be seen, that's on you. So the white man is right. You want to blame somebody about slavery, blame the people that look like you.
So in other words, basically what you're saying is Nakmeez earlier tonight said black people owe reparations from the United States government, or should we go to the African?
You also agreed to that, Kala. You also agreed that we are owed reparations.
Okay, I'm taking you at your word because
but didn't you agree to that?
Don't try to put it on me.
No,
now.
you agreed to it, yes or no?
No. I'm saying that the fact of the matter is,
you're lying. You sound like Kala's
you made the point that we're owed reparations. I said, okay, fine. Yeah, reparations owed because of what we went through. I get that, right? Now, the thing is, you never asked me, right? Who do you think the reparations ought to come from? I'm assuming you think that I say the United States government, and I said many times on the show, right? You got to start with the British, the French, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and all these people who started this translation and got rich off it. You know, you guys want to make a suit with the United States government after you swore allegiance to this country. That was my point. Now, if you say the Africans were equally culpable, right? That does is absolve any sort of claim you have against the United States government.
Look, what I can say is, you know, as far as, you know, reparation goes, yes, the United States government, you know, they talked about it, you know, whatsoever. So, you know, I used to even say, no, there would never be reparation, whatever. But the government is the one throwing it in the air. So, hey, why not, right? But as far as African countries are concerned, forget it. The African countries are trying to squeeze as much money out of you as possible. Let me give you what I observe. You know, like, for example, like Bomani, he does the tour guide thing, right? Which is beautiful, and I'm about to explain. I saw several groups, you know, especially from Poland and like Germany. You know, these people, their own tour guide, they are coming with their own tour guide groups that study the Gambia and understand, and I don't blame them, because in that country, the people, mostly they don't even know the history. So they would just lie to you. Plus, they don't understand the language of these people. So therefore, some of the Polish companies took it upon themselves to now bring their own people to take them to places. So like, for example, what Bomani is doing, that's great too. He gets to bring people, Black people, that he understands. What he's saying, they understand. You know, he gets to take them to places they need to go to. So this is the game people think is just a mere game. But the white people from Poland and these places are doing this so that they can, you know, their people can enjoy fully what they came there for. And when you move a certain way, it's nothing against the Gambian people whatsoever. You just have a standard, and you need to live up to that standard. You know, you enjoy living in a nice big house. They don't have it. You go and build it on your own land with a group of people, you know, and live that life. You cannot rely to say, oh, brotherhood, blah, blah, blah. You're going around people who are pretending also to know about Blackness. There's difference between Black and African. You know how I know this? Because I live there as a Black person. I'm seen as a Black American. You know, they jack up prices on me. You know, they conspire right in front of me. I was evading all the conspiracies. They thought I had a third eye, but I knew the languages. So I had the advantage. I stand there, I pretend. So here's the solution to all this, because I know people are going to continue to go to Africa. Why not people band together, people who are serious, set up organizations, set up places where people can come to and say, this is, as a Black American or diaspora, you show up in this community, this would be a familiar territory for you, where people would school you first on how to navigate. You know, this place would have libraries, it would have computers, you know, familiar territory, hot water, all of that. But, you know, people would have to fund this. Instead of people going out, somebody getting 20 by 20 in the bush, Many people are being sent into the wilderness. Now you are open to get picked off. Oh, you show up as a single mom. As I was there when this one single mom, they broke into her place, her apartment. This individualism, to think you are going to a blackity black country, you are fooling yourself. You have the cops, the cops pulling you over. Come on, you can't compare it to the white man. You cannot, because they don't have a sense of justice there. This is just a fact. This is passed on from generation to generation. I confirmed it firsthand. Guys, let's just accept it. That's just what the truth is. Now the question is, what are you going to do about it? You got the blue passport. You're the big man. Act like it. You cannot show up as a victim. Ain't no one helping you out there. They are not helping you. But you can help yourself, though. That's what's beautiful. That blue passport, some of your Benjamins, hold it tight. Get your game plan. And remember that the land, you can own it outright if you know all the steps to take. You can't allow yourself to be duped. This is what the Indians, the Lebanese, all these people are doing. While you're sitting on the fringes, talking about Mansa Musa, crying, and then people show up there, they say they're Pan-Africans, but they go on an individual journey and they fail. They wonder why they fail. There are people there.
We've been saying, Bomani and I have been saying that for a while.
And Epidemics, I'm about to post something in right here. Featured topic: as a Pan-African movement become a loser's paradise. That's the featured topic.
That's next week's topic.
And this is today's topic: the Pan-Africanist Exploitation and Hustle Movement.
Well, it's about, that's what I'm saying. You have few people that went, right? They sort of, have an idea on how things work. And to me, quite frankly, I would be suspicious of any Pan-African. Somebody saying they're Pan-African, but they are entirely walking with a local in land dealings with people. Do not trust that. I do not trust it. Because first of all, this diaspora, do this person even understand the language? Do they understand the language? The person, this local, doesn't know what you want. This local only sees you as a money bag, and their word don't mean anything. Their word don't mean anything. So I'm giving you this information to be armed up with it because of how I completely maneuver and beat these, natives at their own games. Yes, you guys heard me. I said natives, And the books that I read about, from years ago that the white man wrote. I know some of you like to say, oh, the white man, this and that, but take information that would help you. Take information that will help you. In a lot of these books, the way they describe it is still like that, the mindset. Because they have not evolved. Not all. Mentally have not evolved. So you've evolved, but you want to regress and bring yourself in the past. Now you have to ask yourself, what do you want to do now? And what do you want the future to look like? How do you weed out the Pan-African hustlers? That should be the next step. How to weed out the Pan-African hustlers. Because in this movement they call Pan-Africanism, is filled with traitors. And these traitors, they want to lure you into these countries and take advantage of you. Not all. I've seen some people who are putting in work. I've seen some putting in work. I've seen people there who have lands, but they cannot do anything with the land because you know why? you are a Westerner. The moment you make the attempt to go look for a builder, they're going to take advantage of you. Me sitting here talking to you guys, one of the builders I hired ran off with some of my money because, again, I'm seen as a Black American. And oh hell, they do it to the other people. So instead of people focusing on money, people should start talking about, hey, all hands on deck. Those who know how to build, bring your skills. Organize something. Come show up with a building team. In the beginning, Negroes have to take low pay because it's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice to set up a base. Because when I went, what I saw, I feel the pain for many people that went before me. Even though people were like, oh, Afridanos used to, troll people. But sure, but you have to go there, live amongst the people, and see for yourself. And you take all that in as information. You don't take it in and be angry, because those people, they are acting the way they're supposed to. They're acting exactly the way they are supposed to. You're the one that is in denial. You're refusing to step your game up, and understand exactly what is happening. You got people going to Gambia, going to TAF. I'm not saying don't patronize that business whatsoever. But what is stopping people from the diaspora to come together and set up the same thing? There is so many people with skills. What is stopping that? But I'm just telling you facts here. Like, when you see the people, Pan-African.
Let me try to answer one of your questions. You asked what's stopping us from doing these things. You mentioned about TAF, but Kala has a vision for an Afrikstan, and all he get is rejection and people just coming at him. So
yeah, I get that.
In Ghana, people go out there and they acquire all this land, whether it's free or they pay for it. And then next, between the lawyers, the consultant, the chief, people shaking you down. I mean, so where's the love? We're trying to make moves in Africa. Where's the love of,
Well,
so,
Bomani, that's what I'm explaining, how to bypass that. Because when you show up, you go straight to those people and give your intention. You are pretty much saying, oh, here I come, screw me. I have learned, I have seen this. You have to disguise your intention. You cannot go straight to these people. That's why I say in Gambia, the beauty.
Appreciate it, brother, because that's what we have to be real with people on, because family, what he's saying makes a whole lot of sense. And I've seen things unfold in front of my eyes. And it's a terrible situation, but I guess if people are not going to change, I guess you have to change. So I appreciate you explaining how to navigate and do certain things on African continent. You as a Gambian man deal with the same problem other people who are a national from that country and go somewhere else and then you get rich, like you have gotten rich, and then you come back now and now they're looking at you as a rich American.
Exactly. So like, as soon as I stepped in the airport, the first thing, them collecting money, I knew right away. I was like, all right, I am seen as an ATM. So now I have to know when to malfunction. So now, you have to be that honeycomb. They're seeing it dripping, but they can't get the honey. You make them think they're gonna get it, but they're not getting it. You have objectives. You get them to do exactly what you want them to do because they think they're gonna get the honey. You see? So people thinking, oh, blackity black, we all black. You are the black one. They are not black. You see, you are black. They are not black. And the way you think it works is not.
Afrodamas, could you break that down for them? Because they don't get this.
Yeah.
Could you break that down for them, please?
Because you are showing up, with other people. You have the same intention. You want to build an empire. You want to, you want to invest. So black people see black people as one and the same. Over there, it's not like that. They are not black. They are tribes.
All right, gentlemen. Good night. It's been good nights. I'll see y'all next week.
He's running from the truth.
Ain't running. I've been on
from
7 hours, bro. 7 hours is not enough for me. That's my
You're
time.
running from the truth. And thank you, Afrodamas, for
you guys can continue.
what I say.
You guys can
Genesis,
continue.
you should
7
stay and
hours
learn,
enough for
brother.
me. I'll see y'all later.
I never seen a roasted goat move. How can a roasted goat move? You already got cooked.
I have no idea, but Kala did another great presentation. I appreciate Afrodamas for your breakdown. Almighty Judea, welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nation. Let me know if you have any response into what Afrodamas and Natmizi is talking about.
Oh, no response, man. I'm just here to say hi to my guys, man. I'm gonna stay quiet. I mean, he's giving us some good knowledge, so that's it.
All right, hello, and well, thank you, appreciate you. So, if you want to chime in, go ahead. Brother Afrodamas, continue to elaborate. I don't know how long you're listening, but elaborate on the things that we're talking about from the duration beyond just that preparation we talk about. As far as disguising yourself, if you want to get into more things, just share as much as you want to share.
Yeah, see, when people show up, I see a lot of people want to explain, like American problems, Western problems. Those people don't give a damn about that. They know nothing about it. They're going to pretend like they are listening. They have zero interest. Mind you, most people, they've been living in poor condition, poverty, right? They know how to lay low. They know how to wait. They have patience. So your job is to stick to your plan, but don't be rigid, be fluid. But all the end goal is how to advantage yourself. That's right, you heard me say it. Because you didn't just show up there to just kumbaya with the people. That's not what you're there for. That's all fine and dandy. If you want the people, you cannot change anybody. Let's begin with that. The Chinese, the Indians, they're not over there to change the people. They know the workforce is there. They're going to bring their own system and implement it. They're not worried about trying to say such and such is my brother or sister, because they don't see you that way. You see? They don't see you that way. So you have to implement strategies that's going to help you, get your end goal. That's going to get you there. Because in Gambia, again, the chiefs do not own the land. They don't own it. Even when they heard some diasporans saying, we are not allowed to get, over 40 by 40. And I asked them, I said, who told you that? Again, this quote unquote Pan-Africans, one person hears something, they spread it like wildfire instead of looking deep into it, instead of studying the situation and changing with it. The moment you see something suspicious, abort the mission. Don't be in a hurry. Do not go to the officials because you want to disguise your intention. I'm telling you, that's what you want to do. But when you go to these quote unquote chiefs or officials, guess what? I don't know about other places, but in Gambia, they don't own the land. Those people don't. And there's no free, if they tell you free land, Don't believe it. Do not believe it. Think about the land that you bought. They can even conspire and come up with fake stuff and take it from you. Much more free land. Much more free land. You don't want no free land. You don't want to go there talking to the people, telling them what you want to do. If they don't think the land is valuable, pretend like it isn't. You know, make yourself seem like, nah, you can do much with this land. You know, work in silence and let your work speak for you eventually. But you would have to isolate yourself. This is a fact, because that's what I'm doing. You have to isolate yourself. Even people that are from there, like myself, they won't even accept that I'm one of the people. I'm seen different. I'm treated different. The moment I picked up on that, I switched up quick, like real fast. You know, like for example, I was driving there. So when I'm driving, they have checkpoints everywhere and they would stop you. And when they stop you, they will say to you, hey, how's like, it would be like a friendly conversation. Hey, how you doing? You're like, good. And they will be like, oh, are you enjoying yourself? And when you say yes, then they would respond like, oh, what about us? You know, like you wanted to say to yourself, yeah, what about you, nigga? Like, why are you telling me about you? I don't care, right? But you don't say that. There's no freedom of speech there. So this person is serious, telling you, what about me? Now they are making it sound like, okay, you are enjoying and they are not enjoying. So therefore, you need to dash them, give them some money. So this happened to me 1, 2 times. By the third time, I picked up at different checkpoints. This is the conversation opener is, are you enjoying yourself? If you say yes, they bait you into this conversation where they try to give you sob story. I said, I know what to do now. From then on, I got pulled. When I get pulled over, you know, this cop pulled me over and he's like, oh, how are you? Are you enjoying yourself? I said, hey, I have to. I said, any day, you know, you are above ground. I said, you know, the blessings of God is what is speaking, because they pretend to believe in God. So their speech, they use God to try to, you know, manipulate you. So I have to throw it right back at them. I said, I can't complain, you know, just dwelling, working on the blessings of God. I'm like, I hope, you know, I say, it looks like God is blessing you too. You know, you are alive and well. Bro, I shut him down. He could not even ask me for anything. He just let me go. So I perfected that speech. Every single one of them that stopped me from then on, I would hit them with that. So I shut them down quick. At first I used to be mad, but I was like, no, if I gotta be here, I have to find a way to be able to peacefully drive without being harassed. You know, you don't want to argue because they want to bait you into the argument. The moment they bait you into that, they're looking for fault. You know, they want to get money out of you. So you have to reverse it. With the land, the same thing. You change it up on them. You buy land, they will say to you, oh, the alcalo paper is just what is enough. No, the alcalo paper is not enough. That is not the process. They are supposed to provide you the official transfer. The chief have to sign it. They have to go pay their taxes, which they call capital gain tax. They have to pay that. And then they lease it. But so many diasporans have gotten themselves stuck with that bill. Now I understand the ones that were coming online crying, talking about their paper is not straight, because they only gave them alcalo paper. And I'm surprised it took this long. Like when I went there, people still did not discover this. I quickly picked up. I was like, wait, what is the entire process? I went, I learned, and I checked it. So what I did was, I threw them off guard. I said, okay, I want the land. But here's the thing. I'll give you this amount, not all of it, part of it. Now you take that money, you go and do all the necessary paperwork. So now I'm making them go pay their own taxes, provide their tax documents, you know, everybody, because like I said, families are the ones that own the land. I said, everyone involved that is part of the family that have a stake in this land, I want them all to be present. And if they can't be present, bring their IDs. So I took copies of their ID front and back. Why did I do that? So that nobody can come tomorrow and claim, oh, I did not agree with my family. See, in Ghana is through chiefs. In Gambia is families. Somebody can just come and say, oh, I didn't agree to it, they sold it. So that's going to put your work, that's going to put you in court. You see, you don't want that. The court system, there's no justice. They are going to conspire against you. You are the foreigner. You are the foreigner, mind you. Their goal is to frustrate you. They know legally they cannot take it, but they're going to frustrate you back and forth, and you're going to give up and be like, you know what, fuck it, these people are evil, and you leave. But if you follow these steps that I'm saying, you've locked them in completely. There's no wiggle room. You got them. So that's what people need to do and stop all this sweet talk. Especially in Gambia, they can sweet talk you. The moment they say no problem, that's when I know there is a problem. There is a problem. So I'm not saying people cannot do it on their own, but people have to kick back, like-minded people, and start rethinking this whole process. Can you rely on the single Pan-Africans who are working with, quote-unquote, some realist, somebody calling themselves a real estate agent over there, a local? Can you trust that? My advice to you is no, you cannot trust it. A solid diasporan have to be found, someone with integrity, someone who have similar interests, to be the person to rep, the person that's gone through all the battles. And you've seen them actually, put some work in. I'm not saying individually, like somebody buying a little land. Nah. You're not going to get the answer like that. Somebody, for example, like the Bag family, they have a huge land in that community. So people should take heed. I don't know if he's giving people the blueprint, the 411, but I bet you he faced some battles about that land, because the African never, it's the African regrets things. They would sell it the moment they see value. They want to come and take it. Their word doesn't mean anything. So you have to know this and get them on paper, not just alcalo paper. The whole shebang. Do not ask for free land. Do not go to the government officials. 9 out of 10, they are your enemy. When I say the enemy, you are seen as the bag. In the market, you are seen as the bag. What I started doing is, when I want to buy something, I make sure I stick around and I see somebody buying, and then I would come right behind them, and see them, buy items. Boom, I know the price, But I gotta be honest, they got me there several times. I was even hanging out with someone. I thought he was my friend. He helped the other people, jack prices on me. I started learning there's a mutual understanding amongst most people in that society. That
Exactly. The kickbacks, right? That's what you're talking about, brother?
No, man, kickback is if somebody did something, a service valuable, they want to kick back. But these people want to get something for nothing.
All right.
Something for nothing. And everything you do over there, nothing is free for you. You need shit done, you need things paid. So you don't need to associate with people who want something for nothing. The moment you picked up on that, you have to throw them to the dustbin. See, my thing is, I didn't go there to look for friends. I didn't go there to want to hang out. I went on a mission. And that mission is, if you're not useful to me, you and I have nothing to talk about. And I do it smoothly too. I don't make it obvious because they don't make things obvious. I'm not going to argue, but I'm just slowly just the energy when you call, you don't get me, I play their own little game and they would minus themselves. The moment I pick up that you are of no use to me, I drop you. The moment the person starts talking about, help me go to America and blah, 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 you easily drop them. Okay? The information I need, if I cannot get it out of you, I drop you. And also it is danger to just ask just anybody about these land issues. You are setting yourself up. So now I understand why people are like, oh, getting land in Gambia is so difficult. No, it's not difficult. It's not difficult. But people just, think they can just go do it on their own. And when you get that land, building it, it's a hassle. So now the Pan-African movement, what they need to be encouraging is people that got skills. It doesn't have to be a whole bunch of them, but people that know what they're doing. You can get the workforce there. And the supervisory positions would be diasporan that know what the hell is happening. That's the only way you can build. That's the only way, no other way. Because if you go, you look at the environment look like the way it looks for a reason. Obviously, if those people know any better, they would have done better. But they don't. And your job is not to fix the people. You go do your thing. I'm not saying forget about slavery, blah, 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 but it's not going to serve you. It's of no help. And you have to accept like, hey, the slavery here, these people, they would sell me. If the slave ships dock again, I'm talking today. If the slave ships dock, there are willing sellers right now. Willing sellers. So start seeing people for who they are. That's all I gotta say. And I agree with Nakmizi about what he said. About when he was talking to Kala. When Brandon said Mansa Musa was a slave trader. This is true. How do you guys think Mansa Musa became rich, wealthy? He had slaves, hundreds of thousands of slaves. And he talked about, the shadow slavery that was only here in America. That's not true. In those regions, Senegambia region, Mali region, a lot of those people, slavery is a caste system. They still have slave class. They still have people who are considered slaves. But people think slavery, they just got to put chains on you and stuff. Yeah, sure, Black Americans, Caribbeans, other people, ancestors were sold into slavery. But now you won. You just got to know what your advantage is. Do not go there, acting like a peasant. You're a big man. Act like it. Act like it. I know many are not going to like what I'm saying because they are very weak. They are very weak. They will not know until they actually show up. You show up with your kumbaya. You think things are going to go the way you wish they would. You are in for a huge surprise. And you are at a big disadvantage because you don't know the language. Because you don't know the language. I'll let someone else speak.
Yes, my good brother. Appreciate it. The wealth of knowledge, that was powerful. Brother Not Measy, anything you want to add to it before we start closing out? Because it's getting extremely late. We've been on a marathon.
Brother, I have to respect what my brother Africanist said, and I'm not going to soil his words with commentary on top of it. I will just say thank you, brother Africanist, for setting the record straight. Thank you for doing your mission on behalf of any diasporan that's going there and letting us know what the real deal is. And I'm looking forward to your content about your experience. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. That was phenomenal, powerful, and that's how I explain it to people. And sometimes when I explain these things, they're shocked at the situation. But it's like, unfortunately, when people see movies and shows and things, and you're coming in jet planes and you're looking all fresh and new haircuts and everything, and it just is one of those things. So you just have to have a game plan for that. So. That was well said, brother. Literally, man. So me and Not Measy agree on that one. But anything else both of you want to share, go ahead and let me know. I'm trying to see if anybody else want to come on before we close. But
okay. Well, thank you for having me, and I'm back in town again. Thank you.
Yes, brother, you're back. Yes, so I'm sure you're excited to rejoin and connect with Kala. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Not Measy.
All right, take care, brother.
All right.
Research.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you do your thing, brother. Thank you for having me up again, and I'm looking forward to the next topic. I don't know if it's going to be next week, but when you hit the air, I'm going to tune in. Peace.
Yes, I'm showing a preview of the topic already, man. This is it right here. I'm showing you a nice little preview right here. That was today's, and this is it right here. As the Pan-African movement become a loser's paradise. You know what I mean? It seemed like this, we went into it earlier today. It just attracts some of the worst set of people who just talk mad stuff. But I'm glad they didn't show up today, because I'm sure you was ready for them. I noticed when you jump on, when you're on, they stay away.
So it's good. I'm like raid for these fakies. But all right, brother, I gotta go. Peace.
Absolutely, buddy. Take care. And family, on that note, we're gonna close out. So I'm gonna play some nice music for you while we close out. Here we go, the jam. Wake up from iTunes. Then we're gonna play some of Melanie Ganji sounds. Sons of Africa after this, Yes, so right now, wake up, wake up.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey.
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can be cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, cold, bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of Jimbe and Kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Stand, go for bird. A message in a lesson, blessing. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Stand, go